one of the most legendary arenas that esports has ever created. Delegates from around the world have met on this stage, on this common ground, with one goal and one mission. Only one team will come out victorious, or only one team will come out as the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 champions.
JW gonna go for more, and he's got it.
You have to stop them right now if you're 100 Thieves. If this keeps going, it's only gonna get worse. Trips! Oh! He just swept the entire horizon with that AK-47.
JW now, he sees the shadow. There's the no-scope, and I think they're gonna do it! JW over the top!
Lusher low on health, JKS. He's got the creek. He needs a bullet. There's a headshot to take him down. Nice triple for JKS. This should not be a winnable round for him. He's so low already. JKS on the other side. One bullet will do. Oh!
No way!
90 to 16 trims. A godlike clutch.
This one is going to deliver. Let's get into the action. Na'Vi starting on the T side here.
Manages to get away, but Simple actually catching a bullet in the meantime. Electronics farming frags. Just perfecto and Simple. He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting a shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable. Na'Vi are up to the semi-finals and they smash the curse.
Na'Vi have had the best player in the world for some time now, but they haven't had a team that he can believe, and that has definitely changed. This is their biggest test so far. Astralis are waiting.
This opens things up. And remember, Golden isn't playing this B bomb site. They might have thought that there'd be only one player here.
And it just continues. Coming. Oh no! How many does he have him even around?
We saw him win one against Liquid versus 4. He's only got to fight one and he's done it again.
Now, can he get the bomb plant? Kenny's on the one side there. That Krieg, I don't know if it's enough to buy them this round. He's so low on health. If they knew how low he was, they'd just be using the pistols. Until they didn't check the corner, and a big double spray coming through on the Krieg. He turns 180.
Four Kriegs pulled out by the Astralis squad. Blamey! Ridiculous!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters 2020 Katowice Grand Finals. It's time to see the two teams still standing tear each other apart for the first ESL Pro Tour Masters Championship.
Na'Vi has never won an IEM Katowice. Simple has never won an IEM Katowice. Today, they take that stage to change that fact.
Nexa turning, he needs two more headshots. There's the one, the follow-up, and he gets it! A great triple here for the captain of G2. Will buy them a 9th round.
unlike anything the Spodek has seen before. What a beautiful story of young talent from the CIS region finally finding the right home in Na'Vi.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the lobby. We're here for day 2 of the playoffs. We managed to sneak on stage before it starts to fill up here. Crowd's still filtering in, pretty empty right now, so it's nice and quiet in here, but pretty soon it's going to get very damn loud. We're going to give you a bit of a peek about what's going on here on day 2, get ready for the grand finals, and figure out which 2 teams are making it through to the final day. All right, everyone, we're going to take a look at the player setups. They don't normally let me back here, but I'm going to live out my fantasies and pretend I'm playing on the Katowice stage right now, here in the Spodek. So this is what it looks like. Usually there's a little bit more in terms of peripherals and mice, but the players aren't here yet, so I get to play instead. Got a PC down here, big old cube with a lot of power in it. Got your peripheral dock. I'm not actually sure how this works, but you plug some things in there and something happens. You can control your desk, set the level, set the chair, all of that. Not going to mess with it in case someone's actually set it beforehand. And then you get to look out on your adoring fans and get ready to play some Counter-Strike. It's a pretty incredible view from right here. I can see why it might be a little intimidating if you're up here for the first time, but man, does it look sick. So I'm going to get out of here because eventually someone who's actually supposed to be here is going to have to use this setup. Let's go see what else we can find. We're here in the back lines, seeing what's going on here behind the stage, sneaking around. And we've got one, Shocks, hanging out. Where are we? What is this section?
So actually, we are right behind the stage, and this is where the sideline reporters hang. So Banks and I and the producers for all the interviews you see that, like, we do a check-in at ESL Impact, we do a check-in, maybe an exit interview, you know, we do a check-in in the hallway when the players are waiting. So we need to be ready and waiting very close to the stage, and that's what we do.
The sidelines, the pit crew, kind of. Right?
Yeah, the pit crew, closest to the action, never far away, only a microphone away from a wonderful quote with your favorite people.
Speaking of your favorite people, who's your favorite person to sideline interview?
To sideline interview?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I don't know yet. Maybe Kadian. Maybe Kadian, actually. Because no matter what mood he's in, you'll always get like a good interview and maybe some flame, maybe some.
Little bit of heat. Little bit of heat from Kadian. Who's the toughest player?
To interview?
Yeah.
Oh man, these are some hard questions.
It's what the viewers want to know.
Maybe Jane, because like we know he can speak English, you know, okay, but he wants to keep it for his YouTube channel or for like his private channel. So we're always trying to get more, but it also gives the best quotes. So I can't be mad at that.
Who's your favorite player to interview?
Probably Blade.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not bad. He gives good answers. You always know that he's not going to hold back. It's not going to be any bullshit, you know. People are like, we just play our game. Blade will give you an insight, give you some details, something you can work with.
And who's the least favorite player to have to interview?
Least favorite player to interview. There are a few. I'm not going to throw too many under the bus because, like, let's try to think. Probably someone like James, because it's funny, but you ain't giving me nothing, man. Come on, James. I see you on the videos. You got so much to say. A little bit more English, mate. You can do it. You can do it.
Heroic's coming on in. Let's see if we can catch them before they slip into their green room. See if they want to talk to us. Probably not. But, hey, we're here in the lobby. Oh, they got the tight door. They're straight out of it. Oh, look at this. Exists lagging behind. Tessa's lagging behind as well. Quick words. What do we got? What's happening today?
There's a game.
There is a game. That is a succinct summation of what's going to happen today. All right, you guys are playing Na'Vi, right? How you feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, we have struggled against Na'Vi a lot past 12 months or something. We have beaten once only, but we become better and better at the stage. So we're confident.
Oh, I'm realizing we're in the way. Sorry about that. We're just bouncing. It's pinball out here. It's pinball. All right, what's the secret? Secret weapon. One last secret.
I can't give you the secret. You have to watch the game.
Can't give us the secret. We'll have to watch the game. You guys will have watched the game by the time you see this, so you'll know the secret. If there's a secret, maybe I ask him after the game if there was ever a secret, or if that's the secret. Wandering around in the back hallway. Yeah? What's your comment?
What's my comment on
Day
what?
2 playoffs.
Oh my god, it's going too fast. I want more Counter-Strike. Please.
She wants more Counter-Strike. Don't we all?
Yes,
This will be day 3 by the time they see it.
Oh god, it's
What's-
day 3 of Counter-Strike. It's the last day of Counter-Strike. Nobody wants that. No.
Nobody wants that. We'll let them go. They got things to do. We'll move on here. We'll move on here in the hallway, getting in the way of everybody. That's what we do here. Makeup room. That's where they make me look pretty and others look pretty. It's a tough task. It's a tough task. I mean, look at this face. This is no makeup. It takes a lot of work to get me camera ready. Anything going on in here? There's a lot of camera equipment. This is where your camera came from. So we're seeing where it was born. This camera that we're filming on right now was born in that room. Yeah, what is this? It's GG Predict CSGO coach. Accept the challenge and win skins. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what they're doing. Can we sneak our way through? Go talk to them? I'm gonna sneak through here, guys. Sneaking through, sneaking through, sneaking through, sneaking through. Man with a camera. Sneaking through. Whoop, excuse me, fellas. Excuse me. All right, here we go. We're in here. What's going on in this box?
So, we are having a CSGO tournament, and we invite everyone to join us. We basically want everyone to test their skill in CSGO map. Players here compete on a map that consists of 3 stages. They have to show their skills in terms of movement, aiming, flicking, etc. And the fastest time wins a skin. So that's it basically.
This is the Monster Bar. Need a little bit of juice, need a little bit of energy. You go to the Monster Energy Bar. All right, let's ask. What's the most popular flavor?
I think maybe mango or normal classic one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Classic or mango?
Yeah.
That's the stuff. Classic or mango, you heard it here first. That's what the people love. It's what the people crave. That's audience test. What's the word I'm looking for? That's market research right there. Market research. There we go. We got the DHL booth going on here. This is where the signs are coming through. What do we got? Bit greater than Scream. Headshot machine, yeah?
Yeah, man. Bit's much times greater, man.
What? So when do you think Bit's going to get a custom mouse?
I don't know, man. I think he already has one. He didn't told us.
Oh, yeah. He's got the custom mouse. Did they talk about his headshots?
His headshots are great, man. Better than Screams.
We got 2 Bit fans here. All right.
He's the best, yeah.
He's the best. All right, so what's the best sign you've seen so far?
OC, please marry me.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. All right, we'll move on. Thanks for chatting with us. A little super hot VR. The best thing ever. People in VR without seeing what they're actually doing. It's a hype game. The best is if you watch people do Beat Saber live without actually seeing what they're doing. They look incredible. What's going on? You're a man with a microphone. I'm a man with a microphone.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Danish TV. Who are you?
I'm the lobby.
Hey, you're the lobby. Hey, but we are here to broadcast. We're broadcasting everything back to Denmark on a youth channel. I have my photographer. Hello. And yeah, hey, we are the channel to watch in Denmark with eSport.
There you go, the channel to watch in Denmark. How are you liking the tournament so far?
Oh, it's a wonderful tournament. I love it because, hey, Sputnik Arena, it can do something for you. It goes to your heart. I love the Danes, so I could go with Heroic and I could like to see G2 with Huxley going to the final. That could be a good final.
Yeah, you got the bracket. You got both sides of it. Playing your bets. You have a favorite player you've interviewed so far?
That's a tough one. So good. I talked to Dupree last night. He was amazing. He almost took it all the loss in that game yesterday against Liquid. He took it like it was his fault. Hey, he's a good guy.
Oh, I know who we can find. Look at that. Look at that. In the wild. A commentator in the wild. So this game, right? Heroic, Na'Vi, that's happening. Who's winning?
Heroic.
Heroic. All right, they're in agreement.
Wait. I want to get in because this will age badly, but Na'Vi could also win.
He's weathering it.
I think Na'Vi could also win.
I'm on the screen doing what you're doing right now. This is some form of inception.
Let's move on here. That's our lovely duo. Going to be taking you through all the action. Let's see who else we can harangue in the audience. I see a Liquid jersey. I'm excited for that. Hold on. Here we go. We got a Liquid jersey here. We got a fan. They got the playing cards. You guys pull anything good?
Not so far, no. Sorry.
No. I pulled Rob's signature.
Yeah.
There you go. Rob's signature. It's pretty good. He's not in the SPO deck, though. But you know who is in the SPO deck? Team Liquid. Still in the SPO deck.
Yeah, of course.
They winning today?
Hopefully, yeah. True.
Optimism. How many heart attacks did you have in yesterday's series?
Too many. I almost died, so yeah.
We got an Astralis jersey here. They didn't even make it to the event, man.
Maybe next year, hopefully. I just gotta pray now.
All right, Liquid 2-0 or Liquid 2-1?
2-1, typical Liquid.
2-1, can't win it easy, can never win it easy. All right, we'll leave you guys alone. Good luck with the cards. Good luck with the polls.
So I would like to ask you some questions. Can you tell me about growing up in the U.S. and what your childhood was like?
So I'm from Alabama, small town. Probably wouldn't know it unless I threw a dart at a map, and even then. I grew up about 20 minutes from the Gulf of Mexico, so we'd never skip class in school, but if we did, that's where we were probably going to go play beach volleyball and things like that. There's hunting. You know, I got into that younger as a kid too. Really, growing up in America is a weird thing then, and it's even weirder now. So good luck to the rest of you kids out there just trying to find your way. All right, so one of the cool things that I don't think it gets overlooked, but there are plenty of plates now that have been signed by teams and players that are advancing through tournaments right now. Cadian's up there signing the lens from winning their match. That's kind of like an honor that you get to have. But moreover, those lens plates, really freaking cool. Wish I could get my hands on some. Are you doing anything important today?
Yeah, trying to win. So I guess that's important, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yesterday, you guys have what is arguably one of the most excruciatingly long overpass games in the history of the planet. Did that slow you up at all?
Nah, I mean, at times Liquid, we choke, but hey, Vitality chokes harder.
Oh, that's a rough one, isn't it? Hey, man, I appreciate you, dude. Good luck out there. No pressure. Just an A on your back, bro. It's fine.
Thank you. See you.
So this is one of those things where the press are like, okay, we need this player, we want this player, but he has other media obligations. So when you're that conflicted, what do you do, Michael Parsons?
I want to cry. Is that acceptable? Just tears.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody here would be judging anybody for crying. It's a little cold outside. That makes me a little teary-eyed too. Hey, Parsons, we've known each other for a while, but only recently did your face start appearing everywhere I turn. On brochures in the concourse. That was the one I noticed recently today. How has this changed your personal life? Are people hitting you up back home and they're talking about, oh shit, look at Michael Parsons out here getting it done?
Yeah, I'd say that a lot of people. My phone hasn't stopped since my face has become the poster boy of ESL shop, and yeah.
That's Michael Parsons. He's a good dude too. And really, he started with League Ops, worked his way up to where he is now. Which, there's a bunch of titles and things around here. I don't really know. But hey, man, what's good? You busy right now?
Kinda, yeah.
What do you guys got going on today? You playing a game or something?
I think I'm going to play the game. Not sure.
Well, it's a little crowded in here, so perhaps we get out of the way. Good luck, G2. Justin, bring the money home to us. All right, buddy? Thank you. For my coffee. So here's the backstory on that. I bought Justin Savage a coffee in the lobby the other day. It costs all maybe $1.50. Who knows? But since I've done that, he's agreed to giving me half his prize earnings here in Katowice. I wasn't expecting it, honestly. After he won it last year, he's just stacking money at this point. So, yeah, Justin Savage having a hell of a tournament here. He's also a cool cat, too. Hell, we're surrounded by cool cats. Cadian just walked by. That means the heroic players are on their way. So the way that this usually works is you win the match, you're going to be thrust straight into doing some media obligations so that the show tomorrow can function and flow like it should for a grand final. And that all makes sense because not only do they have to record this stuff and get it in production and post-production and all that good stuff, it's also important for us because then we need to know what storylines we're telling on the desk, how we get to push on the narratives that perhaps that they give us in those interviews. So, yeah, it's no secret, it's no surprise that they're being rushed straight to the interview room. Sprightly young gentlemen. Welcome to the lobby, guys. Is it loud? Is the crowd proud?
They're proud, they're loud, the crowd now. Tuck your shirt in, motherfucker.
God damn it. Thanks, guys. Bye. Hey, man, what's up? How you doing today?
I'm good. And you?
I'm about to do a lot better. We're about to go watch Liquid play. I want to talk to you about your choice in nachos. Now, are these the best nachos you've ever had, or, have you had better in your life?
I had better in Cologne last year. I was there. I think that was a bit better than here. But nachos always nice.
Yeah. But either way, Big showed up the same way, right?
Yes.
Low-hanging fruit, sorry. Who do you have playing in the finals?
I think G2 versus Heroic.
A reasonable man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
What's going on? Where are you going?
I'm going to get some beer.
You're going to do what?
Get some beer.
Well, you got enough for all of us, or?
You want some? I can.
I'm working, but rain check, another time. Where are you from?
I was born in New York. I've been living my whole life in Poland.
Dang. Oh, okay. And how many times have you come to Katowice?
This is my second time.
What do you think?
It's great. I love the atmosphere here.
Well, enjoy it, my friend. Cheers.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. This is great. You got good light for this?
Don't be doing this.
This is the lobby, man. You've signed up for this. You had no idea. Hey, dude, what's your name? Introduce yourself.
Hello, guys. This is Owen Butterfield. In-game name, Smuya.
Anything you want to shout out, like a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or all that, or what?
Just my Twitch channel, I guess. Twitch.tv/SmuyaCS, Twitch.tv/OnlyPixel, Twitch.tv/FuriousCS, FPL Gaming for bringing me here, and Mr. Stunner Trace, the man himself, being a legend. And the man behind the camera. He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you, Owen. Hey, OJ. What's up, homie? You know what I like? This is the lobby, okay? It's a very chill, it's a very relaxed thing. But OJ, tell me, do you still get a rush when you go up there?
Yeah, every single time. So I stand up on stage, think I'm feeling nice and relaxed, and I stand up there, and then suddenly, have you seen they've now got dry ice? So these two big pipes start pumping dry ice. Then I can't see the stairs and think, am I going to fall down them? And then the flames go off and everyone starts cheering. And I get a rush, but I would say of all the things I've done in my very much ragtag roller coaster career, I just love it, man. Like going on stage here is just wonderful. I love it.
So you would prefer this over, say, the tap dance and drama school that you went to as a child?
3 years modern, 2 years tap. Yeah, I prefer this, man. But I think my dance training comes in.
I think so too. Maybe you can cut a little rug for us up there when we go back. Look at him go. Look at him go. Don't fall or anything, OJ. Yeah. Thanks, man. We'll see you around. Good job.
Pekka, mate, happy with that one?
Sure.
Sure.
That's it? That's not it. Like, there's one more step to be done tomorrow, but so far it's looking good. We're confident, and I'm happy with the boys so far.
Sweet, thank you. I'm going to hit the rest of them when they come down the stairs here, mate. Edward doesn't want to come have a chat. He's coming. No, it's all right. I'm trying to hide in plain sight here, mate. Happy with how that one went down?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it?
Yeah, we look great. Playing confident together, never a doubt.
Business not done yet?
No. Just a Saturday today, Sunday tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, we'll keep the mindset. Thank you. All right, they're packing up their gear. Look, Nico, I've asked you enough questions. You do enough interviews, mate. Is there anything that you want to say?
That I want to say?
Yeah.
We are winning tomorrow, man. That's it.
That's it? Beautiful. All right, I'll let you pack up. We got the rest of the team here we got shirts off. Let's wait till the shirts come back on here. Hunter more than happy to get his rig out. I'm coming back around. Now, most days I catch you and you're tired, you haven't slept, you're not happy.
I'm tired.
You're tired?
No, I'm good.
Well, I just said this to Nico. You've had me ask you more than enough questions. The boys have been in your face. You're doing interviews all the time. Is there anything you want to say, anything you want to express right now? We're doing a bit of a lobby special for tomorrow.
Not really.
No?
What do you want me to say?
No, I don't know, man.
It feels good to be in the finals again after 1 whole year. And yeah, it's great. I wouldn't expect it 1.5 years ago when I was benched. So, yeah, great feeling.
Yeah, perfect. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's good.
Hunter, I just saw you getting your rig out, mate. How many days a week are you hitting the gym?
Not much, honestly. Maybe two to 3 times.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, what, I just got to eat a bit healthier?
Yes, a bit healthier. I'm taking care of it, especially in events. And yeah, day before the game, usually I'm going to the gym.
Is there anything you want to say? Is there anything on your chest right now that you want the people at home to hear?
I mean, thanks for the big support that we always have here. It's not only today. Like, it was amazing to play, and I always enjoy to play here. Obviously, it's not easy for us to, like, even if we have a lot of confidence, it's not easy to play for us because people are expecting from us a lot now. So yeah, it's always good to have a support, and if something goes wrong, what can happen, of course, tomorrow, that they will be with us here and still support us and give us, something else to fight.
Cameras on Nico right now. They're getting their final shots into this, I guess. Soundman's here. He's having a good time. He's staying out of sight. We're not staying out of sight. I don't know how far we want to chase the boys here. I think we heard from almost everywhere. We didn't get Hooksy. We didn't get Monacy. And I guess we're done.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strolix winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome along to Intel Extreme Masters 2023. If you can feel that little bit of excitement in the air, what is that? That is Championship Sunday. People behind me filing into the Spodek ahead of what we are thinking, or at least I am, what I think of Counter-Strike's Super Bowl, because the oldest trophy in all of esports is on offer today in 2 teams, which, well, if we were going to write who we wanted in the grand final, it would have been them. One team that will try anything against a team that realistically should win. 11 series on the bat, 19 maps without dropping one, and a player in Nico who has been to that grand final stage 3 times but never won. Lots of numbers there, but it comes down to facts. Who will take home the trophy? Let's hand over to Shocks and Banks in the bowels of the Spodek.
Well, James Banks and I are very close to where it will all be happening today. You can almost feel it oozing, right? The drama that's going to happen on that stage in the grand final between Heroic and G2. And the way it works is we each cover a team for the day. And I'm going to be following Heroic.
And I have got G2, who have been on a monstrous tear. The win streak is continuing, but it is so hard to do when you hit this stage, when it hits this level.
Absolutely, when everything is on the line, right? And for Heroic, maybe they haven't gotten as much hype as G2 just because the stats on the side of G2 and their win streak have been incredible, but Heroic has been decimating the competition as well. And let's not forget, almost day on day, 3 months ago, they stepped on stage in Rio and lost that major final. So much to make up for today.
And when it comes to G2, they got their first big event. They got the world final. But for a player like Nico, he's been here, and this must be sat in his head. 3 second places, 2 with FaZe, 1 with G2 last year. Now he wants to hope. There's not going to be 3 times the charm. He's got to hope it's 4th.
Yeah, and for Cadian, what a project, what a road he's traveled with this team. They made the change to Jabby in the lineup, and oh my God, has he delivered. And they're going to have to today to break that G2 win streak, and then the question will be, maybe G2 drops a map, what then?
Well, if they do drop a map, and it could be like it's a best of 5, right? Then that's something they need to come over in their own mentality. This is what they need to be ready for, because the focus is on the prize.
Yes, it's going to be dramatic today. We just know it. And I think it's going to be one of the highest quality CSGO finals we've had in a very long time. Hopefully, Banks, Heroic or G2, I hope they give us a show.
Oh, it's going to be a show. It's going to be one hell of a show, and it is going to be one of the most prestigious tournament trophies in all of esports.
Katowice, that's what it's all for.
Myself and Chad have been given the opportunity to cast this grand final, and it does feel like the teams a lot of people want to see in a best of 5 right now in terms of this vying for the #1 spot. It is unknown, or at least that's my assumption, Chad. There is no will. This is going to help us in crowning one for the start of the year.
Yeah, this will determine the #1 team of the year here. Well, to start things off, the team to fear for the start of 2023. This will be a brawl today. Whether it's 3 maps, whether it's 5 maps, the type of Counter-Strike these 2 teams play, we should be having an action-packed day.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and of course that best of 5. You were telling me the maps are going to align quite nicely. Does that mean we're going to potentially see a bit more than just 3?
I think we should at least get 4 maps, right? Look, you're going to get the overpass ban at a G2. Heroic get to be flexible here in their ban. But look, I'm not the one to break that down anymore, Alex.
In fact, you know what? It's the Analyst desk. We're going to go ahead and get that pre-show started. We'll see you in a little bit.
That is damn right, Machine. It is Championship Sunday. Not only is the Super Bowl tonight, but we're about to crown a new champion here in Katowice. Unless you're JKS, you get that opportunity to run it back 2 times in a row. But hey, we'll dive into all of that. It's G2 v Heroic, and I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. I've got quite the pre-show with you this morning or this afternoon, however you want to put it. Doesn't quite matter, because it's definitely championship time somewhere. YNK to my left. To his left, a little bit of Maniac. And down on the far end, they call him Johnny Jabs. They call him Elige. Hell, he's probably been called a lot worse than that. What's up, Elige?
What's up? I'm doing good.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask, how did you get roped into this? Tell us about your new career on the desk.
How'd you end up here?
I just got into the media day. Amy came over, asked if I wanted to go on the pre-match, and I was like, sure, why not?
And the rest is history, yeah.
Yeah.
He saw how much fun Twist was having, so he's like, I have to get in on this. This is where it's at.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. We do like to have fun up here, so we'll keep it on that tone. This is the pre-show. If you're just tuning in, we are going to be crowning a champion here in Katowice. We're live and direct to you guys. It's been a hellacious tournament for several teams. And when we start to look at this one all around, Yanko, what's sticking out in your mind?
Well, if you want to bring it all the way back, Trace, when we were in the play-in, right, we already had some upsets there. We end up with G2 versus Heroic, #1 and #2 ranked teams in the world. But, we were missing some teams. Furia getting knocked out right in the play-ins. They made top 4 at the major in Rio. IHC, the positive surprise of the tournament.
Yeah, massive surprise, of course, IHC. Furia, I think it was maybe even under-talked. The fact that they didn't even make it past the play-in, that was obviously a huge disappointment. If we continue down the sad road, there's Cloud9 as well. I mean, I don't know for you, but that was obviously a big disappointment on the side of the community as well for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a C9 fan. I like them a lot.
After all of that still?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're really good, so I was disappointed that they didn't go further in this tournament. I would have put them as one of the favorites to at least be making the semifinals, quarters. So for them not even to get anywhere close to that was definitely a big disappointment.
Love that. That graphic's amazing.
Yeah, IHC was really one of those teams that came out here swinging too. Lige, what's your take on IHC?
I think that they were really impressive. I think that they had a lot more than a lot of the other teams from the Asian region would come over from. I think that they just didn't have too much of an expanded strat book. But if they could just expand that a little bit more, they have really talented players. Annihilation was insane with the Deagle. He was playing really well the entire tournament. They have really good aimers. They have a good structure. If they just expanded a little bit more, they could really be a top contender in the future.
Which is scary enough. I mean, it's not like we don't have enough top teams around here already. My goodness. Speaking of which, we're not the only tournament going on here. In case you didn't know, the Impact League is going on just down the hall. What's going on over there?
I'm here reporting live from the third day of ESL Impact right on the floor. And I've got Joel with me, who's a manager for Enigma Galaxy, who are currently playing in the semifinal versus Furia. How's it going?
Really well. We won the first map. It's our first time playing Nuke, so it was a bit nerving, but we ended up closing it out anyway.
Well, you two teams have been at the forefront, right, of the competition for so long. It's a bit odd that this isn't the final.
Yeah, it feels like a final. It's like El Clasico, they say, for the female scene. But yeah, we're looking forward to playing Navi in the finals after winning 2-0 versus Furia now.
It's great that Navi Javelins has made it with the all-Polish squad. What do you think of the event overall and ESL Impact and what they've put on?
We're so grateful to have these events, and this one so far has been with the largest crowd over here. So it's super nice, yeah. Really great.
Thank you and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, I feel it's only right to keep asking Elige questions, right? I talk to you guys all the time.
Just ask him everything.
Okay, I'll start first. Elige, Impact League, what's your take?
I think that it's been a really cool thing that ESL added to the scene. I think that just anything that can get more people, more women interested in playing CS more is going to be beneficial, because just strictly by numbers, the more people that you have, the more that are going to be talented, and the more that can compete in the future, and that gets more people involved, and it's a really positive cycle for everyone, and that's what we want to see.
We couldn't have said that any better, I think, if we tried, guys.
Just cut it right here.
That was great. You know what? In fact, just pack the whole show up, Yanko.
I remember even when we go back to some of those PGL tournaments and Cadian losing in a 1v1 to Giuliano, and now he's in an IEM grand final, so they can definitely compete with the guys.
Yeah, it's all there. Speaking of a grand final, that is just what's on the other side of the gate here from us, but in doing so, we got to look at the playoffs as a whole. Elige, you were there firsthand. We watched it also firsthand. So the playoffs and how it's panned out so far, is this kind of what you expected, minus, well, what happened with Liquid?
I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot of upsets of teams that I just wouldn't have even expected. Even just starting off with just strictly from the playoffs. I think that against us or against Vitality for us, we had an insane comeback that most people wouldn't have
incredible.
That we would have.
I still haven't recovered from that.
Don't undersell yourself. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty sick. That was pretty fun. But yeah, I feel like overall this tournament has had so many upsets. Coming into this, I would have thought way more teams would have had different results.
I mean, you just mentioned it, of course, the comeback against Vitality was insane. Did you feel a huge gap of level between the quarterfinal and the semis? Because from the outside, it feels like G2 and Heroic are a cut above, but that's the outside perspective. For you that were in the server, was that something that you felt as well?
Well, G2 was definitely playing super well. For us, I think that we had a lot of opportunities to win in those. Like, we lost a lot of man advantage situations, really heavy advantage situations like the 2v5, 2v4s. And I think that was just coming down to us, like, getting a little bit, like, simmered down from, like, our run. You know, we didn't come into the tournament super hot coming in from Blast. Didn't have, like, a lot of tournament practice time. And we didn't have a lot of turnaround time in between Blast and Katowice. So that was just like a lot of like factors, and as we like kept going through the tournament, we kept like playing a lot better, and yeah.
Yeah, John, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, with Liquid, you guys made the top 4. That was great. A lot of the games were close, so obviously there's still room for you guys to improve. How would you say, where are you at now on a scale, from 0 to 100%? Where do you feel the team is at now? How much more room is there to improve?
There's definitely a lot more room, and I think this tournament showed that. With our individual level getting a lot better this tournament, I think that OC played a really good game. I think that I played like a lot better this tournament, and I think Nitro as well. Like there's just a lot of like really good individual moments from the team like overall during the tournament, and I think like our main weakness has been like our map pool. Our map pool has been really tough this tournament. Like we just spread ourselves really thin at the beginning of the year with not a lot of practice time, and that really came to bite us. And when we're so reliant on winning our map pick that, if any team plays Nuke and Vertigo at the same time, like we're pretty much down like 0-1.
Sweet.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a really tough series for us, and that's going to be like the main thing that we're going to be working on for the next tournaments. And we were able to do pretty much being like down 0-1 from like a lot of these series.
Yeah, man, I think we will actually just sit there and talk about Vitality in your game for a long time to come. But actually, I'm thinking more like G2. They're looking red hot when they came in here, and perhaps might be even blowing some socks off. Who knows? G2 arriving at the venue.
How you doing, my friend?
Good. Just cracked up lip, but other than that, all is good.
Crack the whip. What's that?
Cracked the lip. Oh, but other than that, all is good. Feeling good.
Feeling very good, man. I'm ready for this. But what about you guys? What did you do to prepare for today? What did you change? Anything different? We just feel confident and all going.
All the same, like we did in Abu Dhabi, just another day at the office. We treat every day the same. We don't care if it's a grand final or group stage match. All the same.
I like the mentality. Wanna see? How you warming up? How you getting ready? What music are you listening to?
What music I'm listening to? Some Russian music, I don't know. Just getting prepared for the match.
Getting yourself hyped. How was that preparation? What did it look like for Heroic? Any surprises expected?
Oh, nothing really.
No? You feel like you got this one? You feel like you know what is going to be happening?
I know what will happen. It's going to be a tough match, and I'm preparing for the tough match, so I'll feel myself better,
And how important is the streak for you guys as a team right now?
How's important?
Yeah.
Honestly, we don't care too much. We just play the game, how we usually do, right?
Yeah, I like it.
That's our preparation.
I like it. Full confidence, mate. And in terms of Heroic, like we're looking at them and thinking they are teams that know how to do this, know how to be there. But what would you say is your biggest advantage as a team right now over them?
I think our individual skill and our confidence.
Individual skill and confidence. You always do look confident. Thank you very much.
And we have Hooksy.
Mr. Hunter, one quick question to me, my friend. Now, your daughter's birthday was during Katowice. How much extra motivation does this give? Obviously, it's a lot of sacrifice, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know the best. There's a lot of sacrifices you just accept before making a kid, obviously. So, yeah, you know what is your life. Of course, there is extra motivation. Even without birthday, you are fighting for your kid, like always you are doing everything for them. So, yeah, amazing.
And you got Kid Manassi with you as well?
Yes, of course. I need to take care of him as well now.
I'll let you go do it, mate. Good luck. Thank you.
G2 fanboys all happy right now, Yanko.
Yeah, and I like, what Hunter said, James asking him, it was his daughter's birthday during the tournament. It's her first birthday. One day she's going to turn 18, she's going to have to go to college. We better get that bag. Better focus on winning the tournament right now.
You got a point.
There's a lot of expenses down the road, Trace.
Yeah, you know what's been expensive? Basically anyone that stood in G2's way, Elige. This is, I know at the very top there's a Liquid logo. Like, we can probably look past that. We kind of talked about it a little bit. Just looking through the names they beat here, what do you think?
They've had an insane run. I mean, I think they're at like a 19-map win streak or something like that. Like incredible form that they've been showing, and it's been like pretty awesome to see like how they haven't really changed like anyone on the roster. And Hooksy came in like super criticized. They were getting owned, and then they just found themselves like a really good structure. Got everyone like really confident on an individual level, and now they're owning in this tournament.
I just wanted to ask you. Obviously, G2 is on a run. We know they're on a tear right now. You and yourself with the Liquid back in the days of the Intel Grand Slam, you had a period of time as well where you were untouchable. We try and explain to people what it is for a team to be in that mode, but you've lived it. Can you explain to us, like, what is it when you're in that flow state when nothing can happen to you?
I think that it just feels like anything that you do is going to work. And you can just see that throughout the tournament, like how many incredible rounds, like miracle rounds that they've had. Even like in our series, there's so many miracles that are just going to be happening. And it's kind of something that you kind of just expect from your teammates as well. Like when they're in an impossible situation, you know that they can win it. And it feels really good. Like when we were in that, it felt awesome just knowing that like, oh, we're going to win this. Like who's going to like lift the trophy next? I'm sure that's their mentality right now too.
Who want the smoke is essentially what Elige was saying then.
Yeah.
And maybe even now, who really knows? But for Heroic, they've been saying that for a little while too. We see them come into this grand final. Elige, I have to ask you about Heroic's form. It didn't necessarily go the way they wanted to in Rio, but coming here, seems like it's going according to plan.
Yeah, they started off the year super hot. Like Jabby's been having an incredible tournament so far. I think that they were talking about like some role changes that they had on one or two of the maps, and obviously it's been panning out incredible. Like Jabby's been playing like on top, and they've been dominating so far in this tournament.
And they've also they've started off with beating 2 blue logos, then they beat 2 yellow logos,
yes.
And now it's like a black and white logo, so I think this is where they're gonna hit, they're gonna hit a wall here. They're not prepared for that color combination.
Hey, I'm hitting with the hard analysis.
Yeah, what a reality.
I should have studied that. Really.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Absolutely.
And Maniac, you have a degree in these things, so perhaps there is
color analysis. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I'm an artist, matter of fact. I do paint in my own time.
Oui.
Oh,
no existence. Okay, look, for the side of Cadian, he's been at this event in many different roles. Ironically, on the desk, and now in the grand final. What a transition that is, Elige. Is that why you're here now with us?
I'm trying to get that same exact thing. I saw that picture as well in the morning, and I was like, okay, if he went on the desk and then he's in the grand finals, maybe in 8 years I'll be there too.
8 whole years.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
So hopefully I don't have to wait that long, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Maybe we can auction that to players. Like, listen, you get to come with us for a couple of times, and then make some money.
Draw them in.
Absolutely.
There's the caster's curse. That's like the analyst. Good luck, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to work on that. It's a little crowbar. Nonetheless, the fans are starting to take their seats here in the arena, which is pretty cool. We usually have a pretty full arena in the Spodek for Championship Sunday, which is exactly what we're going to check in with now.
The arena's just open. Everyone's taking their seats. I'm going to find out who they think's going to win. So, G2 or Heroic, my friend?
I think it's going to be G2. JKS back-to-back. Monacy Redemption arc has to be G2.
I like it.
I actually think Heroic is going to win.
Okay, we got one Heroic in there. You got a G2 shirt on?
Yes, G2 of course.
G2?
G2. G2 forever.
Look at this, it's all G2 camp. Any Heroic, any Heroic?
No, of course, only G2. Only Army, G2 Army.
Of course, G2, yeah.
G2 Army, yeah.
The G2 Army is fully out already. Maybe some more Heroic fans will come in. We're going to a break, but let's see how it goes down afterwards.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Hours ago, a plane carrying a Type 1 classified object was brought down over the Sahara Desert.
Another trophy, ma'am?
Indeed. Alpha, Baker, Charlie Squad are all on annual leave, so we're calling you up.
We're ready.
You'll have to be. God knows what could happen if someone assembled all those trophies in one place.
Any news on who did this?
The rockets they used were homemade. That makes tracing them a whole lot harder. We did, however, track the trophy's location. Be an angel and go get it back.
All right, boys, listen up. Here's the situation. Plane of ours got grounded. Trophy's gone missing. Our job is to get it back.
Seriously? We're reusing lines in the pilot episode?
Don't worry about it, boys. Don't worry about it.
Listen, we've got a lot of ground to cover in a highly unpredictable, hostile environment. Best thing to do is to split up. Rush, you better get over here.
Clues?
Could be. They seem to have left us tiny little pictures carved into the walls.
This one has some sort of dog? No. Cat? Fox? There's a head?
You're not gonna believe this, but this is some sort of man-bird.
I'm gonna radio the others. Tell them to keep their eyes peeled for any man-bird dogs.
3, 2, 1, swing. Easy, that's what I'm talking about, Harry.
Wait, did I pull the pin on that one?
Heads up, Harry. This area could be infested with booby traps.
Booby traps? No, I think we'll be all right.
Harry, what the fuck have I told you? Watch where you're stepping. Every single time you're...
Petty thieves stealing from the nest of the All-Father. You have invoked my wrath.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
You can try outrun your sin, but can you outrun the Rock?
I've got a KIA over here. Is that...
That's fucking Dwayne Johnson. Hello? All-Father, I think it was? Why did you kill Dwayne The Rock Johnson?
He's dead. You mean like dead?
Yeah, like dead.
What?
He's fucking dead, man. You didn't feed or water him. Looks like he's starved.
Oh, not like this. It can't be happening like this. He was one of my childhood heroes.
This is just sad, man.
I loved him in Jumanji.
Enough! Now you will feel my full power.
Achieved with Source 2.
Hey, buddy.
You may not have fallen to the Rock, but you can't outrun the clock.
Well, it smells like The Rock is cooking.
The water!
Come on, move it, Rush.
Chill out. Slippy.
What the fuck? What? You're gross.
It could have been beautiful. It could have all been ours. Yeah. Same for the judge, you dirtbag.
Now look, you did something very, very bad, okay? Not just taking the trophy, you kidnapped and killed The Rock. The Rock. And now we're gonna have to lock you up and throw...
This one's for Dom Toretto!
Okay, so firstly, The Rock didn't play Dom Toretto. Vin Diesel did. The Rock played that cop guy who was bad and ended up being good. And secondly, you gave him the parachute, right?
Yeah, so good news. I had the parachute right here, ready to go. Bad news, it's still right here, ready to go.
In the words of Henry Greer, holy moly, red beans and ravioli. We've got a grand final on our hands featuring G2 versus that of Heroic. We're in the Spodek and this place is starting to pack out. Gents, we are live. There we go. Hey, Spodek, what's cooking? Y'all all right? Hey, all right then. There we go. We have a little bit of a grand final on our hands, Yanko.
Yes, indeed, Trace. We have the number 1, number 2 ranked team in the world, and it's not just that. The eye test doesn't lie either. These are the 2 teams that have been a level above everyone else so far in this tournament.
They've played superb Counter-Strike, honestly, for G2. I think this was pretty much announced. You know, I think they made a clear statement towards the end of 23 and coming in 22 and 23 now. But for Heroic, they had to find their grooves a little bit. No, Copenhagen was touch and go. Even here, they started a little bit rumbly, but now it feels like they have found their form.
Seems like G2's hit this weird stride. What's the match streak up to now?
19 maps, and that's tied for second all-time, Trace, to Navi in 2021, right when they were on their run. It should be 19, and you can see NIP with that 87 run. I don't think that record's ever going to be broken.
That's pretty wild.
But that just tells you how incredible this year has been for G2, going back to last year as well. And about this matchup, I mean, it's the last 2 teams that lifted a trophy.
Yeah.
G2 at World Finals and Heroic at Fall Finals, and unfortunately for Heroic, they played World Finals with a stand-in, so we couldn't really see, you know, where they are at. Can they continue that streak? But we get it here in a best of 5.
And that record is going to come to an end.
Really?
This is not going to be a 3-0. It's going to be, there's going to be an end. You think it's a 3-0?
I think if G2 can win 3-0, but if Heroic wins, it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 maps.
I think that there's still so many questions to be had, or be asked rather. And in doing so, we've got Nico, who certainly had a few unfinished businesses.
So Nico can consider going backwards. They've held them off, but Dupree gets Kiyoshima down. Nico's got to go on his own. He's got Zipix. A chance to go 1 versus 3 to keep the game alive.
It was a good event for us, but we were not a team to win the final at that time.
Glaive and Dupree pushing up from Banana. All on the newest acquisition, and it's all done! Astralis win it!
We were not really prepared. It was my first appearance in the arena. Losing a final was also a good experience, a good learning lesson.
Hats off to FaZe, the new team in the mix. They'll be back.
The second one, that one hurts a bit more.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much!
Wow, no way.
And that smoke is tantalizing! Oh! Flush shot!
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Flasha had like his best event of the year, or of his life, I would say, so that one hurts the most because we threw away Boston, and then like a month after we threw away Katowice final. And then obviously the last year against FaZe Clan, it was our new team, beat Alexi and Monesi. It was our first big event as well, so the expectations were not like to win the whole thing immediately. We were just taking it game by game. Even the group stage we had like very tough games. I think after this Inferno game that we threw away 15-7 lead, I think that really messed us up in with their confidence, I would say, and it got their momentum going, and it was very hard to come back.
Talk about an Estonian! Oh! Talk about a superstar! Talk about the elite! Rops is on a romp!
The first final that I played was, it's fine that we lost, but I think the last 2, I think those finals were like, feel like we should have won, or that we had the upper hand at least most of the time. They hurt, but this event, this Katowice, I think my team was never better prepared to actually win a trophy. If we don't win it now, I don't know if I ever will.
No need for them to move.
They will chase now.
Oh my god! This is bullying! He spotted the back. Where's the help? Electronic gets the frag and Monesi. Oh, how is he alive? He just bounces. Oh! And that's a way to finish. Stunning from Monesi.
Nico pretty much does say it best right there when he says, you know, if there's a time to shine, it's right now. Look at the L's on the right side of the screen and look at how many Nikos has found himself in here.
And you know, even the one in 2017 Katowice, I think 2018 Katowice, I think that's the biggest one, Trace, because in hindsight, if they won that final, they would have been the first team to claim the Grand Slam. FaZe was at 3 for a while there, and that's where it all could have started for them. But yeah, a couple of tough losses.
Can you imagine how crazy this is that a player like Nico, referred to as one of the greatest of all time that we have in our game, still hasn't won a trophy in Katowice. 3 attempts, 3 finals, never gotten to lift a trophy. And even in this Grand Finals, Trace, it hasn't exactly been full sunshine for him. He struggled a little bit. He's always had, I think, a feeling that he needed to do too much. He didn't deliver his best performance. And now 6 years later, this could be the moment. 6 years later, after his first attempt, he could lift it.
Genko, there's no flush in the way.
There's no flush. I like how he said he had the series of his life, maybe. Even you can see it still stings for Nico, but you could also see on that graphic his consistency, right? He's in top 20 ever since he came onto the competitive scene. The lowest he was his first year in 2016. He was 11th, and then in the year I was his coach, so he had to deal with an extra handicap there, being the in-game leader. But you know, the year after that, as an in-game leader, he was ranked 4th in the world, right? Like the only highest player to have been an in-game leader on the top 20 list is Fallen when he was 2nd in 2016. So I think he's really grown and matured as a player, and if you go to that video and those finals, you can see the frustration is visible on him, right? And the pressure is there. I think now when you look G2 play and you watch Nico play, you don't see that anymore. Like there's a sense of calm, composure. They're very poised when they play with this lineup.
Which is exactly what you would expect after, you know, getting so close so many times, Maniac. Like surely there's something to take away from it, if not the big prize at the end of the day.
Well, obviously Nico had to learn the hard way that you cannot overplay, you cannot overcompensate when you're in a final, even if you are the most talented individual in your team. If you force yourself to make the difference, if you're impatient, if you're trying to go for the W a little too hard, you're going to struggle. But this is the difference, Trace. This is why we are painting a different picture today in Katowice, because he said in an interview that this is the most in-shape team he's ever had going into a grand final. And Nico nowadays doesn't have to actually push himself through. He doesn't have to overcompensate. He doesn't have to exaggerate on a server. He just has to be excellent. And he can, because he has the support cast. He has 3 players by his side with 1.2 plus rating here in Katowice.
Yeah, and you know, I think this is from the last 3 months, the numbers that you see in Katowice. JKS has been amazing, right? And you could hear it yesterday in the winner's interview on stage. Nico, who's been a part of so many incredible rosters, you know, FaZe in 2017, is saying, I think this is the most in form any team I ever been on has, you know, been, and playing on such a high level, you know, and I think this is the most confidence he has in his teammates, and that's going to be very, you know, reassuring for him to know that it's not all on him anymore.
Yeah, and for Nico and company, you know, things don't get easier. You know, you find yourself in a pretty familiar situation if you're Nico. For Heroic, they've been on a stage like this before, not even that long ago. The biggest of stages even down in Brazil. So we look at a Heroic that came through here. They knock out a Navi. You've got Tessa's showing up. Yabi's all over the place. But the numbers, these numbers don't lie, Maniac.
I mean, from coast to coast, Heroic still is the most distributed skill-wise team we have currently, right? When your lowest performing player is Stone here at the event with 1.12, the floor is extremely high. And this is where the power lies in. When you're Heroic, you have literally 5 players who can make the difference. You have 5 playmakers in different areas of the game. We talk about the Shush defensively. We talk about Yabi, of course, in run for MVP. Kaden is aggressive. The Swiss Army knife is like unlimited when you're Heroic, and that's what they bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, in my opinion, you look at the run that they've had, and I think they've had a little bit of an easier run to this grand final, right? You can see Navi, they're not up to the form that they were. Vitality, they played them in the upper bracket final, made, you know, a quick job out of them, and then OG and Complexity, like teams that have shown a little bit of promise in this tournament, but not too much. I mean, it's not too different for G2 with the way they have been playing, but I think the FaZe one is the one that stands out a little bit more, right? So I think for Heroic, this is going to be by far the toughest opponent that they faced in recent time.
And perhaps Stown is going to echo that. We're going to hear from him right now before we jump into the server. And by that, psych! It's Taco. No, it's not Taco Tuesday. It's actually Sunday. It's Championship Sunday, all things considered. So, perhaps we'll get another chance at that in just a second. But Stown, one of the pillars of this lineup, is that right, man?
Yes, one of the pillars, and probably, arguably, one of the players that has the most pressure moving into this grand final. Because for the longest time in Heroic, the conversation was who is going to go that extra 10%, who is going to be that extra superstar with a capital S. Stown didn't need to be that so far in Katowice, but these are the games where you need to see more from him. Specifically at the beginning of games, he's usually the kind of player that's going to launch Heroic on the right track. Keep an eye on him in the first 5 to 6 rounds because he can dictate the pace, which he hasn't exactly done. So Stown, there has to be a little bit more in the pocket.
Maybe he can hear you right now.
If you hear me, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he can, and perhaps he's going to take that to the bank. Stown, what's good?
Heroic just set up on stage, and I've got Son here with me for a couple more words. First up, do you have any like special rituals when you set up, or like anything that you have with you?
I wouldn't call it rituals, but I mean, I like to hear some music when I warm up and stuff like that to get in the zone. So yeah, I've done my usual things.
Okay, we're looking forward to it. Now, coming into this, G2 is being heralded as big favorites, but your Twitter account reminded me, the Heroic one, that you have not lost against a Tier 1 team either in this year. What do you think has been the key to taking down the top competition for Heroic?
I think just building from the end of the last season, get from the momentum we got there, just knowing that we are a top team in the world and just believing in ourselves, always improving our game, so yeah.
Okay, the belief, I love it. Back to the desk.
Playing your game. And for Heroic, that game is, significantly harder to a lot of teams. Why is that, Yanko?
I think it's because they're a very dynamic team. Right? They're always coming at you, especially they're one of those teams that we used to say when they came on, it's on their CT side, they're fine with a 1-for-1 trade, right? Like when there's a 1-for-1 trade, it's a 4v4 situation, we usually favor the T side because the CTs have to cover more with less. But for Heroic, as long as they're the ones who are the aggressors and they have all the information, they're completely fine with that. Like they'll keep making plays, they'll keep coming at you.
Yeah, and what is actually extremely impressive for Heroic as well, because we'd be remiss to remind ourselves, there was a time in Counter-Strike history when we were playing online, I'm sure you guys remember at home, we used to say the way they play Counter-Strike, bullshit. That is not going to work on LAN. Wow. That is what we said. We said you cannot play so gambly, you cannot play so aggressively, you cannot throw smokes or whatever the hell. And actually they've stuck through to that identity. Cadian stuck through to his philosophy of Counter-Strike, and they together improved, evolved to now being actual contenders for finals. It's a grand final in Rio, it's a trophy in Copenhagen, it's a grand final in Katowice. What do you have to say to that? You think that's not working?
I think he silenced them, right? He silenced the haters in that notion. You know what? I think that the silence doesn't stop when we start looking at the maps, too. They're best of 5. Things do change. They take a different looking shape. Perhaps the comparison.
Yeah, I think this is where you can maybe look at a little bit of spice, right? Like for Heroic, they vetoed Anubis, right? Vertigo sometimes, and you can see for G2 the advantage comes in Nuke and Inferno. Yes. Like they've had such amazing streaks on those 2 maps, and Heroic also like playing those maps, especially their Inferno. They're in tremendous form. If you look at last 3 months, it's not looking great, but in the last month, I think they're on a nice run as well. And for G2, Anubis, like people pick it against them to try to punish, but every time they find a way to win.
I mean, double opping, guys. Come on, what more do you want?
Trace, that's the conversation here. It's a best of 5. It's going to be about who can steal each other's map pick, right? We think that Nuke and Inferno would go to G2 because of how strong they've been. But if you're Heroic, why don't you remove Nuke? Why don't you challenge them on the newbies? Why don't you force them to go for Inferno first? You've max prepared against them. You're on a streak. You've won 4 maps in a row here in Katowice. You push them out of the Nuke pick. You go to Inferno. You have him ready. Smack. That's it, in the trap. Why don't they do that?
But that's where it gets interesting, because there's 2 ways you can do this. If you're Heroic, you're either feeling super confident and you think your G2's equal, and you say, okay, you're good at Nuke, but we're good as well, and we can beat you on it. Or you feel like you have a deeper map pool, and then you just veto it out and force G2, you don't let G2 get both Nuke and Inferno in this.
They went your way. They decided to remove Anubis. So Nuke will definitely be on the cards. We'll see the order of the picks.
Yeah, just straight up into it.
That's a G2 Nuke pick instead of Inferno. So it's G2 not going straight for the map that we've pinned them as unbeatable. Of course, 100% win rate currently on Nuke. It's so good for G2. That's so good for G2.
Just doesn't care. Like you know that we're going to pick these maps. We know you know, and we're still going to do it because that's just how much faith and how much confidence they have in their map pool.
So the challenge for Heroic is to literally win one of the first 3 maps and then hope that they don't have enough stamina, they haven't eaten enough bananas, not drink enough water, and you can push in the distance.
Do you still think G2 can 3-0?
I think it's still going to be more than 3 maps.
Nuke and Inferno?
I think they lose Mirage.
You think?
Yes.
Huh. All right, that's going to be interesting.
Well, there's really only one way to find out. But that time's not right now. It's time for our Colex players to watch.
You can't get any further away before you start coming back. The Colex players to watch is all about legacy. Cadian is up first. The veteran journeyman embraces the limelight and electric circus that comes with being a top CS player. Documentaries, Danish television, he's a showman and understands the importance of playing nice for the camera. No scripts, no cue cards. It isn't always Shakespeare, but it's genuine. It's a life. A man who has fought as an underdog to create his own path and define his journey from an analyst at Katowice to now sitting in the grand finals, one win away from the trophy. Our next veteran is much more reserved. When the world is watching, Nico has excelled. Unfortunately, he is only one man and he has been a stalwart for G2 during a tumultuous period. Now that roster is settling into their roles, it's time for Nico to shine. He has been here 3 times before. He knows what it's like to be on this stage in the grand final, but can he finally make his dream come true and lift the trophy? Which one of our veterans will guide their team to victory and cement a legacy, and which one will be heartbroken once more?
What a crazy idea to consider the journey of both of those players. Yanko, Maniac, myself, we've been front row to a lot of that. And things have changed for both of these guys, and obviously the better way.
Yeah, definitely. And listen, if you had to kind of set these two teams up, what I feel like Heroic has, they have slightly better team play. Like they have more set pieces, a little bit more set setups, and they're a little bit better prepared in that sense. But what goes G2's way is that they have players who are a little bit better at just reacting and playing on the fly. Like they don't have as many things set. Their players have a little bit more freedom because you have guys like Nico, Hunter, JKS, veteran players, or have very good game sense, and you don't want them to be too constrained. You want them to have that freedom to make plays, and that's why they're able to pull off 2v5s and some of these miracle rounds.
I mean, the individuals shine through for G2, and I think it's especially true on the CT side. They have the strongest defense here in Katowice, so that's not even close. But what, 65% of rounds won on the CT side is ridiculous. But that's because, again, you have 4 players out of 5, and hell, Uxie with the secondary op can surprise you. You have 4 players who can play make. Yanko is right. Heroic, it's the T side. They're the best offense here in Spota, in Katowice as well. High number, highest in the trades, highest in the 4v5s, highest in the round 1. And this is the work of Cadian. We just had him in our Colex players to watch. That's his work. He has created that game on the T side, and that works.
And that's because he was on the analyst desk all those years ago. That's what we learned this morning. That is what makes sense to me.
Yeah, with Chad, who was playing for a Walk seminar then and just hopped on, and Hiko and all those cool things. The same setup, it was the same background.
Yeah, it was pretty close. Guys, I mean, we often look at best of 5s. We talk about what maps we're not going to get, the orders there. So let me ask you, Yanko, why do you have G2 winning this?
I think they're just in that flow state, Trace. They seem very poised, confident, but not arrogant. Individuals are all doing their job. It's very difficult to go against a team that's on a 19-map win streak, that hasn't lost a map this year, hasn't lost a map going back to 3 best of 3s last year either, right? And Heroic, yes, they're playing extremely well, but I think now you will see that there's still 5%, 10% extra that G2 has gotten to that Heroic just hasn't yet.
G2 seems untouchable. They have looked untouchable. They have felt untouchable here, but the truth of the matter is we don't know how they will react if and when they lose a map. And that to me has to be the topic of conversation. It has to be your way in if you're Heroic. Pick a map, take a map of them. Their main streak, their win streak on Nuke, just spit on it. Take the map away from them and see how they react. Because if this is the moment where your 19th map streak is supposed to come to an end, suddenly you're behind in a best of 5. Show us what you're made of.
Yeah.
And that's what Heroic needs to do. They can't allow G2 to just stroll happily to map 20 and 21 of that streak, because when you appear on Inferno, they'll step on you. Literally. You can't have that happen.
Yeah, stepping, man. You got to watch where you're stepping around here, as we do. Guys, we're about ready to go to a break. I think we've said all that we can. Katowice, are you ready for a grand final? Hello? Yes, sir. All right, we're going to a break. We come right back. The best of 5 begins. OJ, all the fixins. We'll be right back after this.
Odyssey on catwalk finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 from Odyssey now. It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's aim gone. But this man, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT, and he takes Simple out of the round.
They are making their way to the stage, G2 and Heroic. And they're already laughing, which is good, even though it's a stressful affair and a super, super important moment for the both of them.
And this is it, right? You think about tension, you think about what it means to go on this stage. We see Hooksy laughing, we see G2, they're having some fun with it all. Montage's just saying hello to us. There's very different environments going on there, because look at Heroic, they're super focused.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you be? What an occasion. And to play in the Spodek is an honor for everyone. To play at an occasion like this for a grand final, a best of 5, the number 1 and 2 teams in the world, there could not be, I think, a greater moment in esports than what we're going to see here.
And hopefully we're going to get the final we want to see. Hopefully we're going to see it go all the way, all the wires, and just see which team can come out on top. We'll start trying to talk to these guys.
Yes, go ahead.
We'll start to see how things are going. They're still talking away. Nico, you've been on this many times before, mate. Your 4th grand final. How is it going through your head of like breaking a curse? How is it going into this and saying, okay, this is the time we do it?
I'm trying not to think about it. It's a bit back in my head, but just happy to be back here, honestly. Very excited for the final. I think we are really prepared and just can't wait to get on the stage and get it going.
You look ready. I'm happy to see it. Monasi, this is where the journey started for you. This is where we get to see your rookie year start off. You're going to go back on this stage now. You spoke about the dream, you spoke about what it means to you. What feels different with this team, though?
We're just well prepared better and feel better than before.
I like it. That's the way it's supposed to be. Now, Mr. Hooksy, I know we spoke about Stockholm, then we had Antwerp. But if I told you back in Stockholm when we were talking that this is what you would be doing with G2, about to go take to the grand final, you've already lifted 1 trophy, right? End of last year, potential to win another one here. Would you believe me?
Of course not. And if you told me I would be standing against Yami as well, it would be even more unbelievable.
Things do have a funny way of working things now. Now, JKS, we've got to talk about legacy with you, because you could be the first player to lift the trophy twice, back to back, with 2 different teams. Make history. Are you ready?
Yeah, feels good.
All smiles in the G2 camp.
I'll see what is going on in the Heroic camp. I know he's right there, but I'd love to know what you think about this specific matchup of the IGLs. You, of course, have tons of experience. This is going to be a very important one for Hooksy as well. What's your view on that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. I think both teams are playing some good Counter-Strike, you know, some modern Counter-Strike as well, where people are dynamic and understand the influence that each player can have in a specific round. So yeah, I think that people are up for some good CS.
Talking about each specific player, Javi, I know you're a man of few words because the last couple of times I've tried this, you were very focused. So, in 1 or 2 words, what are you going to do to G2 today?
We are going to win.
Yes. Simple, very much so. I won't talk to Shush because apparently I have some powers. Tesses, then, talk to me about what's going through your mind right now and how poised you are to make sure that you win that trophy.
Yeah, well, I'm really hyped. What is there not to be hyped about is fighting for the #1 spot in the world, and it's going to be amazing in this arena. I'm really looking forward to it.
It will be unbelievable. Let's get into it.
Can't have a tournament without a trophy. Please welcome to the stage, carrying the oldest esports trophy in all of the world, a man who has been around Intel Extreme Masters since the beginning. He's the president of the city of Katowice. It's Marcin Krupa.
Canadian cleans house. Sweeps Na'Vi under the rug with a swift flank perfection.
I can definitely visualize the path to lifting the trophy with my team. Writing our name on the stairs just before you enter the stage, heroic, would be insane. It's the biggest of the biggest names in esports. You can just go down the list. It's just one legendary team after another, legendary players on the rosters.
This is the final that I feel most confident going into, where I feel the most confident about the team. I think we are the strongest individual team right now.
Playing against Nico, he's a star power that we are yet to face in this tournament. We've already taken down Saul, we've already taken down Simple this tournament, so we can take down Nico as well.
I think if they shut me down, they cannot shut Monesi down or Hunter or JKS. We trust each other so much right now that it's very hard to break us. They look good, but I don't know how strong they are.
Devastation! Navi, they all go down!
I want to bring as many trophies home as possible, so when you think about KDN in a few years' time, you think about the guy who lifted all the biggest trophies.
I'm gonna do everything in my power to lift this fucking trophy.
The D doesn't betray him this time!
Hero will take the title, I can guarantee you that much.
Oh yeah, baby! This is what we're all here for! Who's ready for a grand final? Oh, welcome along to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. It is time to cry havoc and let's slip the gods of CS, because 10 days of competition have come down to this, to a packed Spodek. Let me hear you! 10 days of competition, and now 2 teams want their name on that trophy. Bravery, skill, balls, luck, all of those things they will need over the next 5 maps if they want to add their name to the Hall of Heroes. And my word, do we have a matchup for you. Before this, if you were going to ask for 2 teams to be in the final, it's the 2 teams backstage. 1 team we can talk about in numbers. 11 series on the bounce, 19 maps without losing. But you know what, Heroic? They do not care for numbers. They care about 1 number, and that is 3. That's the amount of times Nico has been to the grand final stage and lost. They want to make it 4, but he says no. So, are we ready for the teams? Down here, are you ready? My friends over here, are you ready? Everyone in the back, are you ready? Well, let's get them out here. Please welcome to the stage your first team. Legitimately, they can call themselves the best in the world. They want to go 1 more. They want that trophy. Nico wants that trophy. Please welcome, it's G2! But it takes 2 teams to make a grand final. We've seen what they can do. We know how they operate. We see how much they want to be here. So please welcome your second team. They play controlled, aggressive Counter-Strike. They will beat you any way they can. Please welcome, it's Heroic! Oh man, in the words of Sponge, this is going to be an absolute banger. But who's winning it? Is it G2? Is it Heroic? Come on, Katowice, so this is a grand final. Is it G2? Is it Heroic? Let's get it on. Good luck, boys.
OJ does such a damn good job of setting that stage for us, don't he? He talks about all the factors there that will contribute to who's picking up a trophy here in Katowice today. We're going to be crowning a champion, whether you like it or not, Maniac.
And I do like it. Oh, Lord, I do like it. I am ready for it, Trace. There is so much history here in Katowice. He mentioned G2 with 3 finals in a row, no trophy, but just
think about the individuals for a second, Trace. Think about how the world got to meet m0NESY for the first time here. He stepped on the stage and Spodek dropped 45 kills in their first match on that stage. Think about how JKS's life changed when he subbed in for FaZe here in Katowice, lifted that trophy. The history of Katowice is linked to this G2 lineup. It's almost as Hollywood's wrote in that script. Can't be better.
Yanko, I look at that backstage segment. I look at that idea where you're going up the stairs and your names are there. You're pretty much immortalized in Katowice history. And for either of these teams, that's got to mean the freaking world.
Absolutely, Trace. And there's a lot of questions to be answered here, right? Heroic deflated in the Rio Grand Final, right? But find redemption on home turf in Copenhagen. Which Heroic are we going to get this time around? G2 lift the trophy at the World Finals, but that was G2 pouncing from the rear. Now we've seen they can win a lot of maps in a row, a lot of matches in a row, but can they lift the trophy when everyone's expecting them to? Can they deal with that extra pressure? This organization has been in the finals 3 years in a row, Trace. Didn't lift a trophy, but they have something else now. They have the catalyst, and that catalyst is Justin Savage.
Yes, there it is. That's the one. Justin freaking Savage. The numbers speak for himself, and watching him do his thing up there, I think I was talking with Chad about this. You see him smiling. You see him having a damn good time, just like G2 does. And ultimately, maybe they have a good time on the stage, Maniacs.
I hope they do. I'm certainly sure they will. JKS is a difference maker now for G2. He's a new added name on the list that was already very long, that of Hunter, m0NESY, Nico, but now you have to consider JKS. And I think you can feel it, you can see on his face, he realizes now he's become a very important cog of that beautiful watch that G2 is. And man, they're ready, but you just have to think about what's at stake here. If you're Nico, if you don't win today, when do you win Katowice? When is it, if not today?
I also love the head-to-head sort of interview that they did, you know, and KDN talking about, you know, we can shut down Eco, we played against Zywoo, we played against Simple. Well, I don't think you can really ever shut down great players when it comes to a big final, and G2 doesn't have only Nico, they have plenty of them. So I think that's also sort of KDN convincing himself and his team that they can deal with it. But in any case, they're also playing on a high level, and it's up to them to show that they have the caliber of players that should be put in a conversation with Nico, with Hunter, with m0NESY, with JKS.
You know, and I have to wonder what side that this crowd is going to lean more to. You know, I think that could come play a factor at some point, Maniac.
Yeah, listen, when you think about that, you think about the legacy that players have, the impact they have in the people's heart, in the people's mind, and I think it's hard to compete with a guy like Nico. It's hard to compete with a guy like Hunter's been out there. They have such a strong pull. We could hear the reaction of the crowd when they entered that stage. So I'm sure the support will be leaning towards G2. But Heroic, who better than them to fight against the crowd, fight against the tide? That's how they've made their name.
The eternal villains, Heroic. And I think for G2, man, I like how they didn't care about James Banks. They're just like, okay, I'll answer your question, but they're just so poised, they're like so focused, they just wanted to get on that stage, they just want this damn game to get started, Trace, and so do we.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. So we've got Nuke, Mirage, Inferno, Ancient. Should we make it all the way to Vertigo? I think that will speak for itself.
Please no.
Please no. Please no. Just go ahead and take it on out. Gentlemen, I think we've pretty much summed it up as best as possible. Katowice, I think we're ready for a best-of-5 grand final, right? Hello? Yeah, okay. We're talking about superheroes. We're talking about villains. Well, we're going to define who those are right here in the right now. It's Chad and Machine who are going to be bringing you this game.
Potentially 5 maps. 5. And one of these teams will make that journey to the center of the stage and be crowned Kato Champion World #1. It's all up for debate, and it starts on Nuke. Grand finals, baby. JKS, he was here last year. And now in the roster, in the ranks, G2 will be taking to the attack. Heroic to defend.
Yeah, this is one way to kick things off here today. G2, since Huxley's joined the roster, yet to lose Nuke. So the mental echoes of this, if it does go in the favor of the Danes, yeah, let's get this one underway. 5 sets of Kevlar for Heroic here, straight out the heart. This one's fast.
Very quick, Shush, tested immediately. Calls for the warning sign, crossing lobby, they're coming in fast, hot, spicy. Here comes Heroic, and JKS isn't ready. Nico spotted down the vent, bomb down though, on the top side. Oh, nearly the double from Hunter. He can't finish his meal. It's down, hungry 4-1. It's Hooksy good on the Glock. Bomb ticking in G2's favor, out the door. And down goes two. Only Shush. Last to fall. Hooksy a triple.
Good luck keeping up with this one. That was quick. Who was rushing who right there? That flank. Fast Counter-Strike here. We had Yanko talking about atomic Counter-Strike the other day. We're definitely going to get the brawl here.
Ring around a Rosie. G2, this map, flawless ever since Hooksy's arrival.
It's crazy here.
Like that is, yeah, special. We're watching history being written. Can Heroic disrupt the record? In the first of this series, G2 full of confidence and belief, and a bullet onto Hooksy. Speculative shots from Cadian through the smokes and definitely confirmation of presence.
Two down here, Secret already.
Rotated, Chad. They have already, but it's Nico with the rifle. Perfect jiggle. Executes Testes and Yabi as well. He makes it look so easy. They were ready for it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, hot start here. This one's going to cool down for a moment. 5v3 situation in G2's favor. Bomb still at the ready here. Montage going to scoop that one up. Stan looking to see if he can find a head or two. Credit card Molly, main smoke, and I want to try and get across, but Katie and Scout still at the ready to do some more damage.
Perfect flash. Safe passage. Created. And space is going to be 4-4 over on this side as JKS. Comfortable and acquiesced to the request.
Well, they know where Cadian is, or at least where he was. They're going to try and hunt this one away. Remove the Scout from play if they can here. Got to be a little bit careful, does Hooksy, but everybody else can have a bit of a look here, especially Hunter with this MP9 in hand. This is almost a flawless start here out the gates. You want to keep these anti-ecos as clean as possible, especially in this type of environment. Now you can snowball a freebie coming into round number 3. So just handled, and with all 5 staying alive, confidence seeming at an all-time high.
Hunter is hunting. Cadian hiding. And that's the end of that. True to his namesake, and a clean one for G2.
That's going to feel really, really good here. And you heard from Nico in the pre-game interview saying that he feels like his team has never been this prepared for a final. Right? The teams he's had before, he's been here 3 times, called this one the 4th. And you can see just the confidence here in the aim. If we're going to get this throughout the series, fantastic stuff for the big man in the server right here.
Yeah, I mean, Nico is the perfect embodiment and example of the power of crosshair placement. His procedures, his clears, Heroic will struggle to have what feels like a favorable duel.
Yeah, but we do find ourselves on this collision course, right? There's no doubt about it. This is the best 2 teams in the world. I think there's probably a bit of a bias with the fact that G2 haven't lost a map this year just yet, but Heroic have looked pretty tidy. And look at this, flash forward, taking the fight, starting to skirmish now. Tessus has the AK, but only for a moment's time. Hunter and Montage will deal with any of the issues here, and it's just going to be 3 remaining. So problems for a moment. A slight lick of chaos, and well, that Molly's going to deal with this boost. So handling this diligently.
And happy to take the fights.
We have to return to this though. Like Heroic, they're not coming into here as a team that can't compete. They can definitely compete. We've seen the type of Counter-Strike that this team can play. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts for this squad.
No doubt.
But they do have star potential. Stound traditionally towards the top of that list. This time around, Yabi, the final man to fall, has been at the top of the list for Heroic throughout Katowice. Tessa's playing fantastic. Cadian, well, now on the AWP, is definitely a menace, and we can't forget Shush, one of the best anchors in the world. Let's get things underway with the first gun round. AWP's out on either side of the server here as we do get into round number 4. This one is going to be a brawl. It is going to be action-packed. There will be so many quick-witted decisions in this consistently constant moving jigsaw puzzle of the new meta of Counter-Strike.
Hut utility. JKS got the lobby responsibility.
It's going to be key with JKS here as well. In the matchup they had the other day against Na'Vi, he had a lot of spawns, was able to do a lot of vent drops. If he doesn't have that spawn, he won't be able to find as many access points in towards this A site for his team.
A standoff. And the crossfire is set.
Late yard smokes here, sailing through the sky right now.
Smoke door in response.
The top split.
Nico's going to be quick on this. It's down versus Nico, or is it?
Maybe not.
Is it? Going for a walkabout. Nico not ready for Tesses. One and done.
And now it is somewhat of a heroic boost into...
Cadian would have heard the scout here. Sorry, the scope.
Is clutches. It's Cadian, the leader, calling for backup. Tessus to provide it. Flames deny it. And into that low site, he has Yabi as well. Ramp conceded. And a man advantage for Heroic first on the gun round.
Hard round to win here for G2. Heroic looking good to seal this one up.
Whoa, reaggress! Cadian does his best. Oh, and another onto Monacy. Just like that, the round is done. Cadian makes it so. These top-level AWPers, it's that bolt. You know, there is a window. There is, but it closes quickly.
And that right there is a taste of what to expect in this game. One of the things that Heroic are fantastic at is subverting the expectation of their opponent, right? Both of these teams, highly reactive. They're constantly moving across the map, making a move, making a play. And, well, if you get the traditional response, which is what you're getting from most other teams in top-level Counter-Strike at the moment, then sure, you're going to account for it. But they didn't account for this. Some fantastic AWPing from the leader here, and that's one way to get the boys fired up early. And he's happy with that. He should be. That's a big round for Heroic to get on the board.
You heard it from Cadian. We've taken down Zywoo. We've taken down Simple. Next up on the list, perhaps Monacy. That's his first in the head-to-head. He'll be happy with that.
Miss smoke here.
Interesting.
Would have been forced.
Looked like they wanted to go for something quite poppy. But now with a deep smoke towards the secret side, JKS has got something in mind, and so has Monacy for that hut position. Backside as well, potentially.
They know that nobody's lower now. They can fortify this A site here.
Oh, playing with fire. His back turned to the open door. Smoke enables him to post up. Will JKS be aware? On the jiggle, tagged up. Nade to try and finish. Yabi's burning, forced to reposition. Heroic are in the right place, blind though. Flames beneath him. Shush holds his nerve and holds his position and his spray. Yabi and Shush repel the invaders. What is Monacy and Nico to do? Watch out for these two. Yabi good for it. Gets the multi-kill demanded of him and puts Nico into a nasty state of play. They know where you are. 1v3, and Bomb nowhere near him.
Seeking him out of here right now. Cadian just going to keep moving. He's going to find him for free. He keeps pushing. He keeps looking for this aggression. Nico's back's going to be turned, not expecting this, and there it is. Good stuff from Cadian. 2 now for the Danes.
I see raised eyebrows in the crowd. Yes, it looks like we are going to be having quite the game today.
But this is key, right? The fact that the smoke wall's missed. G2 aren't aware of that. Heroic had all the information. They fortified this top side. JKS goes down first to that nade. Cadian gets the tag, follows through with the underarm. Just skittles that one in there, but this is handiwork. Even though those kills come in, just not enough. Not enough for G2 early, and they're down to pistols. Now, we've seen them find some well, decent results with buys like this, but it's a tall task up against a fully purchased Heroic here.
Cadian, look at him. Again, just even against a lighter buy to take such an aggressive stance. He's counting on his brother in arms, and there's down. Gets the job done, keeps that AWP unannounced.
Big question in this game, and that's just onto Hooksy there. Matthew, Maniac brought this up on the desk. It's about the mental edge, and we'll make sure we're checking in on that here. Can G2 come back from tilt rounds? Cadian, can you come back from this round? Your pin, you need some safety, and yeah, Yabi's going to provide exactly that. Tap, tap, tap away.
Yeah, felt like Yabi just put his high-vis vest on. Security guarding the in-game leader out of a bit of a pickle.
Well, looking to keep all 5 alive here, Heroic, and they should be able to do so. Stown will collect that. And now 3 on the trot. Now, when you reflect to the head-to-head, sure it was last year, sure it was at the fall finals, this was a map where G2 had a relatively easy time against that Heroic. And they're already putting up some good resistance here early. It'll be the first timeout called by G2, an opportunity for Swanee, the coach, promoted to this position, to confer with Hooksy, the in-game leader.
And both of the in-game leaders in this grand final, coincidence I think not, have found a rise in individual form as they ascend to these world top 1 and 2 ranks.
Yeah, well, for Hooksy there, I mean, for a while, right, definitely turning that performance around here. We're not going to say that he's a bigger fragger in the server than Cadian. He's finding his contributions. But this is another concern as well. If the game goes long, it starts to get tricky. The mental fatigue comes into play. Hooksy doesn't have the issue of needing to be the AWPer and the caller. Hooksy gets to move his chess pieces around the board. In that moment, Cadian's going to have to worry about both of those issues.
And you've got Nico to rely upon as well. The desk has reminded you, he has been on this Katowice grand final stage before. And now looking to take that final hurdle.
Miss Molly here. Nico can take a little bit more space off this.
Just a deadly weapon in G2's arsenal.
You're already seeing a push. JKS isn't ready for this. Pivots in time.
How is
TSS for that?
Let that one slip. And now Yabi as well. Proactivity demonstrated live, and down through the smoke. Takes Nico down. Hunter to fill the void. Looking to avenge his cousin, and he has. Cadian's gone, and so is down. Hooksy contributes to the round, and now look, what can Yabi do? Miles away.
A move on the bombs in the open right now. He might go down here with the C4. Spotted, and dropped. Oh, he survived.
Look at him go. Shush could finish this now. Hunter to cover. And down goes the bomb. Things get fruity now. Needs to reposition. One more from Shush. Needs it onto Hunter. The safe pair of hands. Claws another out of the pack. It is only Yabi. But with the bomb down, G2 will have to piece this together. Ready for a fight. Isolates the first. Hooksy to peek it up. Distracts him. Bomb retrieved. And retreating. What's Yabi to do now? Can't disrespect the flame. He can extinguish and go. He wants to fight now. Knows it's likely a one-on-one. Bomb now down. And so is he. Double from Hooksy. Gets them in. Clears out main. Awkward for a moment though, and that's going to keep happening. If you're playing Heroic, you have to be able to beat them at their own game. Adaptive, reactive, and this one from JKS. How does TSS go down on that one? The element of surprise, still not enough.
Yeah, just tracking some early stats here. JKS in the event so far, 21-4 in opening exchanges. So he's been successful in 21 of those and only died in 4 of them.
That sounds superhuman.
Yeah, but today he's sitting at 1 and 2. So this is just early stages. We're only 7 rounds in, getting into round number 8, but we'll see if that trend continues. And remember, I mentioned the spawns. If JKS doesn't have the spawns, he won't be able to do the vent drops, he won't be able to be a nuisance. And well, that nade is a bit of a nuisance here. Tickled up, Hooksy down to 60 points of health here, and down the laser beam onto Nico again through this smoke.
Don't forget, last death for Nico was the same. From down through the smoke. Not this time. Ooh, on the fade, he confirms a whole lot more bodies are there. Not so much subtlety here. 2 rotate through. This was the same that Nico beheaded in the second round force. With a stronger arsenal this time. Pre-aiming the boost, Yabi. He's done his research. Is he safe?
Yeah, a bit shallow on this one.
Yeah, he's gonna have a shooting gallery. Just pixels of balaclavas and bloodshed. One to the dome of Hooksy, forced forward by the flame. It's Yabi. Comfortable. Oh my goodness. More from Yabi. 3.5. Hunter's ears are ringing, bleeding. And that's 4 for Heroic. Yabi steps up when called upon.
Oh, well, back to back here. We had Hooksy in the previous, saving the day, taking down that man on your screen right there, and Yabi here with a massive round of his own. Yabi the killer, they like to call him, and well, Hooksy the Giga Chad. We know their history. Copenhagen Flames together and now finding themselves against each other on this Katowice stage. But we've seen a few flubs, bits of utility so far on both sides of the server here. Should have been a little bit deeper with that molly to clear out the stairwell. You can see just the pixel perfect shots he's happy to hit. And, well, that hurts. G2 down to an eco again. Already seen 2 of these within the early stages. Lack of plants. There hasn't been a single round that has concluded in the bomb going off or a defused thus far.
Another one for Cadians head-to-head on the flashiest sniper in Counter-Strike as it stands.
We've already seen a couple of moves early here, like this lobby aggression that didn't come with too many tells, just walking into JKS. TSS was unfortunate. Well, I would say he definitely should have had that kill. But they were happy to push through, get on the roof above. When you know there's just one player doing the lobby lurk, which traditionally will be JKS if they are heavy out, to try and find those gaps. But Cadian's turn again, reposition, and another shot, putting these in.
Oh, okay, Nico. Brave to take that fight. Does not end too well for him. Blood confirms, damage inflicted, and maybe forced back by that incendiary.
Doesn't look like they're going to get too much damage done here. Good opportunity for Heroic to put a bit more bet of cash. Keeping all 5 alive would be exactly what Cadian wants to offer into this one. 30 seconds left. They will have to go for these fights very shortly here, and all with Deagles, but it's Nuke. It's not like you're going to get too many range fights unless you're outside.
Yeah, best case scenario, you find a couple of beautiful Deagle headshots. Cadian Postured, perfect, and good for the multi-kill. A quad kill from Cadian. Holds on to ramp, holds on to the round, and makes it look safe.
Grin on the face here again, so things tracking pretty well here for Heroic. This is a free crack, as mentioned. Yet to lose this map are G2, and if you scoop this up as Heroic here, you know that there's a potential bit of mental turmoil that you'll be able to throw G2 into. This is the pick from G2. You understand why. We've already outlined the history of this, the head-to-head, the record thus far. We're back into the guns and light on some U2 here. JKS trying to make some space.
Oh, and eliminated. Yabi, well prepared for that one. And now they keep pushing the issue. Straight out of Hut. Shush can't believe his luck. And Yabi good for it as well. 1 by 1, G2 just plucked. Cool, Nako spotted and eliminated. It's a good one back, but surely not much for m0NESY to celebrate. A bomb plant would be great. He's playing mind games, reveals himself, and perhaps can get himself a bomb plant for the team.
Oh, they could be quicker now. He's screwed. They can just swarm towards this lower side here.
He's lost that opportunity. Cadian loses his head. m0NESY looking to do the impossible. TeSeS quick to remind us of reality.
Some pretty limp rounds here, to be honest, out of G2. In the last 3 rounds, they've only managed 3 kills. So having a bit of a rough go of things, finding their way into these rounds here, and just denied on entrance. Like JKS, we know that trick. We know that they do the pop flash through. He comes out. They do an explosive round in towards that top site. Well, prepared for it.
The duality of man.
Well, here we go. Another light purchase from G2. They need to start getting the bomb down here, or the buyers are going to continue to look like this.
Uxie undeterred after the massacre. And Nico perhaps going to be the catalyst. Look at his chances. Both of them finding frags. The top site crumbles. One back, great shot. m0NESY down again. Bomb planted. Charging. TeSeS can't control the spray. It's Nico on that M4 and no play for Heroic. No way back in. JKS hitting a steamer in unison with that Tech 9. The speed of G2. And just as you were saying, things look flat. They provide a peak. Incredible to see JKS's stats. Seems this is the system that really allows him to show what he's been capable of for so long.
Well, I'm just sitting there shaking my head. If you're going to keep pulling those out of your ass if you're G2, we've already seen them win these number disadvantage situations throughout the tournament. Now another one with pistols down. And do as much damage as he can right here, but you bang on with JKS, a name that a lot of people have written off. An individual that was once the hard carry of the team from the region.
You could say that about every single member of this team in their former. This was Nico, and you can see it's not getting flustered after this. He knew he had the element of surprise, just still pulling the nade to get his gun out in time, no stress, and then that double headshot, bang. Nico, this one, confirmed it.
Yeah, gotta look at a couple of details here. Gotta ask yourself, was that the FaZe Canada strat that they ran over there in Cologne with Nico doing the twist rolls, dropping off, coming through main, the split towards top site, nobody ready for that main position, gets a freebie, and in they go. Look, we need a few more details. We might
have seen it
rewind
before.
That one, but a similar little taste right there. There's another timeout called here, another conversation to be had. And
you saw from Liquid as well, you know, upon review of their game against G2, one of the things they were struggling with was losing these force buys. I mean, Nico's Deeg, as we saw, that crazy clip, it's something that's G2 have definitely got a bit of a knack for.
They shouldn't be winning rounds like that, realistically. That right there is a round that should be a gimme for Heroic, but their aim bails them out. It looked like Nico was going to fluff his lines right there, so the fact that him and JKS do open up the account, big stuff, and it's going to keep the pressure on the Danes here.
This on that
brawl already.
P-side AWP this time. Battle on multiple fronts. Shush and Stown about to be faced with a wall of smokes. It's Nico again to be set up. And that's over. Shush cancels Nico's start. An opening kill for Heroic, so back perhaps to their winning ways, unless a flip of the script can be found.
Feels like they're having a rough go with this. Now, he's been spammed with the smoke a couple of times here. He's been caught on the cross, not able to get the room that he needs, and now that means they need to function with a whole lot less. So trying to set Nico up for nothing, but check this out. TeSeS on the other side, walks into JKS on the quick change, and that is timing. But is that tilt?
You can do so much with timing and violence. Heroic embody that, crossing now, and no one calling this out.
There's two players towards the lower side of the deck right here for Heroic. They're well prepared for this if the fight comes, and I think they know what move is next. They have a smoke available. Can also molly off towards ramp. Oh, but look at this. Above, they're not checking.
Uxie got it wrong. The barrel sticking out. Monacy known, and a missed shot allows him to find Tesses. Hunter's been closing rounds he shouldn't, but this one surely a step too far. Heroic extend to a 7th. It's been a while since we saw G2 finding consecutive.
This is great work from Heroic here. Like the way that they're handling a lot of these rotations, getting those opening picks on Nico. If he's not lurking in yard, if he hasn't got to the secret cross, if he's not in warehouse, then he's not a nuisance. It means that they can stay a little bit more broad on the map and they can play ahead here. They've been doing fantastic with the information, and Walkouts, he misses the first, but happy to stick around in the flames for the second. And they just swarm Yabi here, up to 12 kills, continuing this fantastic form. Second time out for G2 now. And running out of rounds, running out of cash. Will get themselves something to work with here. A few emissions in the purchase department. Huxie with a MAC-10. A couple of AKs, an AWP. Keep trying to be very tricky over towards this yard position. Not just taking the secret space that could be offered up time and time again. Let's see if round 13 wants to change that discourse here. Huxie with the back of the pack spawn as well, so you won't see that MAC-10 come flying out the gates here. Earlier with their smoke wall towards yard, and Katie wants to come aggressive again.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Lets it slip. Oh, but Huxie burnt down in the meantime. And a spray onto Nico goes awry. He lives on. And now all this space starting to be swarmed by G2. Supported by these two.
Shush is going to keep pushing here after this molly. And he's got a friend, so if they're not careful here, G2, they could get caught in the backstab. Standoff right now, neither team really willing to move a muscle. The lobby space hasn't been taken. It's assumed that it's just going to be JKS, so they're happy to try and hunker down. Off angle from Testis here.
And Nico meets his fate. Perfect headshot out of Testis. Now G2 again walking a little wonky. This is Shush about to really ruin Monacy's day. He lives on. Tag down, bomb spotted. Information flowing, still now a 3-on-3.
Still time as well here. About to get to the 35
wow.
seconds. He's not that quick.
No. It was a ballsy angle to post on.
Cadian's down here.
Can he find that pick as they enter? Smokes will make it as difficult as possible. Cadian trying to set up his teammate for success. They want to fight for pre-plan. Oh, and the timing. Beautiful. Shush. Gets the bomb on the floor, forces Hunter into the roll. With 14 seconds left, Cadian trying to play every trick he has. Yabi with the door. Denies. And JKS helpless. An impossible round in front of him. He'll take one. And Cadian confirms what we all knew. Heroic have won out their defense on G2's undefeated Nuke.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen G2 up struggle street. Right? It feels like they're being swarmed in a lot of scenarios. The decisions that they're making are being accounted for. Getting pipped at the post with a lot of these opening exchanges. I think Nico's been having a rough time in that regard. Sure, Huxie goes down here to the flames. This is a fight that he doesn't even get to take. You see that nade skittle in. And the desperate jump there to finish things off. But this is looking fantastic. Remember, Heroic here, this is a free crack in the best of 5. Down to some pistols again, and well, speaking of pistols, G2's rounds so far, they had the pistol, the force by conversion, the third freebie round, and then they won one with a couple of pistol upgrades of their own.
Touche.
Their gun rounds have sucked.
Yeah, I watched them win this one as well. Oh my God, it's a mother's meeting down there. Some team damage. Testis already there. Hunter feels a little hard done by on that one, because Tess is still alive and kicking. Everybody of G2 collapses.
This halves looks way too easy. There's just been so many eco rounds for G2. And again, I will readdress the fact that they are not getting the bomb down. They've not been able to keep that economy kicking. Right? They're down the hole. The loss bonus is there, sure. The rounds are very sporadic. Brady takes down Huxie. you're just trying to get the kill at that point, coming through the grey screen. But G2 needs something to be confident about going into halftime. They need to get themselves a gun round here because the Danes are looking dominant here.
Yeah, they're just zoned in. They're in that flow state. Matthew talking about the mental game. There's no doubt these individuals incredibly close to one another in their ceiling. But what does the expectation do?
Ramp's open right now. They're just held at bay by a smoke here. You can see the early rotation down towards B from Tessa, so they're more than happy to forego all of this space. Canadians AWP deep in warehouse, so they won't have to worry about that at all. So they have all this room, but you wouldn't expect to be getting this type of space here. So it's JKS thrust forward, calling it clear, checking the boost, being very diligent. You have to slightly worry about the back box or the ramp re-aggress, because remember, Cadian's already shown that to be a possibility, but they've turtled up. Stunner's also down here in the back halls of B.
Interesting.
G2 are scratching their head. Where are they?
Yeah, this preparation. Clear as Heroic sometimes just giving G2 enough rope to hang themselves.
This is going to be such a hard round to win here because they haven't had to rotate Heroic. They've already been in position from the start of the round. They're calling ahead of this.
Does really hinge on whether or not this first contact favors that M4 setup. 30-second mark. Silence will be broken as the smoke and utility thrown towards the Heroic boys. Down goes Cadian, a good first frag. Shush revealed, and Yabi activates.
No trades.
Nothing for G2 to celebrate. Caught on the ladder as well. One by one, they fall.
There's no time for this.
He feels a fall. Up through heaven, 4 to find in only 10 seconds. 10 rounds, a certainty, as Heroic starts strong in this grand final. Katowice 2023. Can you hear me, Spodek? Just the first half of play, and Heroic have come to play today. G2 gonna have to flip the script in this second half, or records will be broken, will be shattered. Heroic to do what no team has been able to, and take Nuke away from the Samurai. On the attack, bounding backwards into ramp. JKS has to give up the ghost and get out of dodge. Running him down, perfect shot. A re-aggress from the Aussie, double towards the low side. Cadian, too much, but a lot of info. Spots two towards the held position. Knows ramp is interesting. Shush spotted.
They're noisy about this, very, very noisy. And hot on the trail here, Huxi and Monasi. Feels like Huxi's trying to offer himself up for the flash.
How loud does he want to be?
Oh, just looking for anything around the corner here. Bomb should go down with ease. 40 seconds will be thrust onto the clock. And a difficult retake.
It's a big ballsy push. And it costs him, perhaps, the round. But Yabi,
the tournament here.
He's having the best tournament so far in that Heroic jersey. The big one. Cool, calm, Monasi collects.
All right, well, if you're a G2 fan, you'll be happy with that, but you got to get hit in the face by a bit of cold, hard reality here. It's only really the pistol rounds that G2 have to their name so far in this map. They're going to have to turn things around heavily on this CT side of play. We talk about the streak, the 10 nukes in a row. They haven't lost a map this year. They haven't lost a map at Katowice. They don't know what losing on this map feels like. And the biggest question has to be, well, how is that going to affect the team going forward? Are they as mentally strong as they sell themselves to be?
Ain't that the question? TSS has made a sacrifice in order to see a threat in our second round of play.
Coming to JKS here again. Fancy this head-to-head here.
Have they seen his rating at this tournament?
Well, AKV Famous, I'll take that duel. Support of Monasi, the first one on call over towards Hell right now. You can see him just parked at the ready here, relaying any information to Nico, who's making his way up secret, but that's to no avail. He's either been taken out of the picture or hasn't been able to get his works working. The CT side, that's where he does his best work. But outside call clear, and now Monasi will help JK out here. This is a standard setup.
He's not chosen to smoke, but rather let them walk into their demise. TSS bunny hops in. And is sent packing. Look at that, filling the feed. Only that AK on Cadian, and it's the last to fall. JKS says, come again. Open invite. Everyone's invited to ramp. T's on me.
Well, this is the key to a map win, a map victory right here. The pistol with conversions. That's, we're going to see it again. Or will we? Because that heroic AK-47 that came on out from TSS means that we can get a whole lot more coming out in the next. He took the sacrifice, they're still going to get the purchase, so they wanted to do a little bit more damage. If they can grab this next round of play, that's 2 3-0 starts for G2. And traditionally on these final stages, they're used to 0-3, so that's going to be feeling pretty tidy here.
Both pistols, though.
I think he got spotted.
Surely. Nico crossing, spotted, the sound so heavily tagged. He'll lose his lust for aggression. JKS actually quite the opposite, going for a forward incendiary. Yabi might choose to spray. You can see JKS considering it and repels them back into lobby. This is a head-to-head, a duel between two sharp shooters. JKS loses his head as Yabi keeps his cool. He's up to 16.
Well, that's the access point here. Hunter trying to take this space quite quickly. Heads up decision, 4 down towards low. Remember, Stown outside low. He cannot activate here.
Playing to contain. Relay. Information as it continues to flow. Nico. Smoke fading, will look to adjust his position. Walking wounded are the Danes. Honestly, a passive hold you can see between two mines, and Yabi loses his. A great headshot from Hunter. Monasi catches him asleep at the wheel. TSS keeps it interesting. Nico's already managed to keep this advantage on G2's side despite the rifles in play. TSS gonna be hard pressed to get back into this site. Huxi, perfect. Second, for good measure. That's what the crowd wanted to see. G2 already, they're getting up, they're dusting themselves down. Round after round.
Okay, that is going to feel real good right there. They handled that one. JKS goes down first towards ramp. A great shot from Yavi. This kid, I don't know what he did to come up with this new decision tree because his confidence is off the charts. Comes into this team, replaces Refresh. There's question marks around that decision. Put in positions that he's not too familiar with, having to learn on the job. And now he's the top rated in the tournament thus far. Oh, they're going to try a bit of a light pistol upgrade of their own here, Heroic. How much can they get out of this one?
Oh, actually down the vents and no one to follow. That's something in itself, especially if JKS gets overrun here. m0NESY in support, and it's Shush onto JKS, one to the dome of m0NESY. They're going to run him down. Past the flames, m0NESY is under a lot of scrutiny right now. Getting run even further, Tessa's baiting shots. Force him into a defensive stance. And caught with his pants down, Huxi. A grimace on many a face after that one, but it shouldn't have any ramifications. That bomb down, and that frag now. Oh! Disaster! He gets 2 through the smokes, down, Smoko Vision. m0NESY already low.
They're going to have to call this one
off.
They
have to.
Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way at all. The pressure here from Heroic.
But what did they spend on this round?
Half investment here with a loss bonus in their favor. This one is one way to get the account open on this T-half. That's 11. 11 rounds now for the Danes. Massive stuff. Stown just gets 2 through that smoke. That is insane. So much success in Yard, spamming with the silence down forward now, showing his best face. That is a bit of robbery right there.
Well, that's one back, isn't it? If you think about the exchanges in the first half, G2 got away with a couple of those. It's Heroic's turn. We'll see this again. Huxi, yeah, a little bit of an awkward one considering what happened straight after.
Yeah, painting a picture around him right there.
And let's see this, just Stown, perfect crosshair placement.
Oh, there's a gap in the smoke.
Oh, just the toes, just the heel. And those frags, the Achilles heel of G2, that was supposed to be theirs.
Well, they can be broken right now, G2. They lose this one. They're in a real rough spot on their CT side here. Heroic can smell blood.
Deliberate smoke. And a frag that goes Hunter's way, leaping through the smoke. It's double. Cadian, team kill. And from the highest highs, the most euphoric of rounds already, now Heroic looking at the ground, tutting their tongue. JKS, perfect off angle. He gets 2 of the 3. A round winner. Confirmed, of course, Cadian has got up to some crazy hijinks on this very site. G2, historically, as well. He's actually got the bomb down, yeah, just about gets it in. Head on a rapid swivel and now on the floor, but that is a nice plant all the same.
Had a few TKs in this game so far, haven't we, on both sides of the server here. Just happy to take their brothers in arms down here if it's going to mean the kill. But they will withstand, they will grab another round here, G2, but the pace on this game, just how quick these two teams are willing to move across the map, the decision's so quick. Not willing to take a breath.
Yeah, and that's
take a moment.
That's the power of the pace as well. It forces that split-second decision making. If you can't hang with me in making these decisions in the half a second, it could be life or death. It could even be a team kill.
JKS did great to get 2 there as well. You could just see him just playing that off angle, hoping to get offered something up here. A timeout called. This will only be the second right now for Heroic.
It is exciting, isn't it, that, you know, JKS's frags as an example. These pros can catch off the other pros. I mean, the fact that they can exploit, find the gap, catch the moving, switching, looking the wrong way. Even at the highest level, that's why Counter-Strike is so gangster.
If we take a look right now at the scoreboard here, a couple of issues, right? When they've been coming ramp over towards JKS' position, he's been getting the multi-kills. But everybody else seems to be struggling in that department. Huxi, he's had a few, but Nico, Hunter, and m0NESY, as part of this quartet for G2, they're not firing just yet. Still plenty of time available within this second half of play. Heroic with the timeout, they've gone for a buy. Shush with the Mac-10. This is going to be fast again. They're coming in.
Yeah, they're testing G2, and that nade hurts. Double whammy. Red faces. Nico, oof. Perfect to the dome. They're looking for a flawless one. There's nothing for Stown here but bloodshed. Huxi up the scoreboard with a double of his own. The double nades, they knew what was coming.
Yeah, prepared for that off the back of the timeout. That Mac-10 in first. You can just see the shell shock nature of that hump position. So well handled there. G2 had more than enough bodies to deal with the top pop. Money for another Heroic buy available once more. And another Mac-10 coming out, this time for Tessus. But is that the changing of the tide here? Putting up this blue wall, G2, looking to defend their honor, looking to defend their streak on Nuke. It could be guaranteed second of all time as far as map streaks go if they win this one here. If they lose it, well, back to 0, start again. You'll have to stay tied for that second place with Na'Vi, and you'll never touch NIP.
Yeah, we talk about legacy. That would be something. A record that will stand the test of time. Counter smoke from Nico. He knows he's got company. How aggressive will he be? Potential for a flash if he calls.
Seems like a faked one-way, right? We traditionally see that. Remember Glaive bringing that out early, so they might think it's, yeah, they did. They took the bait. They thought it was the one-way. Nobody home.
Info, yeah.
More than a few bodies coming outside here as they do back off. So that smoke wall, a heavy investment here of heroic utility. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. Now operating with a couple of flashes, a molly, a smoke, and a HE. They can go for another pop, and G2 don't have a whole lot to defend with here themselves. You could see a molly top hut, maybe back sight, smoke towards main. There's options here at the ready for the Danes.
And when in doubt, scrim out. Oh, Squeak. Tessus leading the pack. An opening. Hungry for it. Gaps are closed. Hunter, oh, losing health. Tessus the same. It's still Hooksy holding this site. G2, 3 frags in the feed. And Cadian unwilling to surrender, unwilling to give it up. Modesty does, though. An overextension from the AWPer. And Cadian falls to JKS. The safe pair of hands continues to pull G2 into a lead. We are all tied up. Seems inevitable. The next is for G2. Just a single round to celebrate from Heroic. Both pistols go G2's way.
I think there's a sigh of relief on, well, maybe not relief, but there's definitely a sigh out of both of the squads here in a round like this, because that round could have definitely fallen apart. It was some over peaks here from G2. But at the moment of a grand final, it's not like every game. You're not expecting perfect Counter-Strike. Oh, we're fast again.
Well, this is definitely crazy. Counter-Strike, Cadian already in.
They're going ramp.
And hoping they can find JKS. He loves this position. Thrives under the pressure, under the scrutiny. It's another double. When most would falter or only deliver the one, it's the multi-kill from JKS that leaves Heroic with limited options.
Things can still go wrong here. The bomb is picked up. An AK retrieved. Armor available and this smoke for Yabi. Where will he decide to deploy this? Now, Nico tasked with dealing with the B bomb site. You can see him with the X-ray, making his way in towards the window side. Now, if Yabi goes for the traditional smoke, it will be decon, and Nico should still be able to take the fight here, but has no help. He can't contest this. The bomb will go down.
And now the retake takes shape. The post plan for Heroic.
They can win this.
Unfavorable, short, but certainly winnable. He has yet to reload, doesn't want to reveal his position, so he's working on 19, 3 frags. Heading on in. It's Monacy first. Great victim. Oh, and he gets Hunter as well. Collapsing. 4G2, he thought he had him. And the two of them get it done. A double apiece from Yabi and Tessus.
Yeah, you can see it coming. A million miles away right there. That smoke was perfect. 3 options, window, double doors, or decon, and he picks the perfect answer against Nico right there. That gets the bomb down, it puts the retake on. That crossfire is very, very strong. Monacy offers himself up, right? He knows he has the AWP, he only gets 1 shot, so he jumps across to bait the shot, but the trade, it's not there. And Tessus and Yabi, they've been some of the biggest performers so far for Heroic. That is a massive round here. And respecting this at G2, taking a timeout. They trade off in the top side. JKS gets the double up. The number advantage in G2's favor. These are the type of rounds that G2 has been winning throughout, and Heroic giving them a taste of their own medicine here. This one is going to sting. This is a tilt round.
He had it all. And Tessus, this second fight, Hunter just could not find the head. A double that launches Heroic right back into the conversation, looking to shatter the run from G2.
And they're keeping them right where they want them. Check out the buy here. 2 MP9s, exactly where Heroic want to hold G2. It's cobbled together buy. It's not perfect, it's anything but, and a chance to break them.
A diligent clear from Cadian. He knows all the tricks. As a trickster himself, anything to manufacture a slight advantage. Begging for a boost on CT Blue, an AWP to peek. It's not to be, it's Nico. glancing over the smoke as they sneak and snake. Tessus could be unaware. Nico, a great load of damage. A single bullet.
Let's sort them out here. They're not going to be able to cross. It's only down across. The smokes will subside and definitely have here. So sure, damage done. Space not taken.
You can see that Monacy angle as well. That's a whole lot of information. Knowing that the majority of bodies were yard, he can confirm any changes of play.
They might just try and cross late here because Nico can't contest this. He's not willing to take this type of a fight, and Tessus will offer himself up for information.
Ooh, actually, finds the healthiest. Nico's done a lot of damage now. It's the healthy Shush now executed. You can see this is an interesting setup towards the top side, making the most out of these SMGs. Can G2 continue to build off of what Nico started? Ouch. That one will leave a mark. Nico down though. It's gonna get hectic, chaotic. And Hooksy falls, clawing in. Monacy v Cadian, another team kill. How does it keep happening? A no-scope back, can he close? Redeem himself for taking a teammate out. Quick plant, just in time. Quick to the punch though, Hunter waits, lies in wait, the barrel there, the quick switch to the dig, Monacy spotted. Oh no, he's doing it live! Monacy wins them! Oh man, he holds his nerve. Fast as all hell.
You want to see nerves? Take a look at that round right there. How many fluff shots are we going to see? Teams were aimed traditionally on point. The headshot is the only thing they have to offer. And here, the AWPer pin, the AWPer low. The AWPer with nowhere to go, and he still almost pulled this one off. Cadian could have just broken the hearts and dreams of G2 right here. This would have been classic. How does he get a chance? And Monacy,
Oh, it was a flick and a half. Everything, every Counter-Strike brain watching is expecting that Deeg to have the advantage against the AWP scoped up, but watch that! That's in slow motion. And Nico loves it, side by side with the next generation. And look at Cadian, he has to control it. He has to control it.
And this is only map number 1.
Oh, you can feel it, wrath, rage. He has to accept Monacy's having a good day today.
And they've taken the time out here to just cool things off. Just have that conversation, take a deep breath. G2 are faltering here in Heroic, they know it. They know they can take this map. They know they can break the streak. This team looking deadly right here, and G2 again, sure, they get the buyback out, but once more, an MP9 of Famus.
Flirting with aggression has cost him greatly. Monacy sprayed down to half HP, susceptible to more. It's Yabi this time. On the door, 2 of them. How has he gotten away? He's not now, on the tail.
Great team Counter-Strike there. Great team Counter-Strike. He heard the jump up, Hunter made a step, didn't know which angle to watch. That's a great way to manufacture an opening. Not with you two, but with team play, and Stown grabs one back.
It's a massive frag. The tide
on this.
Turning, rotate, absent. Vent denied, Shush parking and hoping he can catch info and presence. Lobby side, already the util's down and so will the bomb. Ramp their access point, second guessing the options available to them. Every second that passes and every frag in that feed seems to favor Heroic. Astound looking the wrong way, Hunter finds the upgrade and he needs it. Oh! Wow, blink and you miss it, Tessus. Flattened, and Shush meets his fate as well at the hands of the AK. This could be the ace as Hunter has arrived in Katowice. Are you not entertained?
That one's gonna feel good. Hunter almost let it go just before, now steps up massively there. Another crazy round of play. It looked like G2 were chasing their tail. Nico goes down without a whimper, removed from play. Over to Secret, the fast ascent down towards that lower side, or make it descent, doesn't matter. Ascending right now at G2, and this is massive from Hunter here. This second shot, just a gap in the smoke. How's he ready for this? Shuts Tessus down, doesn't give him a chance. Reads the rotation as Shush knows the lobby lurk still in play.
Jumps the AWP. Oh man, he knew it was Cadian last. Perfect round from Hunter. These Kovac cousins doing it together. on G2's pick. Now that advantage being fought for once again. It seems so difficult to separate these squads. And that's what this grand final is all about.
Time's going to have to be Heroic's biggest friend here. It's going to allow G2 to burn through this protocol utility.
m0NESY doesn't miss those. Jumps, confirms, more presence. Bomb spotted on the mini-map.
What's the reaction?
Have to react. That's very limited nades. He's used the last of it to try and show presence and make noise towards the lower site.
Trying to bring the bomb back across.
Nico, beheaded!
Can't catch a break.
Just out-aimed by Shush in a must-win round.
Heavy A here, very heavy. The gap is the vent. If they're able to get out this squeaky door and make their way down the vent with the bomb or even back towards ramp, those options are still available. Stown announcing the presence now. Has to be respected.
They are not budging. They are not falling for your trickery, for your deception. Far too wise, but as he jumps down the vents, it's the perfect call. It sounded like he was alone, and now Cadian has a chance. Lets it slip. Hunter and Hoopsy will descend on this retake. Stown needs to be the hero. He is alone. He's about to be run on down. Gets support in the end. He doesn't need help. Finishes what Cadian had started. JKS giving it a go. A great shot. Kits are present. Stown, this is the duel. Oh, m0NESY! Instantaneous frag. And only Yabi, he's been great. His best tournament to date. Can he close for Heroic? Fake, spray, evading bullets. It's just enough time as G2 will break serve and run away. A 2-round gap manufactured now.
Hard fought. Number disadvantage there yet again. The back and forth nature of all of this. And Nico, where is he right now? Well, he's not needed. He's just getting bopped left, right, and center. Heroic are dealing with him, sure, but it's the rest of the team for G2 stepping up.
And that's got to feel so good. For how many years did Nico fall into that trap of feeling, if I'm dead, we ain't winning? But more evidence to the contrary. m0NESY again, bodyguard duties, delivers that close. Makes it feel a little further away now for Heroic. Early utility exchange. Leaves Hoopsy off kilter. Half health.
Looks like a double pump here.
Yeah, that destined for the rafters. No one present. Setup is strong. They're
pushing ramp.
Walking on iron.
They might catch them nades in hand here. They're hearing all this.
They hear it. Stown still on the T roof. Oh, and Hunter! He does not relent. He does not stop. For no man, Cadian's lost the bomb. Heroic losing hope at the hands of JKS. At his best, alongside with Hunter. Worlds apart. When they started their journey, now combined and united in glory, they are heading for another Nuke win. The damage is done. Heroic's corpses litter the lobby. Stown. Oh, a threatening spray. An orb shot hit.
Hunter and m0NESY are both low here. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb picked up. And a chance available here for Stown. This would be a massive round to win.
Looking for the path of least resistance.
Again, it's that vent.
No one occupies the lower side. If he can just get himself down.
m0NESY's here. m0NESY's just made the way down. He can't miss this shot or the bomb will be planted.
One shot. One kill. G2 up to 15. As it doesn't matter. You know they're going to pick it. You know they're going to play it. And all the preparation still cannot prepare you for the heroics of the individuals. A strategic game at times, but it is about the crosshair on their head, and Hunter just gets 2 for the price of 1.
Well, here's a bit of that G2 flair. We've seen them play aggressive lobby in some of their previous matches. Here it's been very standard, very par for the course as far as a CT Nuke defense have gone, and now starting to play outside of that box. They're feeling the confidence. The question was about the mental if they lose. What about the mental if they win? What about the mental if they reassure the fact that, hey, nobody can stop us on our home maps? And right now, that's 2 in the first 3. Nuke. We got Mirage coming up next, and then Inferno, their choice. They could get this done in 3 here, G2.
That's the scary thing about belief. The more that G2 have confirmation that they are unstoppable, the more they believe it, the more it's real. A self-fulfilling prophecy goes both ways. And Shush taking caution and throwing it straight down the fence, charging into Nico's grasp. Are they ready for this? It's so early. The smoke won't save them. Yabi not ready, and the spray transfer denied. It's big from Shush, keeps the round interesting as Town on the flank perhaps is at Mac 10's not done. JKS's first spray didn't quite hit the mark, and now things will slow for a second. 0 margin for error from the Danes here, and it's starting to take shape. Every corner test is clear as information. Hooksy is given up on that angle. Allowed to slide past as it's Hooksy. Gets 2 on the decon fight. Aggression, you were talking about it. Well, G2 will finish how they started on this CT side. Victorious and glorious. Heroic, given a reminder, a 10-5 half. Anything you can do, we can do better.
A new record set here, 20 consecutive map wins for G2 now, and 1-0 up in the IEM Katowice Grand Final for 2023. Seeing is believing, and G2 are believing right now.
Ja.
Okay, lille eller hvad?
Vi kan lave en face default. Kan jeg få en ekstra plads, nogen eller ikke penge til det?
Jo, du kan godt få
face default.
Ja.
From Olo og Ras. Face default.
That surely is the big test right now. If they can make it past that, and it's a test for Wonderful as well. He played so good in the opening map.
Ruller ikke. Smoker ikke monster, vær klar dårlig køb. Nej, mål monster. Ned, graffiti nu.
Plads tæt.
Pikker herrerne.
Ja. Giv mig din næse, og så hold det picnic.
Jeg kan sætte der. Der er ikke UG. Jeg dodger.
Ja. Han er foran fra grusmålen.
Der er ikke. Han er væk igen. Det er chopper. Der er klar picnic.
Ja. Det var mange her. H1 bliver meget lyd.
Chopper with a good opening in this round, taking down Tessus. And maybe that could afford a little bit of space, but he's sticking around Wonderful. I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Jeg tror bare, vi skal gå af i stedet, okay?
Ja.
Bare vent på, om de går frem med så.
Det kan være, Kasper, du giver den gode graffiti-plads til mig. Eller bare... Vigtigt. Okay, jeg bliver her så.
Også, løb tæt. Jeg flasher for dig. Flash.
That's a great equalizing kill found by Shush, and now Spirit's defense.
Du kan steppe tæt op på picnic.
Vi laver valgte, Lund. Vi ser på din nades.
Smoker monster. De her kommer ikke til at jeg kommer fra graffiti af, hvis der.
Giv mig her. Okay, ja.
Bare P, gutter. Step pres. Jeg smukker fra Ras. Jeg er ikke noget monster. Ja. Jeg smukker her, Ras.
If Yabi gets a kill here, this round might be over. You can see Shush and Yabi on different sides of the map are both ready to challenge their respective bomb sites on their own.
Kom med ud mod korset, Pierre. Tag noget af. Det var på døren. Truck der.
Jeg har en dildo. Jeg flasher ud kort. Jeg var kort.
Der puster.
Hugger den. Ned.
Nice. Du når det.
Oh, and Yabi, he's here to open it up. Another strong headshot to take down Siren. And they turn around just barely in time. He's going to get that bomb plant, and Kadian wants to get out of the range of that M4.
Jakob, sindssygt pisse, men lytte til mig. Jeg siger, du skal komme og clear kort for os.
And it's like they all say, guys, a 10-5 first half, the most dangerous scoreline in all of Counter-Strike. I'm just kidding. It does look like Heroic do fall just shy where they want to go and picking up that first map of the series. Nuke going the way of G2, individual performances, heroics, all of that. We're going to be touching on that as we kind of look at everything and doing.
Counter goes up.
Yeah, the numbers they do not lie, Yanko.
No, definitely not. G2 with this win on Nuke are now second place behind the legendary NIP streak that I don't think will ever be broken, 87-0, and man, that was an exciting map, I think it's safe to say, and I think it was very clear that both teams had some nerves coming into this grand final, Maniac.
Yeah, I agree with you. You could see it from G2 as well. When they started getting into the T side, it was way less flawless that we're used to see here in Katowice. They had a couple of struggles. We could see Huxi kind of scratching his head, figuring out how to handle this defense of Heroic, which arguably had a pretty good start. But then we get into the money time. We get into these very tight moments, and this is where big profiles, big players, big heroes step up, and so they've done in G2.
You've said the word I was looking for there. Big profiles, big heroes, and big clutch moments is actually what we're talking about with our 1xBet clutch.
It's ready. Still manages to get the frag all the same. Simple probably in the smoke, runs on down, ace clutch, one frag away, and he'll take the AWP to finish. Yango out of the way, very speedy rotation. Oh, wow!
Talk about quick.
Quick turn out of ZywOo. Don't want to give him 1v1s, Crims with that jiggle has given ZywOo a chance! My God, he's a
They haven't spotted him. Basher into the bomb site, gets the one kill, but now he needs more.
Where he is. Look at the positioning from Basher. Surely not. 35 seconds faking the plant. Fake doesn't know whether to push or not. Put it away from Dink. 27 HP and done. I can't believe it.
Singing to the side, bomb on his back, chance at the plant with Torshi. Will let him have it through the window. They're trying to run him down. Dexter, micro reposition, wins up first. Just Dexter left to be.
Those are your 1xBet clutch candidates. Of course, you can use your Twitch channel points to go ahead and get your vote in. And which one you thought was the coolest? And, well, I'm not sure that we can add any from this last game, but I think we could if we tried. Again, use your Twitch channel points to vote for that 1xBet clutch. Guys, let's just keep honing in on what we just saw in the first map of this series. And I have to kind of look at some of the rounds later on in the game because that's where it got competitive.
I mean, missed opportunity for Heroic. Incredible display of ingenuity out of G2, whichever you want to see it. 25 is where I think this whole story got written down. This is 12 apiece, as you can see, full buy coming in from Heroic. They kind of test, they feel each other out at the very beginning of this round. It's not exactly sure what's happening. We see Monacy a bit antsy, jumping in and out. Yabi tries to make it out, but still doesn't make it. At this point, feels like G2's done what they need, but Stone finds the timing. He finds the timing very carefully, and he's going to surprise Nico.
It feels like communication isn't great here. You know, Nico keeps pushing. If he, you know, if someone says yard is open, he probably doesn't go this far. He has nades, he can just play for information, and you can see how Heroic just speeds up once they get that kill.
Yeah, the reaction from Heroic is clear, and from the positioning out, it feels like G2 is out of this round. It's a 4v4. They have a 0 defender on the B side, no utility retake with.
We're calling save in the green room. Like, this has to be a save. How do they find a way back into this round? They're so out of position.
I mean, Shush did play with the idea of picking up, but he knows he just has to stay alive, and so he does. And that kill from Stone should be it, Trace. This should be it. It's a 4v3, but they forgot about Hunter, and this is where he steps up massively. Tesis, I don't know exactly what he's doing, but that's a mistake that Hunter will immediately seize, and from this point, Yanko, he's dialed in.
I mean, Hunter, you know, he loves the Sage. He's aware of Shush. He knows a guy has to come from behind. He's even aware that Kadian is probably long. With the op, fakes the shot, baits the shot with the jump, gets the kill. Ace clutch from Hunter in a round in a 3v4 retake where they were so out of position. Look at Kadian. The frustration is visible. I think he's very, very unhappy with his team after some of the rounds that they lost in the second half, Trace.
Yeah, absolutely. Off the top of his face, you can see it right there. We also have our Air Force aim high head-to-head. Hunter and Yabi for their own respective rights. Yes, at 12-12, that round right there How big is that?
It's grand final winning. That's what we've just witnessed. This 4v3 that Hunter was able to turn around hurts so much emotionally for Heroic because they could feel that they had everything they needed. And the worst thing is, the round after, exactly the same thing happened. It's again a 3 versus 2 with the B-bomb side in the hands of a Heroic where they get a little curious, they get ahead of themselves. And I think they felt the pressure. I think they wanted to do a little too much and they got punished for it.
I think both teams felt the pressure. There was one gun round won on T side in this whole game. Ouch. G2 won 3 with the pistol. They won 1 gun round and 1 half-buy.
These clutches are horrible.
Yeah, and Heroic only won half-buys. And you look at the first half for G2, there's a missed smoke outside when Heroic has all the info, there's no 1 yard, they stack A, G2 comes A. There's a missed molly for long doors where Yabi stands behind it and gets 2 kills, dinks a third player, right? The JKS quick switch, just as Tessis is pushing Rap as well. So some unfortunate things, a little bit of nerves, but then you switch into the second half, same thing happens to Heroic in these gun rounds. You know, the clutches, the post plants, I mean, some of these rounds are harder to lose than they are to win, but you can tell the communication must have been really hectic for both teams because the players seem confused, unaware where their enemies can come from and not sure which angles to take.
And, you know, if you're G2, yeah, you probably breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief right there.
A massive sigh of relief.
A little bit of, well, it was just a little bit, you know. They didn't really get worked up. Okay, yeah, they probably did. What did G2 have to say after winning map 1?
I just caught up with Nico there, and he was talking all about the mental game. Now, that game did get close. There was a lot of back and forth in it. It could have been either way. Heroic had chances to break G2, but he said they're working with their mental coach, Edward. He said the focus has been on if they can keep the mental strong, then they're not really having a problem with it. Nico said himself, it doesn't just rely on him to have good performances. The whole team can have it. These clutches, this craziness, it's been looking really good. Now, we're going to Mirage next. It is Heroic's pick, but it's still a good map for G2. And if they can keep the mental strong, or maybe they can keep the streak going.
Yeah, Mirage on the cards, it's right there. We're not even going to say Mirage et toi, are we?
I mean, you can say, you know, I never get mad about it. It was just, we mentioned Nico very quickly, and again, I think this was a very slow entrance into the grand final for him. He had a couple of moments where he forced to play a little, and he even said in an interview, he said, I need to help my teams be in a good position. I don't think he's been doing that. I think he's been saved by his team in map 1, and hopefully we get to see him unleash a little bit.
You know, it's only a kill here, a kill there in some of those mid-round situations where he had some impact just in general, but he is a very important player on Mirage. And if I can point out one flaw in Nico as a player is that at times, and especially in big games, sometimes he tries to do too much.
Yes.
Right? Like he feels like he has to make plays all the time, right? Always fight for banana on Inferno, in connector, always get flashes on Mirage to peek, to clear mid, to do those sort of things. Like now you have a pretty good team around you, right? Like you have advantages in rounds where I think he just needs to relax a little bit, let the game come to him and not force the issue too much. If he can do that, I feel he can have an amazing map and really step up for his team on Mirage.
Yeah, for a map pick there of Heroic. Mirage as a second one in the series. You know, you don't want to sit here and think that G2 might run with this one in that direction, but it's possible.
I'll make it very easy for you.
Okay.
If G2 win Mirage, they win 3-0. This is where we're at. This is where we're standing. For Heroic, this is about making this a competitive game, making it a battle, and it's about finding some success on their T side. That was the issue here on Nuke. They're most likely going to start T side again on Mirage, and they're going to have to handle all of these pushes. Like we mentioned Hunter and the couple of clutches he had, and they were sublime. But even earlier, he was grabbing information. He was pushing. He was feeling whenever there was a gap. And I think he was in Cadian's head in that way. He learned, he knew, he read the game. That cannot happen on Mirage if you're Heroic. You need to be very concise and disciplined with who is pushing behind you, and G2 cannot bottle you up.
And I'm hoping that the nerves are gone now for both teams, because both teams have experienced them. First map is over. You know, it was chaos. Can we now try to play our game? That's what both teams are going to say. You know, can we calm down? Can we talk a little bit more cleanly, right? Not yell and all these sorts of things. And for Cadian, he had a couple of like tight rounds. You know, those clutches, we've seen him win clutches on B, 1v4s, 1v5s, whatnot, you know, and he was close a couple of times. That missed one on Monesi when Monesi isn't really looking at him. And if he hits that that first Deagle shot, Monesi's gone. He's on 10 HP, right? But he, you know, recovers from that, gets the kill and gets another crazy clutch. Like G2, if they lost one of those rounds from like 12-10 or whatever it was, they would be broke. And Heroic would have probably run away with the game at that point. So hopefully for him, he has a lot riding on him, Cadian, not just emotionally for his team, but also in the game. Go back to the first gun round of this game. They're in a 4v4 or whatever. Cadian is just pushing Ram back up by himself and gets 2 kills. If he dies, G2 wins that round and they maybe 4-5-0 up on T side of Nuke. Who knows what could have happened? So Heroic relies on him a little bit too much to be the point man.
Yeah, and it is about the bibblies and bobblies at that point. I do recall that round in specific. It seemed like Cadian was just all over the place, which is kind of what leads me into our 1xBet clutch. I did ask you to go ahead and get your votes in, use those Twitch channel points, and now we're going to find out that it's ZywOo's clutch.
Very speedy rotation. Oh, wow!
Talk about quick.
Quick turn out of ZywOo. Don't want to give him 1v1s. Crims with that jiggle has given ZywOo a chance. My God, he's a
Sick clutch, but not enough to find themselves this far into the event, because our grand final does feature that of Heroic and G2. G2 up in just one map of the series so far, and what is potentially all 5. We're going to go to Mirage next, and we're going to find out how this one shakes down. When we return, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice 23.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Is he good as IGL and AWPer? I mean, this team is so talented, but something not working.
Problem is, he is probably even worse with rifle than AWP. And who is there in the Danish scene as an AWPer, RN, right now?
I mean, for me, Stavn is probably the top AWPer in Denmark right now. When he picks it up, he does way better than Cadian with it.
But then you gotta find yourself a rifler as good as Stavn in Denmark, and that is impossible.
Not really, not really. A solid rifler will do if Stavn is good as he usually is when he plays the AWP.
What's not working is the Dust 2 pick. Even a bad Heroic should never be getting 2-0'd by an academy team. Maybe Cadian had a stroke when picking the map FFS.
I don't understand the Dust 2 pick either.
I think maybe he took too much white powder up his nose.
Maybe he misclicked. No worries, it's round robin, so they have 4 more matches to recover.
Sure, they have time, but I don't see where they find the confidence in their Dust 2 in the first place. Maybe it comes from lack of confidence on other maps.
Being exposed right now, he had one saving grace, IGLing, because he is ass at AWPing, but he's not looking good at all.
I think he just forgot to plug in something.
Beautiful calls like go 5B against Eco without clearing any map. Goat IGL.
Maybe getting good at throwing flashbang is key.
Damn, I can't hold myself from loving comedian name that he got, and he deserves it just by picking Dust 2.
Bring King Devi on the AWP. Leave comedian to airplane calling. Yeah, this should make Heroic at South region for sure.
Welcome to HLTV.
IEM Katowice, a yearly experience, unlike anything else. G2 Heroic, Grand Finals, and we're looking to crown a king of counter. Constantly revolving door of talented individuals vying for it. Katowice is all about separating the best from the rest. And no rest for our players. The second map about to be underway. We witness Nuke continue and streaks extended. The second of all time, G2. Now take two Mirage, the Desk believes. If they take this one, it could be done in 3. On his 4th time of asking, Nico still without that Katowice trophy in his cabinet. Heroic looking to make the statement that we're going the distance in this best of 5.
This one here sets the tone, and well, setting the tone again. Heroic looking to congregate quickly over towards the B bomb site with 5. Hunter with Julies on the balcony, a flash at the ready. The trap is laid.
Oh, Hunter's been a sharp shooter. Perfect weapons for the job. 30 bullets to rain down pain on Heroic. Flashes in, eaten, and down goes. Surely Tessus, the counter flash is good. Everyone's blind, and nothing from the Julies. The site wide open. Heroic. Fast plant. Upgrade on the pistol. It'll be Shush wielding what Hunter brought in. And Montage just getting info. That's brave and a lot. Can focus their attention on the left side, and so many bodies hidden within plain sight. On the bomb site, fighting in unison. 3. Suddenly they show face and melt G2. Heroic's first pistol of this series as well, worth noting.
Yeah, and a good way to kick things off, right? There were moments where you could see that going wrong. It's Tessus on the entry, just taking that space, not worrying about taking the jewel on the balcony. Great work from him. Nico to hold on to this armor alongside the pistol. And he'll get away with it here. Well, Willie, okay, that one. Maybe overstepping the mark right there. Still got to reel it in. A long series ahead of us here. Heroic and no slouch. We covered them yesterday, handing Na'Vi their ass on this very map, 16-8, easy as you like. And once they go over to the CT side, make sure you keep tabs on these A-ramp flanks, because that was a consistent fixture. We got a long way to go before we get there, and well, before we get there, G2 into double scouts and some upgraded pistols. Hunter with his signature CZ75.
G2, some of the best in the world at these second round force buy conversions.
Part KD in top mid, and he hasn't had any real issues so far. A smoke exchange towards connector here to slow down any crawl, but with the bomb set up towards this A ramp, Shush in the palace position, it does seem likely to be at least an A play or an A look to see what they can find. Once he gets smoked off, the issue will really then fall to JKS playing under the balcony right now with that 5-7 in hand, and you can see just waiting for any aggression out of G2. Well, nothing just yet. Montasy going to be caught off guard here on the next glance.
They've slipped the net.
He has no idea.
He has no idea. JKS is going to get shot in the rear. Oh! JKS! He springs to action, spotted Yabi, but doesn't get anything for his troubles. Now they can clamp shut on the site, and G2 will look for a second bite of the cherry.
Crazy decision going for a save this early here, not even trying to find a frag, so they know that they've foregone all this mid control, so the piece that they can take back to the map is going to be the B apartments. Swarming in there now, and yeah, you're right, have another go at this with Stout. He doesn't want to allow that just here, just yet. Now, he could give over a Galil if he's not careful.
Yeah, that is the inherent risk of hunting these 4 spies, and Hunter says bye-bye.
Yeah, that's an interesting little off angle he held right there. You can see Stown still somewhat ready for it, but there's so many different positions you have to worry about, and if you're Katie, you don't want to send any more lamps to the slaughter here. Everybody with a rifle, so handing a Galil over is actually huge. JKS can get a pistol drop in the next. I'm sure Hunter will hold on to that Galil. And then there's still 2 scouts in play. How many of them did they see? That's the question. Maybe Monacy's. Outside of that, I don't think they would have noted Nico's just yet. So steady start from Heroic. Pistol and conversion. Exactly how G2 started their campaign on Nuke. And look, the Des touched on it. We made sure to highlight it here during the cast. That was a very close first map of play. Any of those rounds, any of those clutch situations. If Heroic had put consecutive rounds together, they would have broken G2 and a real chance for them to run away with that map of Nuke. But here we go again.
They definitely had their opportunities. Great catch from the desk and highlighting those. A second ace in the tournament for Hunter already. And Katie, oh, he meets that. Perfectly placed bullet out of Nico's scout, and immediately he will back away.
Pressure on A here again. JKS caught off guard last time. It might happen again here. Monacy's not looking. They might pounce out Palace.
Yeah, it's loud. JKS calling for help. Monacy is caught in transition. And JKS, the pre-fires are there. One, he does his best with the 5-7. With the rotate on its way, Nico would hit every shot he takes. Yabi's just got the better gun. 2 tags from those scouts, but need to be converted. You can see Yabi and Katie encaged.
Oh, look at his flank as well around the world. Stown making short. Katie.
The dead man. Extinguished short, but sprayed on down. And Hunter happy to hold on to that Galil Stown gave in the previous. Hiding in plain sight. You can see they're clearing B site.
Little tasty smoke here as well. They might get lucky with this. This is a serviceable weapon going into the 4th round of play here, but Heroic handling business and doing so with a quiet nature there.
There's a poltergeist on this server.
Rolling back and forth. It's going to get blown his way here with that bomb going off. And a catch right there from Hunter. All right, well, head armor, Galil, and a smoke. Basically a full kit for Hunter. He could even drop an AWP across to Monacy here if he'd like. That would be a donation I'm sure the young gun would be very happy with. But steady stuff from the Danes. Have to be happy with this.
And stone faces for G2, determined to convert what has been the name on the tip of everyone's tongue, but that brings an extra level of pressure. You see the movement out of Monacy. As fast as he can, finds himself posted up for that cross. No gap on their smoke, and ooh, Cadian fires off a shot. Good catch from our ops team. It's a miss, but Hooksy lives and confirms there was an AWP present.
That was a fixture of Heroic's play yesterday. Sent Cadian fishing, apply pressure, force out some util. Mid control. Could be Heroics if they'd like it here, but another pop towards B seems likely here. Mid control util in the air, connected deep, window smoked off, and well, here comes the fight.
Yeah, Hooksy, he's getting a lot of this information safely. Now they're trying to run him down. Monacy, the flash, denies the AWP contributions. Now Yabi confirms all the bodies on the site. It's Monacy to draw first blood on the fight. Heroic rescind their offer. Think better of it.
Look at JKS's power position here. He's played in towards Palace. He's going to give up the A site here. Nico can call the cross. JKS here is just to be an issue if the bomb goes down.
Nico's holding this. He's responsible for that A site.
He can still pivot back to B. There's plenty of time for this.
Nico's attention is drawn. Tessus' steps heard. JKS would have to fight. The back is turned to trade. Oh, denied! Nico aware and oh so ready. G2 for a flawless announcement on this defense. The first for their CT side. Canadian yet to die.
And their first Mirage in this tournament. That's the key here. G2, they haven't had to play this map so far. So something that going into the dark, Canadian will take down Hooksy Shaw. The chase, well, springing to life. A few more G2 members locking him in, making sure he won't be able to get anything else done here. But this will be the first down for G2. But it's crazy, right? The fact this is a comfort pick here for Heroic. Yeah, let's go into Mirage. We're comfortable on this. We took down Na'Vi. This is a solid map for us. Something that they haven't seen G2 play here in Katowice. And a bit of a tame start at both sides here, so not the explosive nature to kick things off as we had on Nuke, and I think that's represented in the crowd, just getting back to their seats here.
Hope you got your snacks, and tell your friends. G2 Heroic. Warming into our second map now.
Another 3-man B start out of G2. That's 2 consecutive rounds. I know Montasy jumped across in the previous, but heavy over towards B here, so trying to fortify HooXi's bomb site early. Lots of pressure on JKS here.
Yeah, I love the forward position. He's given himself a lovely one-way. Yabi, oh, aware. Jiggle, bait, hook, line, and sinker. It's Nico with the double. Down to test him. Gets the trade belated, but HooXi looking to quickly clamp shut on this long rotation. He's got to have his knife out, charging, sprinting. They are looking to play ramp.
They're coming back. They seem aware of this here. He's heard him.
And executes. In the meantime, Hunter on the prowl.
Smoke for the bomb.
He has a kit. Does he go for it? Surely they have to spray it down. Anxious now, over the top. Beautiful. Another body drops. Time ticking. Time waits for no one. And Cadian will secure 4.
Yeah, today is Cadian here. Pointing at your soul. That is a fantastic round for Heroic there. HooXi just way too noisy on that flank. Sure, you said he had to hold knife out there. I think he felt too late to the party. Gives that one up with ease. That 3v3 retake doesn't even get a chance to get started here. JKS goes down without any type of a fight. Yabi continuing this fantastic form here, especially on the T side, opens up the account. But as I said, they started 3 towards B, so is that going to be a consistent fixture as we do get back underway? Montasy misses the jump because of the flash. Feels like he's under the pump here.
Oh yeah, he's kind of trapped.
Underpass is a problem.
Oh, and Montasy unprepared.
Not ready for it at all. Cadian sitting on a bit of a heater right now.
Yeah, that's what they can say about a leader like him. Instruction is good for a child, but example is worth a whole lot more.
This is a big push here. Nico needs a kill or 2. HooXi's going to be under a lot of pressure with this MP9.
Oh, well, he's out of there as Cadian keeps on going. Man on a mission. You're just, ooh, caught out this time with his knife out. Nico fast on the flank. Bomb into B. It's down over the top of the smoke. Hunter falls foul to his tricky tricks.
Yeah, they're going to save here, but JKS is still lucky to be alive right now. The fact that he's been ships in the night here. Over towards this A side of the map with that shush lurk. They'll be fortunate to hold on to these. So trying to lock down Nico's position. If he scopes back in, it will be noted, and they have a good idea he's here. Shush should be able to get this one. Back turned. Pants around the ankle, and AWP now back in Cadian's hands. Don't you worry about that. But this is great. If any team was going to dig themselves out of a tight game and not worry, brush it off. Been through plenty of adversity, having the Heroic boys together, they've shared their vulnerability. One saved rifle. Fantastic start here. 5-1. Looking comfy.
Yeah, they got their feet up.
Do you know the Wi-Fi password?
I actually don't.
All right, well, on the data, I suppose.
I can't do my fantasy on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Well, here we go, here we go. Just the saved rifle, some upgraded pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we've seen flashes of absurdity for G2 in the past.
Well, this is where we might get to see them look mortal as well.
Yeah, that too. They've definitely got a game plan. I like this. It's going to feel a bit different for Heroic if they do go for an early walk up the cat. This is threatening. SS.
Made a step.
Made a step. Straight across from behind. Hunter comes and it's, oh, it's a big surprise. Tessa screaming. Rifle saved by Shush. But it's JKS with a single M4, one and done. And the threat now neutral. Montasy, perhaps a confidence booster or 2 on the Deeg. Shadow, he knows. Down is around and gets the info off that strafe. Lovely work. Heroic, diligent. Both of these teams right now are at the top of their game.
Oof, yeah, about time. Feels like this one could be quick. This one's just been sailing past G2 here. Heroic come out looking like they found a, well, second win, not the second map. Very, very fast stuff and having no issues. They've conditioned this B bomb site here early, and a big part of the G2 game plan was to make sure that wouldn't happen.
Right, you got 3 there early, repeatedly.
Stick it once, yep. Don't pull it off in the follow-up, that's a big problem. JKS getting isolated on that A site as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the wrath of Heroic in the scoreboard. Huxi, one more death, and he will have the secret agent scoreline.
See the issue here as well, G2 aren't getting the lineups, they're not getting the multi-kill opportunities here, they're having to search out for them here, so good spacing from Heroic in a lot of these rounds. But it would be important to get Huxi online, right, just for his confidence here.
Oh, yeah.
And Montasy as well, only one kill, it's the AWPA, this is Mirage, this is an AWP player's playground.
And you know, Montasy especially treats every map in Counter-Strike like his playground.
This is brutal, again, they're just putting so much pressure on B. Sure, playing for space right now over towards his A side. But it just forces Huxi to dump his full bag of util. Sure, smoke, a HE and a flash left over for now, but he feels the pressure, it's drawn the rotation, and now isolated in mid is Nico.
They're just constantly forging these gaps, and Yabi, he's taken an abrasive start, aggressive. Nico felled over the smoke, again, Stown starts to really feel himself. And that's Hunter, unable to help as now Huxi cowers in fear and finds his first frag, would need a whole lot more. Huxi kicking and screaming and defending that B-bomb site. It's Cadian. Makes a short work of Montasy on that A rotation, trying to fight on two fronts. Could Huxi really be the one to save G2?
Running out of bullets here, 3, doesn't want to reload. And JKS, he's caught between two minds right now. This is Heroic, the Fakey boys. They could be absolutely anywhere. Huxi spotted again. The flank coming through. How much time can he buy?
He's safe.
For now.
Just has to chill.
This is the bomb on Cadian here. JKS could find it.
Cadian. How much of a clear? How much of a clear? Not aware. Cadian ascending. 3 frags in that round, all on his signature weapon.
This one's going to be quick. G2 should probably take another timeout here when they can get back into the guns. It's been way too easy for Heroic, showing some real pedigree right now on this map. And this is somewhere that G2 shouldn't be having any issues. As I mentioned, Montasy, Norpa's playground, you've got Nico, an aimer. You love this map as well. JKS does a very decent job anchoring down A traditionally. Hunter as well.
They just need something to call Cadian's jets.
All right, that's something.
How about that? A deagle straight between the eyes. Cadian gonna have to be calling from the grave now. Still an uphill struggle, make no mistake.
Doesn't look like there's going to be a fake in play here. So if they just commit towards this A site, G2 have gambled correctly. Make it 4 players over towards A. This forward position from Hunter CZ. Perfect weapon to strike here. Lamp flashes will be in play.
I really think this hinges on the next frag. If G2 can find the one in. Oh, Hunter just shy on the second. But it's Yabi who is just farming frags. 3 on the way in. Nico's hard work on the opening. They're going to have to demand more out of him. Huxi as well. Trying every trick in the book for a fight. No kit. Heroic. Set for success. Yabi on for the ace. As he quickly picks up the slack. Cadian down, no problem, I'll win the round.
Yeah, and that was a key brought up by the desk there. Yanko was touching on it. They might rely too heavily, this Heroic roster, on Cadian being that point man. So the fact that they, in a round like this, it is just against pistols, are unable to keep things together. Turn to Yabi here to step up with 4 massive frags. He continues this great form, and it's a coming-of-age story for this kid here. Copenhagen Flames, sure, that team, they made a splash as a team. Oh, we got Roy, we got Nikodos. You know, Yabi didn't really get a lot of shine, nor did Zypher, nor did Huxi.
But I remember when I was watching Yabi play, you could see there was something different about him. The way he had those mechanics ironed out, was controlling some mad sprays at mad distances. And Heroic saw that in him too.
Laser beam right now.
Big shoes to fill for Yabi, and yeah, he's been...
Headshot, look at that. Whoa, that's some crispy work here. And another timeout has been called. Makes a lot of sense. But hold up a second, this one's by Heroic. So having a note here that G2 aren't the ones who have called this exist. He's been on this stage as a player before. Multiple times with NIP, unable to get it done, but now he can offer a little bit of advice here to the Dane to really have full control of this game right now. a fire starter of a round with Nico with that deagle shot. They could have spiraled it with the pistols. They could have done exactly what G2 have done throughout a lot of their victories here. Win when they shouldn't. Now they have to do it with the rifles in play. And it has just been domination so far. Heroic are ragdolling him across the server here. What's the pace change this time? Nades towards Connector, and looks like a whole lot more damage should have been available there.
Yeah, but look at that. Monacy takes it as an insult. It could be, actually, insult to injury if he keeps pushing the issue. This is what Heroic won. This is what Cadian is set for. Shush as well. It's an aggressive crossfire. Game of chicken. Who fights first? Oh, Cadian baits the shot. No immediate fight. The flash is good. Commitment not present.
Okay, well, postured forward for now. That's going to give some redecision on either side of the server. It's passive over towards A. You can see JKS, this is essentially a retake setup, normally from Ticket, but right now from Jungle, and if they want to take some space back, they don't really have any utility to do so, so having a cross dry, Nico happy to back his aim in this situation. 3 towards B, and nobody really defending this A side other than a glance. So if it's a full execute, G2 are in trouble. It'll be retake again.
Yeah, they won't have info mid. I mean, naturally, this is the adjustment, but it draws attention. Another smoke. Nico floats. Just in time. He's in the right place. And Cadian once again will lead the charge. Scoped up, posted now. Nico hiding, flashed in. Not active. JKS and Nico trying to strike. Instead, Swallows led. Shush. A big opening. But 15 seconds, time could still become a factor here. JKS, hidden, flashed off. 10 seconds, that's a big one back. Just to disrupt. JKS, he pushes through. The bomb.
They're not planning, there's no time. There's no time, they're going to chase Montasy.
Oh, what a fumble.
Whew, if that's how you're going to win your rounds, this is going to be a quick game here. G2, thank you, Lucky Stars. That one right there, you shouldn't be getting away with that. That's one way to confirm it, sure, but woof, you need a whole lot more. And this was a great round. I love the details from Heroic. The only issue was the clock, the layering of util, the silent approach up the ramp, the explosion of utility in their face. And Montasy time steps out as it hits 0, grabs himself Tessus, and we're back into the buy.
If they could build upon it, perhaps ignite the fire in the belly of G2. Nico, a master of this connector position, chips away at Tessus.
Very light damage there. Open for a whole lot more. Will be smoked off for now. JKS, okay. Needing to take the space, understanding the situation here, but look at all the mid-control that Heroic have. They are feeling so confident right now.
This is an iconic move to get someone up and potentially over. Crossfire for the fade. Monacy CT, still 3B. The Cadian shot, still uncertainty. Counting on the two of them. Smoke should buy time. You're not going to want to disrespect.
They forced the rotation. This is a great fake here.
Oh, they are all moving their pieces back towards the first letter, and now Hooksy with only the MP9. Tries to win his duel, does take down Yabi.
Has to live.
It's a big frag, survival integral. Through the smoke, oh, he turns away. By the flash, it's Hunter though that picks up the slack. One done, Nico back. Double from him, what a shot from Cadian. He's making a round out of this. One clutch, shut down by Monacy. Can he do it again? JKS as well, baits the shot, confirms the AWP. Cooking up the clutch, it's JKS this time to deny.
Whew, the trading from Heroic here, great in patches. That shot from Cadian, fantastic, so flicky. Trying to do his best Monacy impression right there. Good stuff from the captain, another threatening round, but another round for G2, and they're just getting by by the skin of their teeth here.
I mean, they're making a half out of this now.
Oof.
Madness.
Now JKS, well, last year on the FaZe side, winning a big clutch, coming from exactly that position, making G2 sweat. And a G2 that had been in 2 Katowice Grand Finals, never winning a map until now. I'm sure they'd like to make that 3.
Yeah, well, while they're in the bucking of trend habit. See if they can go all the way.
Let's keep tabs on this here. Still very early stages, and G2 would need another relatively clean gun round here to be able to break Heroic. At that point, the conversation to how JKS dropping that plant just as it was about to go down, the difference that could make here. Heroic don't seem like a team to struggle with the mental.
Yeah, but things compound, Chad. Des pointed at it. There was a couple of opportunities. You could see that was the start of dissatisfaction and anger on the side of Heroic. They definitely had their shot at stopping that G2 20th, but it's theirs now. Heroic need to make it clear Mirage is their pick for a reason. Certainly started that way, but with a run of 2. Looking for a 3rd consecutive. More standard setup this time as well. Hunter's flirting.
He's going to get all this space here. That flash with no follow-up. Oh, the freebie! Oh! Yabi in the back. B's open.
Wide open. He's screaming as well. Normally expecting friends, company. It's not present. Nice catch from Hunter.
But they know they can get into the side now.
Oh my God, Shush. A long-range spray. JKS reveals himself towards the Palace position. These split-second decisions have left us in a 3-on-3.
A save might be considered here. This is a risky round for G2 to go through, considering the stakes at hand. And yeah, when you're seeing this getting picked up, maybe that is the chit-chat. Might need the Spodek to lift the energy in here a little bit.
Yeah, they are. We got the Mexican wave floating through the Spodek right now.
Got some Chev fans in the house.
A lot of love for one of our observers.
Well, it will be the save here. Heroic up to 9, and it felt way too easy there. Hooksy wasn't ready for the disrespect on the smoke. Yabi again. Just a nuisance. This kid, he's really feeling himself now.
And as a B anchor, you can put yourself in Hooksy's shoes. It just feels like whenever he just considers exploring the options of short, Yabi finds that gap.
I have to go back and question exactly what the plan was there, because Hunter was already top mid, right? So they already had a lot of space. So I don't know what the call was. I don't know what the change-up was. Maybe they thought it was going to be an A play. But Hooksy exploited again.
And it breaks the streak of G2, albeit small.
Well, the money can come back out here for another buy. Those saves, very important here. Hooksy just down to a fammer. So if they want to keep bullying B, they can. But this time round, faster mid-util. They're loving the one on the ramp in this game. It really makes things awkward for the mid defenders. And Nico playing in it. I'm off to a flame, looking for some form of a fight here, but they're happy to stay completely away. And well, look who's left on an island. Mr. JKS is Yabi coming in to knock his socks off once more. Quite truly no support here.
He's done it before. Can he do it again? Looking to deliver. JKS so blind. How is he alive? Shush changes that. Committing into the A site now. Kit down, bomb 2. And Cadian, oh, what? He peeks over the flames. Risk versus reward. Hunter watching now as his team tries to claw things back. It's Monacy. Orb to level things out.
Nico needs time. He's called this. He's called the round maneuver. Monacy's ready for this. If Cadian just swings out here, he is a dead man.
And then Tessus, unprepared for Nico in the Palace. That's the frag. Oh, he lets it go. Cadian allowed to live on, and now Monacy's the one to go down. Hooksy,
gotta sit it.
YOLO, you only live once. Holds the defuse in front of their face. He's laughing at him. Pros do not fake on the grand final stage. As Hooksy pulls a 4th out of thin air.
Nico heard the steps. He knew exactly what Cadian was up to. He set Monacy up right there to seal the deal. They still get the rounds, but these aren't pretty. They are having to work so hard, and a little bit of luck necessary for G2 as well, just to get up to 4. Heroic looks like the better team, and that is not even a question thus far. Has to sit it, has to trust, has to hope.
Just stand, and not a single bullet finds him. Tessus, angry, straight into JKS, is nearly 3. The double kill. Monacy shaky. Been run on down. And only Stown and Yabi so low. It's G2's round. Just need to putt it in. Nico doesn't need to find Yabi. Hunter supports him. from all the way downtown. And that's down. The last to fall in the round. Double from Odyssey in the end.
Their best round so far from G2 right there.
No harm, no foul.
Definitely the best round that they've played so far on this defense here. Heroic, 9 rounds already. Yeah, you'll take 10 on the nose here, and you have enough money to make this one threatening here for round number 15. Starting to get a bit more action-packed right now, and this is JKS just in time. We catch the action, the double up. Yeah, and the dink as well there, so did his job. But will it be back to B? That's where Heroic have been able to find the pressure point. G2 tried to bolster that early. They tried to make sure Huxi was safe.
Cadian, this is very, very overconfident. Running straight into the clutches of JKS. And Yabi's been hurt. Huxi should have him. Hunter with the nade. And G2, they have definitely found somewhat of a band-aid. Recovering this half. Still, Heroic got a lot to boast at the end of this one. Play on the fade, yeah. Oh, perfect. Takes the header both. And we tie things around 9-6. Heroic looking to take us the distance to go 1-1. All up for debate in our second half of play.
It is grand final time here at ESL Impact. As you can see, the players are setting up. Navi Javelins behind me, who made it to the final. And for the first time in ages, I guess, it's not a Furia versus Nigma Galaxy final, because Nigma Galaxy knocked out Furia in their semi-final. Now, the spicy thing about this is that the Navi Javelins have 5 Polish players who are playing on home soil here in Katowice. So it would be so huge if they were able to beat Nigma Galaxy and raise this trophy. We'll see what happens in the grand final.
We're at the second half, Spodek, of the second map. How's everyone doing? Now, let me get a vibe check here. Who's going for G2? And what about Heroic? Ooh, okay, 50-50. All right, I want you to work with me, guys. I want this whole roof, I want this arena to make some noise. Let me hear you. Bring the high!
I love it. I love it. As G2 and Heroic put their hands on their mouse and keyboard. One more time, Spodek. Put your hands together. Counter-Strike continues. Cadian, 3 on his screen, gets nothing done with it. G2, leg up, looking for more, looking for blood. It's hard to hit. It's another. Wrapping into Stout. His back is turned. Bodies are dropping. Montasy should punish. Should.
Out of ammo.
Knife out. Reload has been had. 12 more bullets to work his magic as
look at this
3 on 3. Look at this. The bomb is just leaving T spawn. Montasy boosted up. Now not gonna have his crosshair there. Unprepared as Montasy is in the server. 4 on the pistol. Rocks Heroic.
Look at all this territory here. Look at all this space. Hunter towards CT spawn. Montasy with the control of mid. Huxi now just has to plant that bomb. There's only a few questions that he has to ask himself right now, so being very careful about this. We'll punch in the digits. Shush will understand he's in the wrong place, wrong time. Now he has to decide, does he even want to look for anything? The armor going into the next, well, that would be something. As it feels like we're about to split pistols here. Time the biggest of the issues, and yeah, well, that'll be that. Montasy kicks us off here.
With that pistol, as you've highlighted, divided.
There's a chance to tie things up 9-9 for sure right now. With this saved armor right here, I think we'll be expecting a Heroic force buy. Be par for the course, quite classic for them. So there's a chance for Heroic to try and bounce back immediately. We know what type of purchases will be available to them. Scouts, upgraded pistols, MP9s potentially. And this was Montasy here, just, it was a chaotic round, right? We saw Nico just missing a whole bunch of shots right there as he tried to make his way out on the A ramp, but Montasy made good on his promise. Elevation here. And just puts Heroic down in the dirt, so fantastic stuff from the young gun. We are back underway with the force by top mid smoke, bit of pace here on Huxi, accelerating quickly down to connector, disconnected from the pack, so I want to consider his movements here, but we'll completely flush it out. So key pieces of real estate. Nobody homing connector. Early space. Still plenty of time for something to go wrong here. Need to highlight the forward setup here. Yabi alongside of that of Shush, and you can see this here. They have smoke, so if there are mollies under this dark position, they can extinguish. They can be a real nuisance, and they double up there. Very scary to get past, often overlooked. Nobody's pushed B just yet, so Hunter being diligent. Now, one of the bigger issues is, sure, they had the mid control, they had the space, but other than that, they don't have any information. They don't know what site is stacked. A late layered mid smoke coming out. That's going to give Hunter the space to work for connector once more. Seems like a bit of a B split here, but if Tessus doesn't take any contact, this stack is looking perfect.
Second pump of the same utilities. Down, only the D. Flash through. Unsuccessful. Huxi opens up the account for G2 against this anti-force buy. It's Montasy as well, clearing out the dark position. Nothing Heroic can do about this one. As Tessus, yeah, you'll voice concerns with the single Deeg, but there's nothing more for him in this one.
Maybe a little bit of miscomms right there. The molly came in towards the jungle position while Huxi was in jungle. And it actually worked out because the molly landed towards the gun and they're not going to go forward and try and find this. So an accidental little detail there for G2. You're going to be happy to keep 4 alive here. This is a good start in the second half of map number 2.
Such a magnificent blend of different players' stories on that G2 roster. And we've seen them just build and develop that next level. They found it through developing and, of course, getting Hooksy comfortable with a leadership role. You're calling rounds to greats.
The biggest issue for him coming into the team was some of the interviews he gave. Talking about how he doesn't need to frag, and then, well, he didn't frag, and then he literally became a meme, and then he became the favorite of the community, and then they were still considered a little bit of a joke. But they've turned things around. They didn't qualify for the last major, and now this team is yet to lose a map this year. They're on an 11 series winning streak, 20 maps in a row.
Yeah, it's like the Chinese farmer proverb. Maybe not getting to the major was a good thing after all. And G2 looking to remain indomitable.
Far off there from Tessus. And they still have signs to be potent with that save scout brought across. JKS will find the opening here. Scout, they're ready. Shot hit. Big one there from Cadian.
Hello. A minor wrinkle on G2's 18th round. Tessus hits one onto the shoulder of Nico.
Needs to be careful here. The other two are floating through mid as the bomb comes back. Tessus stands ready. He's going to get overwhelmed.
There's so many bodies coming his way, and he is just going to perhaps play the element of surprise.
Honestly, he's not looking.
Honestly, surely aware. He knows. And delivers.
Okay. Well, scary for a moment, but no issues there. We will tie things up 9-9. We talk about majors. Major grand finalists Heroic here today. We're at the tail end of the year for them, pretty hot as well. Fall finals, they lift the trophy. World finals there without Stown. Start of the year rocky. The spring group's not looking great for them, just ask EG. And then coming into this event, piecing themselves back together, getting back into that top tier form. Remember, this is the world number 1 and 2. Actually, let's not call either of them. Let's not give them the rank. Whoever wins this one right here will be considered the best in the world, the ones to fear to start off 2023.
Yeah, and both of these teams have had their trials and tribulations on the way here. A flat major grand final for Heroic. And then shaking it off and doing it on home soil. I think that victory meant a lot for them.
All right, let's get into the business rounds here.
Yeah, the crowd are warming up because they know that this round has a lot of weight attached to it. G2 with an opportunity to continue undefeated on their attack so far. This is a map we haven't seen, Chad. Heroic picking Mirage into G2, yet to see it in Katowice now with their debut, looking fierce, looking strong. Tessus to be tested. Partnered up with Stown, whose ears are ringing after that. It's Hooksy! He wins it! Aggressive from Yabi. Traded now by Tessus, but there's one back. It's Hunter that holds on to the advantage.
Speaking of advantage, they can play that right now. Regroup, retool. Execute together. Right now, Heroic with just 3 players staying alive. Sure, they have an awful lot of space. He might catch Hunter here. To be very careful on this cross. Cadian can draw things back to a 3-on-3 situation.
Not an easy one to hit. Just on that
a whole lot harder.
Sliver gap, especially now. Hunter's timing, everything. So variable.
This position from Cadian allows 2 players to stay over towards A here. The Zoo's getting Rabbit out there right now. 45 seconds up connector, really on Stown here.
Trying to will this into existence. Yeah, Stown needs to disrupt. And Hunter, the first to fall, gets them both. A double onto the Kovac cousins.
And no Shush is still here though, he has to be somewhere.
Safe from the Molotov. 30 seconds for them to try and find either the frag or the plant. Cadian detached from his teammate, from his compadre. Honestly, responsible for that plant. And JKS, perfect! Builds upon it. Instant headshot despite the low HP. And an awkward decision to be made here for Cadian, hoping to be given something, hoping one of them wants to cross CT, but he's not been given anything.
This is the only choice he can make right here, G2. Almost fumbled the bag right there, that's down double up. Echoing in the ears of the cousins. They're bailing themselves out of trouble. We'll grab double digits first here. And Cadian does need to be careful still, a little bit of time on this bomb. JKS jumps around the corner, he might get himself a bit of a chance here, especially if he elevates onto the fence. I'm going to go off, and, well, we'll call it. Canadian does get to retain the AWP, but this is pivotal. Spoke about the impact he could have, and I also mentioned the fact that if this game, it gets hard, not only does he have to call, not only does he have to in-game lead this team, he has to AWP. That's a role where he needs to find success. And hoping to find some of that right now are Heroic, taking a timeout. They're second thus far. A streak of rounds for G2 at this point. If you bring in the tail 3 of that last half, 7 consecutive rounds right now. And this shot here from JKS, very low on HP, 24 in total. Could have gone down to a stiff breeze. What's the change-up going to be? What's the conversation? Should only be a half investment here from Heroic. They'd be crazy to shove all in, even though they do have this AWP loss bonus into the next maxed out. Some upgrades, sure, you can invest a little bit. But cool as a cucumber exists. Not too worried just yet. Well, they know this AWP is in play here. How are you going to avoid it? Execute wouldn't be a bad call. They did this against Na'Vi. They bought into a hero M4 on Stound, and he found great success. So let's see if he can do it again.
Now, they were going to go for a quick exec. That smoke on Palace is going to delay things. Paranoia spreads of potential aggressive maneuvers.
This is one of the safest calls you can make against an AWP here, but Cadian's not playing CT, he's playing Firebox, so he will fight.
Shush has to back off. Well-placed Molotov. And now, oh, Nico, fumble, perfect frag, Cadian only the one. It's Nico that keeps them humble. The impact of that frag now reverberates.
Stound's M4 still in play.
Oh, fell off of it, the gap on the CT smoke. Hunter so wise to cancel the plant. He lives on. Stound does have to step up. Might just have to respect that smoke, that would rot the clock. 20 seconds off of what we have. Just like statues, look, that weapon's being held. Hunter's chosen his angle wisely. Let the smoke fade, and then play for the close. JKS readies himself for battle. Honestly, to provide the overwatch and support, he'll likely post up for that CT fight.
They have to fight. Time a problem.
Now it's awkward. They have a nade. Hunter throws it out. It's down onto JKS. He needs to plant. Oh dear! A light one from Heroic. This is robbery, thievery. Heroic cut the purse of G2. Just when the fans started to think this was a clean walk to the 2-0, a reminder of who they're up against. And G2 feeling like they might be against themselves as well. How did this go wrong?
It's that saved M4, right? Look at all that damage done. Then JKS knows he needs to step out wider. He can't convert the kill. Stound, as we mentioned, needing to get a lot done. And speaking of Stound, 17 kills to his name alongside the captain, Cadian, with 16, who had a kill in that round as well. Now, it's not the end of the world, but G2 with a bit of a boo-boo right there. Not getting the bomb down before the smoke's faded. That was all their util. That's going to give Heroic something to work with. Their first round thus far in this second half of play.
Becoming somewhat of a trend with these two teams.
Mid's completely clear. They know there's nothing in mid right now. They can stack up either side.
Nade looks good. Destined for glory into Nico. Big chunk, good flash. So many bodies behind the smoke, and it's Hoopsy with the execution. A big frag to post. He's feeling real frisky now. Grabs himself a smoke. Right to lock him out. Oh no! He fumbles. Smoke does nothing. Tessus pulls them back. It's Hunter from around the world. He's coming out of the B apps. Can go for that flank.
It's a default plan. He has to go CT. He can't go short. There's no way he can go short with where this bomb is, but I don't think they'll expect this type of maneuver regardless.
No way. No way. The comms are loud right now. Process of elimination in Hunter. Hunting. Monacy already posted, and Cadian's everyone's back his turn. Oh, it's glorious! Finishes his meal eventually, and round winner. It's Hunter.
Almost left some scraps on the plate right there. It's wobbly, the nerves, you can see it. There's definitely some indecision in certain moments here. Like, Hooksy pulling out nades, up so close and personal. Nose players are in the connector, almost giving opportunities for Heroic to grab back another one. And these are the little details here. Heroic will capitalize if you give them too much.
Yeah, that saved by Hunter there, and Monacy, of course, but that following from the previous round where you've lost to just pistols and a M4, Cadian's AWP. This is how it started, and this is where things went a little awry. It could have gone so much worse. You can see the damage control now in the following replay. Hunter.
Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah, we have.
Thought we'd finished that frag. Not the case. Buys back out. Double AWPs here. It's down and Cadian wielding the big greens.
It's a biff! It's a battle in middle. JKS demands respect. As Cadian got in! Oh dear! Heroic disintegrated the hands of G2. Okay, you want to fight mid? You got to get through me. Monacy over the smoke leaves Yabi in an early bedtime. And this whole round just completely collapses for Heroic. They don't even know what hit them.
Both teams wanted to fight there. Both teams wanted to duel for that mid control. I don't think Heroic was expecting so many bodies in that double AWP setup. Doesn't even get a chance. Doesn't even get an opportunity to play. The B bomb site's open. The bomb will go down. It is just Tessus here.
They want to take it all away.
I think they just want to make sure he can't get back in AWP. Like, let him save this M4. That's fine. With the loss bonus where it's at right now, that conversation I had, that Cadian will be able to buy one. If he grabs another, then they can try this double AWP setup again. So by leaving the body in mid, right now it's just JKS on 23 points of health. He has help not too far away. But Tessus here will just hold on to this. Now, with the loss bonus, they can get another purchase in. He can drop a rifle. Cadian can buy. Shush should be close enough as well.
Last time I saw Heroic's double AWPs, they were going for the round close. Up against Na'Vi with the craziest of setups. 2 underpass, 2 AWPs all over the shop. I think it was a scout in the mix as well. I mean, it really was higgledy-piggledy, but no AWP saved.
Heroic's going to dig deep now. They're not out of this. The game is close again, just like Nuke. There's moments in this where breaking points for either team, but this is the moment where Heroic really need to take some time and consider their next move. These aggressive plays, these in-your-face maneuvers, I understand it, but you've got to stick the landing on one of them right here. So what will Cadian call? He can get out his AWP. The guns are being dropped. A great double up here from JKS with the back of Hooksy, happy to sacrifice himself. A blood offering to the G2 gods. Again, same play, fast mid.
Yeah, less resistance this time. Cadian. Oh, he meets Monacy. Heating up now, you can't get away from Monacy. Into the site. And looking to say goodnight is Tessus alone on the site. Can he really get more? Fast as lightning. Monacy flanked. Stown silences him, but Hunter's crosshair disrupted. Stown has managed to scavenge around.
Wait, Nico's just looked away. The flank's here. Shush should have this. The timing.
Down, unawares. Trade. No! Nico pulls G2 into the 13th as they look to remain undefeated, untouchable in the grand finals.
Cadian hasn't even had a chance to use these AWPs in back-to-back rounds here, just sidelined by the pace, the balls to call the same round twice. And check him out, you said lightning fast, no one's quicker than the Flash here. And this kid just bounds into a third, whips into Tessus.
What is Tessus supposed to do? He swings wide, hits the dink, Monacy's just quicker.
And again, they're just barreling out. The fight keeps coming, but so does Cadian.
Brilliant. Not good enough, says Monacy. And now Shush is in trouble. Jeopardy run down by Hooksy. G2, they've hit 5th gear.
This is a map.
Heroic shadows of themselves as G2 bring the fight to them. Just swinging into middle. Brass knuckles. Throw a knockout blow for Heroic. You can see what they're working with now. A partial. Gets them nowhere. Down. Nice haircut handed to Hooksy.
Bomb's not on his site yet, and, well, maybe we don't have to worry about that. JKS, the AWPer, of course, gets the double up to close the deal. 14-10, and a bit of a sinking feeling for Heroic here. If they don't turn this around, guess what's up next? Inferno. Another map where G2 has a bit of a streak right now. 10 on the trot.
against some of the greatest
Make that
play
9,
Inferno.
sorry. Make that 9. I go, yeah, I'm already in the future.
9.
9 on the trot.
And against everyone, the cast of characters. Your Na'Vis, your Liquids, your FaZe. They could not stop him. Oh.
Is that a Steam Deck I see?
Oh.
Yep.
You win some, you lose some.
Heroic might be losing this. Another timeout. Scraping the bottom of the barrel right now. So far held to just 1 round. And look at the faces on that G2 side. They know what's coming up next. I mentioned it, Inferno. They've looked almost unstoppable on that as well. The conversation from the desk at the start of the day, the fact that they get Nuke and Inferno in the first 3 maps to play. Yanko talking about the chance for that 3-0. Well, if we continue in this fashion, could be very likely. Sure, Heroic have been looking good on Inferno as well. But G2 feeling unstoppable right now.
I think they believe they are. And it's up to Heroic to make them question that. Tess has not been flying out of the gates in our second map to be tested on B.
This is a fake.
Forces the util. Huxi, a hard commit, strafing through, gets into the site. Yabi calling 1 through. Not going to force an over-rotation, and Huxi's death. A big frag to be posted by Yabi. They can confirm nothing more on this side of the map. All quiet on the northern front.
You might have to push through this here. It was one of their only avenues available. They are just going to sit and wait. They dumped so much utility, and even Huxi up to try and pull a rotation. There was nothing given, nothing granted. So Heroic happy to hold on here.
Returning. G2 puts revenge on the menu.
Oh, this could be Tessus' time right now.
Someone from Heroic does have to step up and deliver, or the indomitable G2 will go through the motions. They're coming for you! Tessus! Collateral headshot! Ears are ringing. And Nico surging into the site. Yabi fills the void. They're not going to check this. Trigger discipline on the grand final stage to close.
That looked great there for Heroic. Look handled right. That fake that comes in, they didn't worry about it too much. Dealt with Huxi with ease. They just sat back, relaxed. That nice little rotation there from Yabi. It's all right. Tessus can go down. I will secure this round. And I feel Tessus got a little bit hard done by there. You felt that double up. Should have been his every day of the week.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how Hunter didn't go down. Had the right weapon for the job.
All right, Heroic. A couple more of those to draw things level. This is their second CT round now, yet to post consecutive. This would be the perfect time for that to change. Can break the bank here of G2 as well. And Heroic know that. They win this one, this game is back on.
Huxi's made a call, an executive call, quick, efficient, a bit dirty. Straight in, looking for blood. Down court out, it's Cadian quick to the flick, defends. As Heroic will find the opening. Is there more behind it? Looking for answers is Cadian. Sticking out, going wide. It's m0NESY v Cadian, and he's good for it. This game delivers, as do Heroic. Not to be counted out. Neither of these two. Hunter and JKS have done some rather absurd things on their path here to the finals. JKS, though, shouldn't have been ready for that.
And if we're going to be critical here, G2 in these last 2 rounds, they've dumped so much util for the openings, and Huxi's gone down twice. He was ahead of the util just there. You saw that connector smoke wasn't up. He goes down. So in both of these occasions, when they've opted to go for these type of heavy util plays, one was a fake, one was a full commit, G2 haven't even followed through with that util. Right? You saw that they all just stalled out and stopped, and that'll be another round here. As I mentioned, cash broken and back on. Started to talk about Inferno way too soon. Mirage still got plenty more twists and turns right here. And this is what you wanted to see from Heroic. Huxi just so far ahead, and I know he didn't go down to the connector player there, but it meant he had to worry about a whole lot more. You could see that as he was pushing through with the layering of those flashes, had so much to worry about. So G2 are getting ahead of themselves here. If they thought they had this one done, if they thought they had Heroic right where they wanted them, well, Heroic, they're not going to give up just yet.
Get what you requested. The Nico Deeg is out. Oh, the double nades. G2 worse for wear after that one. Still vision in mid as well. Stown can work with that. This is a little risky considering the state of play. The most expensive gun in the game. the first contact. And down goes Huxi. An opening death as he watches the rest fall into place. One by one, G2 picked apart. Poked on down, and now we're just having a little meeting in spawn.
Perfect response right there. As soon as they know that AWP's in play, of course, there's going to be multiple already swinging. JKS pushes the Palace position. Nico tries to peek out the ramp, but Shush is there. Right, one of the trusty soldiers for Heroic here.
It really has been a long project for Heroic. As with all of these great teams, just finding all of the right pieces of the puzzle. Many thought they had it. Yabi, the final component. And now starting the year as strong as ever. We know something happens. Ooh, when Nico's low HP, but death is a certainty. Shush makes it so.
And a flash as well to enable that play, right? Not just peeking dry, so the teamwork is still there. That means that the comms are still in a solid place right now for Heroic. So content with that round, as the fans are too. A one-round game right now as the buy does come back out for G2 here. So back in action. And with cash to splash are the Danes. If they even lose around, sure, they'll give up 15, but they're not in the mud. They can still fight for their honor here, and this one is looking like it's going to go the distance.
I'm casting my mind back to that mid-biff. Felt like G2 had Heroic's number in that regard, and well, Monacy already gets himself across. Posted up for this fight. And Shush just dips into the ladder room. He now can hold just under the window. Stay nimble. G2 have their scouts out. Will be able to get the information on each side of the map. It's down likely first contact, a question of who moves first. Huxi to re-smoke.
Standard default setup here from G2. Mid control coming in at about 1 minute mark. That nade looked well placed, but very light damage indeed. An A crunch seeming likely here and well boosting. Of course, you guessed it, Hunter up to his signature position.
He's ready for this fight.
Going.
Oh, flawless. Huxi
the
as
gap.
well. Two in the feed. Hunter and Huxi. Feast, and Hunter's not done.
Quite the specialist at that type of play.
So good at that. Up to 19 frags. And Shush is trapped. Monacy forced to retrieve the bomb, and that's the fight he's ready for. There's one more. It's Tessus. Maintains the spray, converts the first, a flash to get Monacy across. And Heroic's hopes for a 14th dwindle. You're not clearing this one. Nico to keep it clean. 15. 2 opportunities to create quite the cushion to remain undefeated on the run.
Oh, they know what it feels like to lose here in a 0-3 fashion, that's for sure. Something that G2 very familiar with, about to put that pain in the other direction here if they pick up Mirage. Remember, Inferno coming up next, a map with a 9 on the trot streak. Something they're more than happy about, but this is classic. This is classic. Something that Hunter is comfortable in is playing through this window position. Go back through his history. Go back through Crazy. Go have a chat to Kassad about where that play came from. Still a hot debate in Serbia to this day. But a tactical timeout called the last here for the Danes. And money, I mentioned, plenty to keep themselves in this matchup. Enough to fight for overtime. And this team will fight. That's one thing that Cadian has been able to instill in his boys. Plenty of finals in the last 6 months. They know how bad losing feels.
And the tension mounts. The call's been made. Every frag from G2 a step to close and secure that 2-0 in this best of 5. Heroic's pick, but G2 comfortable, and the call has hands. Nade is all right. Yabi and Tessus are going to get a horrible fright, because here they come. Monacy's been good on the mid-fight, but it's Tessus tested. Good damage. Yabi repels the invaders. Tessus combines with a double for the CT side, but it's Nico still kicking up a fuss. How does he get both? Hungry for more. G2, in pursuit of glory, have equalized in the face of a double disadvantage. Are they ready for Stown? Modesty is! Oh dear! Collapsing, falling through their hands, Heroic. 2 kills, not enough. They need the whole set. Nico should be dead. How is he getting away? Forced into Cadian. Hunter next! And it's Cadian now, one-on-one with Modesty for all the marbles. Modesty closes, holds his nerve on the grand final stage.
They just keep on winning. 21 maps in consecutive fashion. 1 map away from lifting the trophy here.
They're winning over more and more fans around the world with the plays they're making. Modesty, the closer. Nico, what a double. They do it in style. G2, Heroic 0.
The conclusion of the second map, and it's G2 yet again striking gold. That's right, 16 first before Heroic, and that's how they win the map, Maniac. It's pretty simple concept to understand. And for a grand final, we are 2 maps deep. We're watching G2 do the damn thing right now.
And once again, they passed through that finish line, barely squeezed through with a couple of clutches, but the way I see it, Trace, not everybody on this server right now is ready to mentally play a grand final. And this is a stark difference that I'm noticing between Heroic and G2. It was already the case on Nuke, and it's confirming itself here on Mirage. There's no way around it. You're up 8-1 on the T side of Mirage. You're Heroic, you have everything you need, and still, G2 is creeping back in, and your player starts shaking. Tessis starts shaking. Shush doesn't have the same impact he usually have. I don't think everybody on Heroic is mentally ready to fight that battle.
Definitely, and it's not just that Heroic was up 8-1, it's that G2 wasn't even close to winning those rounds. And the second round G2 wins is a smoke diffuse, you know, like kind of chaotic round completely. It really seemed like it was over, you know, even once G2 came back and won a respectable 6 rounds, still felt like Heroic was in control, you know, that they were playing on point, that the calls were good. Kadian is having, I mean, a great series for his team, not just in terms of frags, but in terms of impact. He understands that he needs to lead the way for the youngsters, and he's doing it, but he needs some help.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we're talking about, you know, carrying a torch, but also you you need the others to help with you. You know, you're trying to march yourself towards those victory moments, and it's just seemingly not coming together.
The Ninja Turtles need to help Splinter out.
Yes. Rest in peace, Splinter, I think. No, spoilers, sorry, guys.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, look, so Mirage, it gets about as competitive as it possibly could, Maniac.
Yeah, it's very competitive. I mean, Yanko is giving shoutouts to Cadian. I think he does deserve it because it felt like Heroic were not able to win 55-45 rounds. They needed clear advantages in order to win, and that's what sometimes Cadian provided to them, crazy moves or whatnot. Because whenever the trades were happening and the situation was on its head and it was a flip coin, G2 were winning these rounds without a discussion.
So we look at, yet again, a JKS clip. And
round
why
19,
is that? Yes.
What we're running? Round 19, another example of G2 really putting it fast towards the very end. We'll see here. It's a 3 versus 4 that Stone is going to very aptly turn around for his team. Double kill coming in from that jungle position. 36 seconds, bomb is on the ground. JKS with the right crosser placement punishes Stone, and now it becomes very uncomfortable for G2 to play because they don't know where the defenders are. But this is where the cold-blooded decision-making from JKS is going to come back. We talked about his ability to stabilize tight situations. His next duel is literally round-defining. He has a teammate planting, and he knows he has to hard clean it, and he gets the kill on Shush. That kill right here, that's all you need to know. Shush was in ramp. He had many, many opportunities to strike from here, get the bomb planter. He doesn't. He waits, punished by JKS, round over.
And we've seen this so many times from JKS, just coming in clutch again and again. Even the molly for ramp. Maybe Shush gave away a sound cue earlier in the round. It seemed like they were very aware of that being a possibility.
I mean, because he wasn't dead, it's on A, you know?
That's where you're starting to be concerned about Heroic and gain confidence for G2, because when they start winning rounds like that, when you have Hunter coming in on the flank and killing Keeper in the back, and, you know, Hooksy leading the way in some of those A explosion rounds, like that's when it gets really dangerous, because we've seen them win games like that this whole tournament.
Not to mention Moneshi. So okay, he's here doing the damn thing for sure on Mirage.
Listen, Trace, like in the first half, he was flustered. You know, like he's moving around, he's missing shots. Remember the shot on Cadian? And then the second pistol kicks off, and there's just a 4K from him, and we're looking at each other in the green room, and there's like, this might be it. This might be the spark that lights a fire.
And it didn't miss. It truly didn't miss, because the amount of kills and initiatives he had twice in a row, by the way, this is the same kill he grabs onto Connector, but in this round he is so activated, so on point. And Yanko is right, that second pistol kickstarted something great. He had many very impactful rounds, and towards the very end, who has but Monesi to close it out?
Yeah, Nico as well, I think he stepped up in this game. That was a nasty wall, but I mean, he has the clutch.
That's a clutch.
In the end, to close it out against Cadian, who hits an incredible shot here on the second guy as well. Like Cadian, you feel like he might recover, but once he keeps his composure, he regained it, you know, with some of those kills. I think it was a tremendous recovery from him in the second half. Just look at the difference, you know, numbers tell the story.
Yeah, you look at CT side and T side comparison. T side, it would appear he couldn't do anything wrong.
No, he couldn't, and this is where, this is one of these examples where we talk about the quality across the board of a team. That's because you have different players who can buy time for their teammates who might take a little bit more of a moment to warm up into the final. I don't think Monesi did too great on Nuke. He had a slow start on Mirage. Fine, some other players stepped up, and then suddenly he had his moment. He had that 4K, and he kick-started. That is what a quality of a team is made of.
And we talked a little bit about Nico too, coming into the second map and saying he should let the game come to him, you know, not try to do too much. And I feel like that's exactly what he was doing on Mirage. You know, the first gun round they win a 2K on the CT side, and there were a couple of double kills here and there, you know, impactful frags in the mid round, some openings, and he did enough, you know, to help out the team. We saw some more highlight rounds, some more flashy rounds from Monesi and Hunter, but it feels like it was a team effort. And I just want to point out, there was a 3v3 that they lost to Pistols, G2, where it was just a terribly played 3v3. What's the call next round? Just a fast A hit, right? Like no time to dwell on it, no time to think about it and sit in your chairs and have the players, you know, have to make some micro decisions. No, we're just going in their face, and that was Hooksy finding the openings, Hunter on the lurk, and that really reset G2 mentally.
Which is basically the definition of an MVP level player right there, where you can get back in the server and you make things go your way. So, an MVP, that's a DHL MVP to you. Yeah, here's your DHL MVP candidates. Make sure that you use your Twitch channel points to get that vote into chat. We will catch up with them at the conclusion of the grand final, and they get a sweet little trophy too. So they've got that going on. There we go. Plenty of candidates right here to unpack. I mean, we've been talking about Justin Savage, they call him.
Rightfully so.
All week.
Savage. Look, we had Savage. Yeah. We had Hunter as a first candidate. I think the impact he's been having in this grand final is superb. Like the amount of moves that he's felt, the amount of initiative and intuition he's shown throughout these first maps definitely puts him on the list. Cadian putting his best foot forward as well. He's trying to get everybody just on board with him, probably telling them, what the hell are you waiting for? Like, I'm rowing in that boat, please join me. He tried, and now, when actually, Mirage.
Couldn't help yourself.
I know that it's kind of programmed now.
I cannot unhear it. I swear to God. Thank you so much, Rushley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, again, these are your DHL MVP candidates. Make sure you get your Twitch channel points and vote for the one that you want us to talk to at the very conclusion. Now, the conclusion very much could be Inferno. We're staring at what could just be a 3-mapper.
Yeah, I mean, especially because of how this map went. Yes. Heroic went from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, Trace. You know, I think they thought they had it in the bag. Maybe G2, never out of the fight, extends that win streak by yet another map, now up at 21 consecutive maps won on LAN. And seeing how they were playing Inferno this whole tournament, right? Doesn't matter whether on the T side, on the CT side, teams had good game plans against them, but that simply didn't matter because these guys are so good at adapting on the fly, players individually, right? Like you see, oh, they're putting a lot of pressure, they want to fight us in Banana, you have Hunter finding a gap on A, walking out of Boiler, finding entry kills and whatnot, so that's the problem for Heroic. It's not that they're not in the macro game, they don't have a good idea of how to play G2. It's just they can't find the kills, except for KD, and you know the other players aren't really finding a lot of impact.
No, I agree, and I think that Heroic is suffering from round loss more than G2 is, and that's a metric that I always keep an eye on when we're in very intense games. Is how is a team reacting after 3, 4, or 5 round loss? How are the players taking their duels? Are they suddenly playing a little bit more shy or timid? Are they still going straight for it? Because that's what G2 has been doing. Yes, they've had moments where Heroic were in the lead, but they kept on going with the same initiative, the same decisiveness in the duels they were taking. Whereas from Heroic, it felt like a couple of rounds from G2, and then they start being a little shaky. They don't really know if they want to go for it, second guessing. There's no space for that. A game is not going to just come to you. There are going to be moments where you're in a 50-50 or 40-60 duel you have to take. Heroic aren't taking them right now.
Yeah, man, it really could be that simple. It could all come down to just Inferno. Also, I think someone threw this from the top rafters. This is a Searson Colex card. Nice. Just so we have that in case we need that. I'll put that right on the desk. We do go to a quick break. We come back. We're going to find out if Heroic have any life left in them. Just one map separating G2 from grabbing this grand final and the Katowice trophy. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Stop! And there's no kit, he checks it again, and 1 health is all the difference. Alex is going to do it, and he's dead!
Oh, man!
Frozen! Oh my god! Mows them down on Rum. That is crisp, man! Flash turns it nicely. He's playing on this wing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational.
Notices a player trying to cause attention away, and he goes into the no-scope at middle. Simple gets it done. The human highlight continues.
They have to run him down. Simple's posted twist. You've got no hope. No! No way! No. Turns around. Perfecto. Gone. They're all there. Rocky shatters Na'Vi in one magazine. That is nuts. And lethal stick. Torji jumping down. Torji. What is that?
They're both down on the bomb side. One good kill. OC picks up one more. No, you must be kidding me! Unbelievable triple.
Get ready for the DHL drop at IEM Katowice. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message, and make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type !DHL drop in chat now.
Oh, they are. Do you know, I've never felt this popular. Really? Never felt this popular. Now, we're here, we're surrounded by these people. I've slipped into something a little more colorful.
Looks great on you, I gotta say. If you're in Twitch chat, !DHL drop, of course. Let's look around. What do we got? We want to make sure that Alex sees this one.
Yeah, look at that one. Sponges Nice by Miss Henry G. Well, listen out for some news on that one. And I tell you what, some of the signs we've looked at this entire arena are fabulous. So wherever you are, we've brought lots of people towards us. But if you've got a sign, hold it up. We're going to send our spider cam towards you to look at some of the signs around the arena, so keep them held up. Let's see if we're seeing going to pick up on the camera. Can't see it right now. What does that say?
Posture check.
Okay, thank you so much. Shoulders back.
I need that like 24/7.
Yeah.
Very important.
Well, let's look at some more around here then. Here we go, let's look at these. New era of G2. Nico, let's go bowling. This one, I've no idea what this website is, so I don't know about that one.
We got, Inspodek emotions are out of this world with a little alien. That's
some
clever.
lovely artwork back here. There's Taz.
Okay. But I gotta say,
go on.
I'm gonna throw someone under the bus.
Okay.
Because this one says, I love you, Nico. Don't tell my husband.
Okay, but apparently her husband has a sign saying, I can't read.
Yeah, so no harm done. Congratulations, you won the DHL drop.
Hey! Everyone else is like, boo.
Sorry.
But don't worry about it. Now you've got to explain to your husband how you won the DHL drop. So here it is in the box.
Oh, careful.
Feel free to open it up. Could be anything in there. Could be a speedboat. I'll hold the sign. I'll hold the sign. You open the box. Let's open the box. Here we go. Let's see what's in the box. It's a t-shirt. Another t-shirt. some headphones.
This is great.
Hey, there you go. Congratulations.
Are you gonna give something to your husband, or?
There's something more.
I think maybe a mouse. I'm not sure.
Can I open it?
Sure.
You can. I don't know what's in there.
I don't know what it is.
I hope it's exciting. What's your name?
My name is Ella, and I'm from Czech Republic, Brno.
And what's your husband's name?
My husband's name is Jakub, and he's standing right there with the sign I
can't read.
He's got the I can't read sign. Congratulations. Here's the I can't read sign.
It's a water bottle,
well.
actually.
There you go. I always wanted an water bottle.
Huh?
How wonderful.
Yeah, we're about ready for Inferno.
All right.
I shouldn't do this, but in League sometimes when a team is up, I like do a monologue. So okay. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, there's enough voodoo in this hall already.
Well, the box has been opened on that now.
Yeah, well, Pandora's box perhaps still to be opened if Heroic can weather this storm. All eyes are on G2. A lot of teams acknowledge that getting to the top is one thing, staying there is another. G2 are looking to ride to glory in the third map of play of this grand final. An iconic map to perhaps see them do it. Heroic trying to do what has never been done before in a best of 5. A reverse sweep is incomprehensible right now.
That's a sobering reminder for everybody playing at home. G2, masters of the choke at one point.
Okay.
Looking to change that conversation here today as well on the T side, and this is where Inferno favors if you go by the stats, and this is somewhere they've definitely had their fair share. Nico's P250. Shush has found a little bit of information here. Start off with JKS over on the balcony in second mid. And it's 4 strong towards A for the Danes. A flash at the ready here to initiate this top banana play. Hunter to enable the sandbag swing. Now, will they follow through with the execute here? There's a lot of util.
Yeah,
3 smokes, a couple of mollies, a flash. We've seen this one from G2 before. They do a very, very solid execute on towards the site here. And they even have 1 extra smoke for CT as long as nobody goes down.
And they're off into Yabi. Surely just going to play back. Oh, in the open. The easiest entry into the site they'll find all game.
I don't think they were ready for G2 to run a pistol round that they have, well, in the streak. I've seen this one before. I'm watching the demos back.
Nico's got the perfect weapon to take those USPs on at range, but why would he?
There's the resmoke towards CT with the bomb already down. Let's call that 20 seconds before they're really able to challenge through that position in a 5-on-4 disadvantage without a kit.
They're not
like Heroic.
The boost. Time has passed. Shush and Stown starting to clamp down, but they would need some impossible headshots. Look at the time. Look at the time. Tessus won. Hoopsy back. Tessus executed now. Meets Nico. They ain't got the time for this. Just trying to make the G2 brow a little sweatier than it was prior. And
Everyone's going to go down.
Shots. Everyone going down with the ship. It's Cadian 4. And now put on the floor by the bomb. G2 start as they mean to go on.
Okay, well, what's possible there with those Cadian kills? He could drop an M4 across to Stown right now. He could get it to some head armor, right? If we're going to immediately look at this play, immediately start seeing what Heroic can do next, that would be one option available to them here. But for G2, in the 5 pistol rounds played so far, they've won 4 of them. 2 in map number 1, split pistols on Mirage, and now kicking off Inferno here with the pistol round yet again. Cadian, well, he's going to make the option, hey, I can get the AWP out in the next round of play. Wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Loss bonus going into the next is going to be that chunky 2400 mark. No flash to enable this. Heavy through second mid. Need to be careful if they want to brave this. Hooksy, that's an AK, my friend.
Oh, and it's fallen into enemy hands. G2 exasperated after that one, trying to save the day is Nico. JKS overwhelmed, overcome. And just as it looked like G2 were on the regular scheduled programming, Heroic on the eco. Now they have to count on Nico.
You don't get anything that's closer to a full eco in modern day Counter-Strike than that. Braving that top mid smoke with an AK in your hands. Tessus will gladly scoop that up. 2 to his name so far. Shush as well with the frag and the feed. And Nico with a minute on the clock here to find the final 2.
Shush times it to perfection. That might be a timeout. That's a tut of the tongue. Just as the game gets going, the mental game is tested.
Yeah, and this is one of the questions here. Sure, they're up 2-0. Sure, everything's been going great. You've seen the smiles on the faces after Nuke, as well as Mirage. Very happy with themselves, G2. We can't be too content with this one here.
An utter catastrophe.
Yeah, that right there is one chance to allow Heroic to get back into this game. It's a late force buy out of spawn. It's cobbled together. JKS the last to buy here. Util not maxed out. Hunter could have bought something. Montasy as well. Yeah, you can see that has definitely shaken them here, and Cadian wants to keep stirring the pot with that
here it
wooden
comes.
spoon.
Salt in the wound, perhaps. It's down through the smoke. He's a master of that. And now JKS is going to immediately lose all he brought into this one. Cadian behind enemy lines, faking steps and playing wicked games as Hunter. Oof! A good frag and a weapon found.
Still seems hard to see this one go wrong here for Heroic. Have the number advantage, the weapon advantage, low HP on Hunter. Nico, well, has two to deal with here.
Nico's Deagle, notorious, and yeah, stabilizes. Gets the first of them. Tessus hungry for that trade, and okay, Nico gets a chance before Tessus will spray them both down.
I think they're fortunate they had somewhat of a challenge here. Montasy next up to the plate, hits a bullet, but that's going to be about it. I think they're fortunate they got a couple kills there, because if that was a whitewash, if they were just completely blown out, that would simmer in real quick. Because G2, they didn't think about that call. It was late out of spawn. There was no plan. It was, oh, we lost the round. Let's force Spain and hope that we can fight back. And that right there is not the way they hope to go on here. So not the most convincing scenes. And this is a team, an organization that's been in the grand final here twice. Haven't even won a map until this stage. This is the first time they've won maps at all in the Katowice grand final stage. Sure, 2020 wasn't with a roster that looked like this. Just Hunter remaining from that team. And look, into the blender we go.
Yeah, Farm is open for business on Banana. Oh, Yabi will meet his fate. And now just Nico on a scrap of health to be hunted down. And Heroic, a speedy acquisition of a third. Still able to find a couple of those picks, but it is time, and it all hinges on when the guns are out. After that little bit of a red face to start.
Yeah, given a big buffer here.
Shouting out their favorite member of Heroic, the crowd still.
Yeah, it's crazy there's so many Shush fans in the house, isn't it?
It's just we've been pronouncing it wrong.
I didn't realize that's how you said shush.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining it to us, everybody. All right, all right. Well, that's one way to get them to make some noise. Let's see if G2 can kick up a bit of a ruckus here. Round number 5, it's happened very quick. Default start, default stance as Cadian's AWP rings out. Standard banana control utility, Mount mollied, followed through with that nade to try and catch anybody slipping. But Yabi loves to take a fight here, and Tessus will try and set him up.
Yeah, seems like Huxi and Nico are going to be happy to oblige. Oh, back to turn, immediate response. Nico plays anti-flash immediately, and now look at the pressure onto this B site. What is Tessus to do? Calls for Cadian. Support is there. The spray is too. Tessus trying to reposition. Hunter looking for answers. Into the site is Tessus. Tested. And he's good for it. Still alive. Somehow, some way, Heroic take everything away. It's only JKS. The only Australian Katowice champion. Trying to make magic happen. Cold as ice, plenty of time. Shush, panicking, and back it's turned. Set up, knocked down. Tessus gets big points for that one.
You have to give credit to Tessus there. That follow-up kill onto Hunter, right? He goes down, the site's almost overrun. So great stuff from Tessus. We know he didn't have the best of showings over there on Mirage. He was definitely pressed. And the crowd impressed with that one. But the pace from G2 here, it's just been very quick. They get that trade, they immediately swell into the site, playing heads-up Counter-Strike against a team like Heroic. You might have them on the ropes, but maybe this is a rope-a-dope.
Shush. Balls on his lad to go for such an aggressive move against the lighter buy. And they all run on down. Hunter with just that Tech 9. And not allowing any fun as they all just put the pedal to the metal. JKS is trying to get out of dodge.
Fast and furious
now, yeah. They did drift into that one for sure.
This is wild, just happy to go for the jugular, Heroic.
11 up for Tessus.
Someone stop the clock. This is happening real quick right now. Timeout for G2, you feel it might have to be essential here. Because these are the type of games where you blink and you miss it. You're on the precipice. You're right there, and you let it slip. Remember, this is 9 on the trot for G2 on this very map, but Heroic, they have been showing more than solid form. They're a formidable foe, and this was one of the key maps in this matchup. Coming up next, Ancient and Vertigo. That's when things start to get murky.
Yeah, nothing is given in the grand finals. It must be taken.
Three B lane here. Cadian's AWP present. Right now over towards A. It will just be Shush and Stam, but we know how good the Danes are at playing ahead here on those rotations. Read this one quite well.
He's playing this angle for the jiggle. Monacy has the reactions for that, does the Dane. Oh, goes wide, Hooksy, a massive frag. Caught back by Yabi.
Pulling out his nade there. Trade comes in immediately. Hooksy, the classic in-game leader trope there, and double smokes. That's a waste of resources here. That will be called out.
Gives them a leg up now. They have two of their own left for the exec.
The Tessus has been great here. Slowed them down with the bottle of flames. The rotation coming here. As I mentioned, Heroic fantastic at reading this.
G2 have to get through Tessus, and he's not alone. It's Yabi this time with a perfect flash, the push! And 3 bodies of G2 hit the deck in simultaneous fashion. Tessus is not done. It's down to push through the smoke, and Heroic, they're going to bring this fight to G2.
Oof, this is looking tidy.
They are looking centered right now. They are looking balanced. The maps of the
it's a best of 3 now.
It is a best of 3.
It's a best of 3 right now for Heroic.
They have to win all of the maps to come.
Finally, you hear the sounds of that timeout here. And you can just see the multiple prongs there. Set up with the flash, stepping out from CT, playing from Coffin. So many angles. And well, don't even talk about the white screen. U2 has been on point early here for Heroic. And you've already burnt through 7 rounds of play here if you're G2. You need to start whirring back into action, but you're more than likely to give away a 7th here with the type of buy that we've seen smattering across the scoreboard off the back of this.
I think that second round has set the tone for Inferno.
Hasn't it? Pistol with nothing behind it. And a round that they didn't need to give up because Hooksy wanted to take a gamble, wanted to take a risk with that AK-47 in hand.
Yeah, you know you've made a mistake when your enemy is surprised they won the round.
You have to note here, Montasy yet to get off the starting gates, and Hunter as well, who's had a fantastic final thus far. How long can you keep them down? That's the question.
It's down. More than happy to take these fights. Look at this on every front, a boost up and spotted. A lot of bodies towards that chicken pit. Variation of the double up setup. Covering either access point. Montasy considering an adventure there. Yabi actually elevates over the smoke. It's got vision. He has lethality.
That's all they were looking for there, G2. They want to execute A. You can see where the bomb is right now on the back of Montasy. You can see the util they have available. They want to do a classic A pop here. You might see a arch smoke, library smoke in play, and then going to try and push down on this AWP.
Cadian and Shush have got every nade they could desire.
This needs to come in quick, though. The longer G2 wait, the rotation will be back.
Cadian hesitant, surely the response, and that was the punish he goes for. Nico warded off by the flames. Cadian needs to get his util out soon.
Hold up, the banana push is coming in. Very loud.
It's very loud about this. Hunter, oh, immediate punish. Not them both. Heroic with a bit of an unforced error.
This one's still on. G2 don't know where to end just yet.
Hunter's trying to sell it. He's trying to see what he can get, and nothing behind it, Yabi says. Cadian, though, on the clear. Unprepared. Traded by Shush.
There's nothing back. It's 1v1s.
All across the map. Can Shush hold his nerve? Oh, and JKS. He bests him. And that's Yabi down. G2 steal a round back. Fighting fire with fire. The loud steps of Tessus. Hunter had to have the mechanical ability, but he does close both. And they had no way in. It's given to them by Heroic here, and it's taken in the end by force.
Happy to take the freebies, both of these teams so far. That double push, it was just in response to that A pressure there. Hooksy deals with Yabi. That head-to-head's going to be a fun one to look at considering the history of those ex-teammates. But that's something for G2 to cook with now. Oof. They're coming fast.
What is that? Katie has no idea. He heard some steps, tucks himself in. Stown delivers. Shush as well. The crossfire impossible to break.
Crazy calls out of G2 here. Similar system as what they tried to run there on that second round of play. It was through second mid that time round, but this just straight barreling up the guts, hoping that Heroic were going to play heavy B. And these are coin tosses, right? You're trying to read, you're trying to play ahead of Heroic here. They were 3 strong.
And Cadian immediately, just you can see him turn tail and scream for support. And Shush and Stown deliver.
These are the type of rounds for G2 where they pull off a miracle here, but this is going to be so difficult. A minute on the clock and another nade down the gullet. There's JKS and Nico to find now, and well, this is a standard fixture here of Nico's banana play. Just walk up, shoulders back, take the fight. JKS is the one who's been called back to pick up this bomb. We've got a smoke, a flash, and a HE to work with here. And happy to play 2-2 are the Danes. That's not going to do anything here. This setup is fantastic for that. They're not playing side-side, so they're not scared about this. The front side smoke means nothing, and I think they want to flash them for information. Here it is. Nobody home. And it's looking like with 25 seconds left on the clock, G2 are just going to save. So 7 now for Heroic.
Stewing in their juices of that opening. I mean, we talk about it, you know, you need your whole team to trust the call. Even a bad call with good follow-through and trust can work, but this one, flat as a pancake.
I wonder if that comes because some of the gun rounds they've run so far haven't been able to net them anything positive here.
Sure.
So you think about the 2 rounds they've been able to win. They were handed a gift, Hunter with that double on the Tech-9 and the pistol round. And outside of that, it's been extremely rough around the edges, but I feel this is the same way the Mirage conversation kicked off. And we were talking about the Counter-Strike maybe not being the best for G2 until the dying stages, where they've really started to come online and close it out to get themselves up to this 2-0 lead here. You can see it top right of your screen. 16-12, 16-13 respectively. We do have a close series, right? This isn't a blowout. This is not a blowout at all.
Yeah, make no mistake, every map competitive. In fact, Inferno, at the moment, the least. As Heroic wrestle for control and wrestle to extend this series. They want to see Ancient. The desk has highlighted the significance of that. Oh, chip damage inflicted. Yabi in limbo, aggressive. Turns the flash and it's Nico. Oh, it's Nico, all right. Headshot, left, right, good night.
He can hear this. Hunter can hear this again. The master of the flank.
Tessus though, this is his bomb site. One mistake. It's not happening this time. Locking him down. Shush needs this one. He's going to get pushed from both sides, and with his nade out, Monacy collects. Looking to vacate.
The race is on here. Tessus is trying to get over in time. He might be able to make it into Library. They're going to run up here through the short side. This is going to be a big issue. Tessus can mow him down.
Goes for the flash and the fight. Monacy. Oh! Executed! Can Tessus really close? It's all him versus Hunter. He's got the time, he's got the kit. Hunter to give G2 a leg up. In closing this gap, he takes the fight. Proactivity, the name of this game. It was Nico and Hunter with their powers combined that make that third round a reality.
That round could have gone real wrong. Hunter almost telling his teammates down the river there, allowing both of them to push up Banana, and this was great from Tessus. It was almost, oh yes, yes, yes from Tessus, but Hunter says no. Secures it, gets the AWP, sure, but again, these rounds are so close, and the BM, make sure you take that parting gift with you into the next round of play. But Heroic, they know they have this lead. 4 rounds still to the advantage right here.
Both of these teams keeping it interesting. That signature 3-man lean, aggressive to vie for top banana control. Monacy begging someone to overstep. Monacy's gotten off that goose egg. 4 over here. With very little information towards top middle. Yabi been about to be run on. Nico wide. Oh, and Yabi gets them both. A 1 for 2. Buy one, get one free. Yabi happy with that. Oh. Ouch. That leaves a mark through the half wall.
Oh, there's space now, but G2 have to move. In the site, you have to deal with one of the masters of the craft at Shush, and look at this, taking space like they own it.
No Hunter this time. He's actually trying to get them into the site. Tessa's burrowed in as well to provide support. It's Odyssey on the flank. He catches them.
They can still back off here. That smoke going to breed discomfort.
Yeah, it's going to get the feet planted for sure.
Oh, the ambiguity, breeding the anxiety. Is that rotation point back towards B from Katie, and you can feel him cheating off now the number advantage for G2 to fight this site.
They've manufactured this. This is their advantage. Now they just need to seize it. 20 seconds. It will be the balcony fight first. JKS from the lower deck, sweeping through the angles together off the flash. It's perfect. Tessus still like a statue. But they don't know. Did they not see? JKS will clear, does his due diligence, and it's JKS.
I don't know if they have time. I don't know if they have time. I don't think they can plan. I don't think there's time. Oh, no!
What is that? Just through survival. Cadian disconnected. But it was the survival of Tessus, the presence of mind just to hide in the sight. The flash perfect, but they were so focused on that other Shush frag. He gets away with it.
And because it was Shush as well, right? It's just that hard clear. You're worried about the site anchor. That one's going to sting. They didn't want to plant default. They didn't want to plant default in that situation. This is the hard clear. He may have been 4x3'd here. You see him come into the site. He definitely saw Tessus on the way in. It could have been a 4x3 situation. And by the time he picks up the bomb,
oh, it's curtain.
It's all over.
Oh man, that's going to sour the mood further. Yes, indeed, Tessus likes the way that one feels. A smirk creeps onto Cadian's face. As they're now 8 up to the meager 3 of G2.
None of these rounds for G2 in consecutive fashion. It should have been a better rounds to start the game. At least an opportunity to vie for the pistol with the conversions. It was heroic with an eco in round number 2. Just a pesky P250 with some saved Kevlar on Stown.
And you haven't forgotten about it. Safe assumption, neither have G2. Another one. That's a hard round to stomach. And now we go into another Nico show. Will he be able to make the party happen? There are 2 AKs in play.
This is a big round right here. If G2 don't get the plant, they will have to be on the save. Heroic. They had to cobble this one together. 2 MP9s in play. G2 win this, they can get themselves back in the half. If they don't, double digits for Heroic, very likely here.
Tessus with his lineup.
Could be the variation here that will give him a one-way to work with. Yeah. There's a new lineup in play where he can take a fight between that smoke and triple, but right now he is the only player on the site. The rotation again, trying to gamble ahead of this Heroic. Tessus, another test.
A massive one at that.
This is the one way.
Nico's already gotten through. He does have an advantage on that side of the smoke, but no one from G2's coming. He thinks it may be smoke and mirrors, but one slipped the net. He doesn't know. And JKS has caught Shush elsewhere towards the boiler room, but that smoke implied Tessa's back sight, and now Nico has the element of surprise. They can go back. Wait. Let Kovac work. It's magic. Side of the head. Tessus loses his marbles. As Nico with a single frag to determine the round. Tess has no idea about that one.
Yabi floated with the idea in a run boost with no smoke to get that one across. JKS has the remaining here, and he's still covering off on this lurk position. So he did his job in this round of play there, but Nico inspired stuff there. And we've seen that risk taken a lot here in Katowice. A lot of teams subverting the expectation, understanding the double site setup. And as soon as you hear that smoke, underarm back of sight, that's a wall. It's almost a brick wall. It's hard to get through. Tess has had the tricks up his sleeve. He's definitely been watching the Not Out Here videos.
Yes, the counter though, you see Nico, he was so aware that with one frag he could kind of shepherd his team into the site.
This save is essential here for Heroic. Loss bonus, bottom of the barrel. And we can get themselves the min loss bonus into that next round of play here. Will JKS try and spearhead this and take out another rifle? Not looking likely. They'll stay alive with all 5. Heroic though, holding on to 3 means they can have another threatening round of play. Again, G2 will post a single, and for the last 5, we have gone back and forth with nobody posting consecutive. This was the one way here from Tessus, and you can see he caught a little bit of information on the cross, but this you got to squint, you got to get your face awfully close to the screen, and this is the JKS lurk coming out of the boiler position. He didn't even need to come out. Shush bounding in and bounding out of the rounds here. Heroic will call their first timeout. That's how well things have been going for them so far on Inferno. Because of the loss bonus, we all know what that means. They have to buy, right? They have to get these purchases in behind the saved weapons. And they've already done a whole lot more with a whole lot less. Heroic are making G2 work if they want to get this one done in 3. Nothing comes easy in a grand final, and no one's going to give up until that final round.
I think the longer that this series goes, as will Heroic's confidence, it will grow. Higgledy-piggledy by Montage on his signature weapon. Going to be looking for a way in. Aggressively flirting with that long fight. Orp heard they cower towards the boiler. Will JKS be ready for this? So many bodies. A good pre-aim. The round hangs in the balance of these next moves. Montage and JKS.
Moments from disaster.
Yeah. That's scary! How does he hit that? Okay, Montage!
Oh,
okay! G2! Looking to remain undefeated, undaunted. Montage hits 2 ridiculous shots on the sniper rifle.
He just doubled his frags right there. He almost got the collat on that. That was disaster.
It's the opposite of what's supposed to work. The AWP.
It was the
up close.
perfect trap setup. 2 boiler, 1 close halls.
A CZ is the perfect weapon for that kind of fight.
What on earth?
The collateral quick scope.
They're hunting this.
Taking it all away. Nothing Tessus can do. Pepper's hunt up on the pistol. Now just Yabi holding on to what he can. For as long as he can. And a clean one. And the hands of Montage. He will get an extra firm fist bump for that. That 8. It's going to be static for a while for Heroic.
I don't know how they manufacture these miracles right here. Like some of the rounds that G2 have won, insane.
Outrageous.
Like insane. He should be pinned to the wall. His head should be in the dirt. And he's happy about that one right there, the kid. Oh. Well, we've seen G2 lose a round like this. Surely not again. Surely not again to these USPs. A 5-man B stack out of Heroic. And you can see the issue that they fell to earlier was this deep mid-smoke. Check the top left-hand side of your screen, in the middle of the map. That is what Huxi ran through and gave away the AK all so long ago. They're not going to brave it this time round, but if they brave B, they're going to have to deal with a tank here. Oof. A moment later, that one really would have hurt.
Nico confirms a whole lot coming our way, and it's a shooting gallery for Huxi. 4 kills for the Giga Chad. Crowd likes that, but it's even better for G2. Just accelerates them up to a single round, potentially separating these 2 teams at the half if they can finish strong. A recovered half from G2.
I still feel like they're in damage control here, like Heroic. In both Mirage and Inferno and Patches have just looked like the much better team in their approaches here. It's been a couple of slip-ups or a couple of stolen moments from G2. And he'd be happy with that. They're the easiest kills he's going to get all game. But can they keep themselves inseparable at the half? Faster than they.
Oh my God, he's feeling himself now. Not far off the mark. Takes off an early shot. Postures mid. Nades up B, chipping away at this defense. You can see Nico's intentions. He's given the flash to the AWP, expecting to get some info on the half wall. Tessus and Yabi. Are they ready? Through the smoke. Yabi stands strong. Opening for Heroic. Huxi still walking away with a scrap of health. Montage to hold the B side. As you can see, progress is being made elsewhere.
They're just going to whittle them down here, Heroic again. Doing what they do so well, playing ahead of these maneuvers coming out from G2.
Ooh, JKS spots out Cade and reveals himself. Adaptation now of the defense as they look to take back middle. Huxi, oh. They know. Hunter though! Oh, no! Distracted, and he pantses them both! Needs Shush to be a hero. So many bodies, so much damage. Look at the health. How do they get into this site? helpless now, the remaining two. A stunning half from Tessus, but this is an order too much. No kit, no hope, one onto Huxi. But it's JKS to finish. Only the one. One single round separates them at the half. A strong start, but an even stronger response. G2 can still finish in 3.
Tweeday with me, and I found him inside the crowd. And you're a bit 4x3 stretch, you said. What are you up to down here, mate?
I got invited by Faceit doing some FPL stuff with him. So
now I know you've been playing some Faceit with some of these guys. So Monasi, Nico, you played some games with them?
I actually did. I had a live game with Nico, and surprisingly, Monasi actually did some flashbangs for me.
Okay, any stories?
Not necessarily.
Just nice fun games, and you weren't fully carried.
Yeah, like in that Nico game, I think we won like 61 or something. He just banged everything. So, I mean, and when you play with Monasi, you see it on the stage right now. So now imagine him in a pug. He just runs over people.
Oh yes, destroys everyone. We've seen it on his streams. Now, in this game, we could be looking at a G2 getting a 3-0. Do you think that's possible?
I think historically nobody came back from that, right? G2 is known for choking, but not in the last time, so nah. G2 is just going to run over it. And
I like it, mate. Thank you very much. We'll catch up with you later on. We love the atmosphere inside the Spodek, and over here we've got Hunter and Nico's family, friends, a full cheering party with their own G2 chant going on here as they want to see their family members lift that trophy. Spodek, we are potentially at the last half. Are you guys ready? No, Spodek, let me hear you. Are you ready? Let's get it on.
The family all gathered. It's been a long story for those two, the Kovac cousins. We talk about them. There's pictures of them at the LAN cafes. First getting into 1.6, and look how far they've come. Now, a single half of Counter-Strike could be separating them from the glory of being a Katowice champion, name written on the stairs that every player to follow will climb. Heroic to try and force us into a fourth. G2 on the defensive side of things. And Yabi investigating and calling a lot of it quiet in the apartments.
An awful lot of space here, but no flash available for a heroic waterfall out of the apartment's position. So looks to take the fight here. Smoke at the ready and wasn't deployed. So restraint here from Hunter.
He's got a better idea for it. They concede top middle info and still stay stubborn on their setup. Hoping Heroic overthink this. Cadian will throw the smoke through. JKS confirms nothing abs.
It's long presence here. They might want to split B.
No, and the contact from Stown is going to keep these boots on the ground. Stown coming through.
He's overextended.
Trying to wrap through. Oh! Hooksy, good onto Shush. Monacy as well.
It's trapped
Walking down the site. They can't leave.
Smoked off.
Nowhere to go. The smoke is perfect.
Back to A.
Just like a pendulum. Swinging back and forth, but everywhere they go, they lose a man. Hunter hidden in the site. Cadian none the wiser. It's JKS looking to find the launch pad for that 8th round early.
They're not clearing. They're not clearing.
We expect it's open, and Hunter connects onto Tessus. Pandemonium amongst the ranks. They don't have the time. They don't have the hope. And it's G2 to take the pistol.
5 out of 6 right now in the series so far. That's one way to get yourself a 3-0 here in the Spodek. Can they convert? Questions echo from that first half of play.
They call pistols a coin toss. 5 out of 6. And some crazy statistics of G2's pistols.
A smoke really just sealed the deal here, didn't it? Hunter can't believe he didn't connect on that first one, but they put this one in, and Heroic, well, they want to try and go back-to-back in the second round breaks. Tech-9s are plenty, a Deagle in the mix, some Util as well. Deep mid-smoke here from Monacy. He loves this play, doesn't he? Cheeky from the kid. Nobody watching the apartments right now here for G2. Just going to have Hunter in the boiler, JKS trying to get the circle jumps if they do come on out, and they can slink past here. They don't have to fight boiler, so there's a big gap to work with. If they get pit and site control, this round's on.
It's up to JKS. Passes his first test. Pit open though, and he's going to be vulnerable to that. Smoke will block his view. 3 CTs here, trying to find an angle. There is a gap to work with. Tagged up now, it's Hunter from behind. Should have this one, dead to right, Stowncore off. 5 alive for G2, and more bodies met by Hunter. Only Tessus, now Monacy should have this one. Run on down, sprayed on down, and G2 passed this test too.
That's a very creative way to deal with a Halls pop. Allow them to take pick control, have JKS in a position where he's not going to flash, be strong on mid, and if they go through apps without clearing boiler, Hunter's already there. So this is great work from G2. That's a very common approach in the second round of play, and they're able to deal with this, but the bomb does go down. You see this here, there's no way that Stown is ready for this, and Hunter even made a step. We know this stage is going to help guys some of those.
And JKS's presence on short means you're not going to be going for that default plant. Hunter comes into pit, and happy with that one.
Yeah, they've definitely done their homework here today.
A good call out of the gates. How long will this silence be for the Heroic ranks?
Meat cleavers at the plenty here. Monacy goes for this play again. I think everybody's quite wise to his tricks here. You just have to tune into his stream to see him fine-tuning some of these little moves. Well-timed nade. Decent damage.
JKS can call for the flash at his own discretion.
This is pretty common now from G2. Surely they're ready. Yep.
Whoa, very ready.
They run that an awful lot here. That's an M4.
And he's gotten away with it. Hunter not going to go crazy on that hunt for the rebuttal. Katie made a step. Hunter heard action on B as well. It's Nico, Hooksy, side by side. Oh, an info safely found. Stown, can he get away? Nico denies.
Taking space on A.
Seeing what Monacy can do on that farmhouse. Oh, Tessus beheads him. And Hunter spotted out as well. This is threatening now from Heroic. Looking to recover. Trade provided. Yabi, a big one. And they know the last 2 will be spotted by Stown early in the round. A re-smoked at 20 seconds on the bomb.
Oh, and only just.
Ticking away.
5 here. I don't think they're getting this one back.
Tess is hitting the scorcher there.
Cadian as well.
Yeah.
That play, that flash in pop for Hall's presence. Shush forward. Time, a question. Considering it now in the open. If he accelerates, he's got a kit.
Yabi should have this. No time now. Hooksy running around. Played with his food. It's perfect from Yabi. Confirms the round. Does go down. As does Hooksy.
That one is going to sting. Another one of these type of rounds. These rounds that should be G2s just against a lighter investment there. The second round of play was much more brutal, much more promising than that one, but a couple of zingers of the deagle shots there and ready for the tendencies of G2. This is it, Cadian standing out of the way of the flash. This one comes through, not blind at all, right? They've just gone and watched the demos. Hey, what do they do against the low buy rounds? This is exactly it, and smash! Straight in the head right there, ring around the rosy. And G2 back down to pistols here, so Heroic, a real conversation to take us to the fourth, give us some more of this action today. It's not going to be the force out of G2. Even with the loss bonus, 1900 into the next tier, they think they can put together a buy into that next round of play now. Some big conversations will have to be had. There will be some omissions, there'll be light on, like Hooksy has 4.5, so we can drop Montasy the AWP, sure, we can start having that chit chat, and they think the exact same here. But if it is a B hit from Heroic, it will be into this stack.
See how diligent they are, or if they just go in blind. Sniffing around is Cadian. Nico fires off a shot, coffins the call. Smoke, good for it, top of the head. Hooksy now dead, well adjusted, Montasy beneath him. Trying to get away, trying to get out of dodge, and does manage to evade the spray. Cadian thinks better of committing.
Yeah, they know there's three more there. The boost, the player burning over towards oranges, and of course Nico towards coffin. So now it's just going to be on JKS with this 5-7, and he should be bowled over here. There's nothing he can do about this one.
Yeah, but they'll make sure everything is accounted for. They know this is a round that's supposed to be theirs, and Sound shuts down the threat. Trying their luck through the smoke. Will they not clear this corner again? Shush. Good for it. So the double digits will be reached first. Been very hard to separate these two teams on Inferno. Nice find. Nico saves nothing. The deagle. The sidearm upgrade found.
Feels like a fourth map is brewing here. Remember, again, it feels like we're just touching on something that nobody can possibly measure. But that's the entire point. If G2 lose a map, it'll be the first map they've lost in Katowice, the first map they've lost this year. We don't know how they're going to respond to that. They're 9 straight right now on Inferno. We do not know what type of mental dread for somebody, especially like Nico, who has been here 3 times before and failed at this final hurdle 3 times.
Tantalizing prospect for Heroic. And a juicy nade. Abby executed by JKS. He revealed himself on the spray. How much info?
He's been left alone here. He's been left alone. Ooh, the timing. Almost overstayed his welcome there, the young gun. That would have been a freebie right back. And look at the pressure. Oh, he's heard this. Ooh. He's heard this. JKS has no idea.
Just trying to make haste towards the pit. Does get spotted out. Info absent. Oh, and Hooksy, a big frag back onto Stown. Shush trying to take him down. Damage inflicted. Shush still standing. Trying to poke and prod for a gap.
Montasy's orbs here.
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy his chances. Hoping to pull, perhaps. A little bit of distraction. Oh, Montasy! Even when he's caught out, he's too good. What? Looking the other way. And more for him to play with. Montasy wiping the slate clean from that first half. He's been hitting some bangers now. A prodigy in the server tonight.
What was that? What did he see?
It's not just what he saw, what he heard, what he felt.
Oh, I want to see that one again.
Just a mad reaction shot. Just I mean, this kid's lived nearly half of his life in Counter-Strike.
That's wild.
That's a stat. That's crazy.
And he could have been going down as a trade kill very early on in this one here. So the tug of war continues.
So you're looking away. Bang. Tessus unable to provide the frag, and Cadian obliges for another. Yeah, you'll see it again. Slow that one down. Perfect to the center of mass.
Felt like he was so overexposed there as well. I guess not. This is going to be the second time out for Heroic here. We mentioned the coach exists. He's been here before. Familiar with the grand final stage, especially in Katowice. Part of that legendary NIP, 87-0. Well, G2 on the other side, they're setting a couple of records of their own. I don't think they'll ever chase that down. Started today 19 straight. We find 21 on the trot now for G2. Want to make it 22 without dropping a single map. 6 rounds away from getting this done in 3, but Heroic, they've definitely got something to say.
And aggression is on the menu, folks. Damage both ways. And Heroic have seen enough.
Oof. Likely able to establish there's 3 players in Banana here. Flashing in, fighting through.
Oh, good flash from Huxi. Traces onto Shush. Spotted him out, cannot find the frag. It's Nico that's wanting more, and that's Tessus with a freebie. A huge frag to slow down this G2 roll.
G2 have to do something right now. They have hardly any nades right now to defend with. We still have a minute 12 on the clock. They have to do something proactive here. They're just going to swing on out into the fight. Huxi. Oh, I don't think he was expecting anything there. Does grab one back. The pressure now over towards A, mounting.
Oh, it's on Monacy. And Tessus baits the shot. They're running
Apartments!
does get in. Apartments doesn't find him either. And Yabi just gets away from JKS. This is all hanging in the balance. Cadian, has he slipped the net?
They don't know he's here. They don't know at all.
He's calling for his boys. He's going to get these frags.
Dead to rights.
Oh, they're going to be so mad. Huxi, a passing glance. And Cadian reveals himself. Now the trade is... Oh! Hunter loses his head, and Cadian loves that one.
Shakes that one off. That was pressure. That was pressure right there. Making a play to win them around right here, and that is 11. The save has to be on for Monacy and JKS. But so does the hunt, so does the pressure. This isn't going to stop just yet. Take a look, constricting any movements here. Yabi, he's already up close and personal.
They could lose it all. Fighting to defend their right to bear arms in round 22.
It's down can molly this pit position. They can wait for this. There's no rush.
Oh, that molly. Destined for glory. JKS forced wide. Prime picking. Zoe defends. Takes down Yabi. Stown not brave enough to try again. Goes late, and JKS holds on.
Important to save this rifle here. Not a whole lot of cash right now for G2 to work with. They should probably take a timeout of their own right now to have this conversation, because financial squalor, it's in play here. And this banana biff, there was so much utility used on both sides of the server there. I think we had hardly anything for either of them to work with, and we had a minute and 10 left on the clock. But that one from Cadian, that's a captain's round right there. You can see, understanding the pressure that they're applying right here. It will just be one saved AWP, one M4, and we've seen this one before. Cadian on the log, sits him down.
In the head-to-head. Too quick for Monacy. Cadian, a big opening. Hunter trying to weasel past them as it ships in the night. They are through. And Hunter doing crazy things! The double kill! Gives G2 a chance. A little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Wait, hold up. Look at Stown. Look at how much space he has.
They can't rotate back.
All this space is taken here. I don't think they'll be ready for this. There's no way. Huxi clears tight.
There's no way.
They can smoke off CT here. Shush has one available. This is looking great. Huxi into the jaws.
Hook, line, and sinker. Threat neutralized. The Stown extends. Catches JKS. Long-range pickings. That is gonna be 12. And Yabi wants to take it all away. Nico trying to maintain his M4. It is the finest of margins that can determine these rounds, and so holding on to this M4 would be welcome.
What a moment for the Heroic players to step up with some massive plays here. Cadian's moves, downs in the back-to-back. I know it was against a lighter buy, but they're in trouble, and trouble comes NiKo's way. His name in Katowice has been Yabi, the trouble for everybody, the top, the tippy top of the stats, and he'll just get a nice clean one there to close things out. This is now a 2-round lead that Heroic have accrued here, and in that washing machine, that's where you're going to find yourself if you are a bit of a G2 fan. This was great from Hunter, but he was on his own, and as they scampered back, he gets this double kill. They don't commit. They have all this space, but they don't know. They know that JKS is still alive. They don't know where he is. Is he B? Is he pit? Well, they assumed he was hunkering down, and they didn't need to worry because Stown was ready to clown, and this is massive now for the Danes.
And that conversation rears its ugly head again. Has this undefeated G2 squadron on their run to the Katowice Grand Finals met their match on Inferno?
Huge gap in this here. They're just going to waltz into the B-bomb site. There's no reason
No
not
one
to.
there.
Yeah, this is a whole bunch of these missed smokes. We've seen this throughout the playoff stage. You can see that defines the pressure. NiKo's footsteps heard. He's about to get a rude shock.
Yeah, that smoke implies he has no idea. He's down, jumps into the jaws of NiKo. A perfect frag, takes him down, and the rest, I think, is already said and done.
And this map might be too. Heroic have found a different gear. They found another level right now. We're never going to count them out of this series. It didn't matter that G2 had that 2-0 start.
But yeah, the question you raised, an interesting question, a conundrum. Has G2 forgotten what losing feels like? Huxi. On to Stown, a nice weapon upgrade if he's brave. There's still a couple of those investigating Heroic members. They want to take some stuff away. The booster should have everything to say. Lovely from JKS. Likely draw the line in the sand there. Up to 13, 3-round lead. Only 3 required to secure Ancient.
This is the type of game. If you're G2, we don't know how the rest of these maps are going to play out. That's assuming we make it a little bit further, but you reflect on this. This will be in your absolute nightmares. You return to the second round of play in this map, running up mid into a full eco, giving it away, allowing Heroic to go on a streak of 6 rounds. They set up their CT side there. That is where Heroic were able to get their lion's share. Just 2 more in sporadic fashion. And another timeout here from G2. Huxi can drop, the buy is available, but they're starting to come into problems now. They're going to have to dig deep here if they want to ward away Heroic and get this one done in 3.
I mean, there is something quite poetic about it being done in 3, considering the history.
Honestly, only 8 kills to his name thus far. Hasn't been able to have the most amount of impact in this game. The youngest on the stage here.
Let's get this party started. As Cadian looks to lead with the AWP in his hands this round. Bomb on his back and a boost established. The crossfire's leaning 3 towards A.
Yeah, if we zoom out here, it makes a lot of... Hold up a second. Let's zoom in for a moment. Yabi immediately. Minute 30 on the clock, has so much space to apply pressure, but not only that, if you try and rotate back from that long side into sight, he will lop your head off every day of the week here. So this smoke would normally reposition a long player, but Huxi will hang around. He has Hunter forward of it. He has 2 teammates over towards that porch side as well. Very fortunate here that he hasn't rotated into the jaws of Yabi. They put the faith in NiKo again. Last round towards B. Lost track of things. 60 points of health, back of the site, only a smoke, pressure coming his way. Surely he's going to be screaming. He can hear these footsteps, and long smoke again.
If Yabi can get away. Oh, Hunter strafes to his demise. Trade from Monacy denied. Heroic meet Huxi. 1 back. Advantage held. NiKo trying to play around the gaps, down aware. A re-smoke CT, but everyone that meets Tesses is bested. NiKo back to the side, trying to hold on for everything he's worth. But the round converted.
And masterfully done here. all of those little details of pulling out the information. So Nico at that point, banana presence, they've got car, I need help, somebody rotate. Well, if we want information, we have to look somewhere. And they denied that long side. Hunter was ahead of the smoke, he had to play first. Steps into the jaws, loses his life. They feed again, Monesi, another death in that column. And now 14 for Heroic now, the loss bonus, only 2,900 into that next round of play. It feels like G2 are gonna have to take a partial investment here.
Oh.
And then they're gonna have to try and run it 5 straight to get to overtime. Heroic are back in business.
JKS trying to hold on to the rifle just in time. We're sent back to spawn, but as we've highlighted, Heroic with the opportunity to disrupt.
This is the conversation right now if you're G2. JKS can drop a rifle, Monesi and Hunter can buy their own. Hooksy into an MP9. But Util is going to be not full across the board, and we know just how much is required here for the banana control. Nico, at least he's got a molly of smoke. They're going to start 3 towards B, so they can really stretch that with Hunter's presence here as well. But this is fast. They're rushing. Mac-10s, they're not going to stop. This is the uppercut.
They're looking to knock him out. Knock him for 6. Just charging in. The double. Overlooked perhaps is Hooksy. That's the bomb, but only the one. Heroic. As G2 put everything on the line, it's up to Monesi and JKS to kick up a fuss.
What a call.
I mean, come on, to charge straight up the guts of Banana.
That's knocked him out here. I spoke about the finances, the idea that they took that type of buy. They hedged 3 towards B, 15 regardless. And again, it's the max loss bonus, sure, but look at this. They just melt. They don't look for Hooksy. That doesn't matter. They don't need him. Shush. Massive stuff from him. He's been quiet throughout this one, and the frustration's starting to mount. Take that one into the break, boys.
The flash combination as well. You saw that first death for G2. You were blind in the Molotov and being rushed on.
This is the grit that Heroic have earned, have grown into. They've been the enemy of the state here in the Counter-Strike world over the last couple of years, but there's one thing that you can't argue with, there's one thing that you can't deny, and that's winning. And if they want to change that conversation, another trophy here, you throw that one on top of the 4 finals. You talk about the major final. This team, they've been beaten down, not just in the server.
G2, 5 deaths away from tasting defeat for the first time here in Katowice. Nico still happy to bring the fight to Banana. Heroic, they were already posturing. Monesi and JKS have not been able to keep a lid on their attempts into A. No time like the present. Monesi confirms. Body's there, great nade, lots of damage. Monesi built upon it. Damage inflicted onto him. Will slink back into the site with the man advantage. Yabi hoping he can catch him on the cross back, a big frag back. Claws Heroic into the A site. Hunter will take the space. And Hooksy quaking in his boots, 12 HP, what's the man to do? Warding on the cross, good damage into Shush. Somehow still alive and kicking. As they will occupy the CT spawn. 40 seconds, Heroic. Take a moment, cut noise. Seeds of doubt sown as Hooksy's found. $20. Hunter, this cut of noise has got him nervous, apprehensive. 19 seconds though, there is grounds that G2 can destabilize if they can find that bomb carrier. Cadian being escorted into the site now. These frags worth everything for G2. Both filling the feed, JKS and Hunter. He can't plant and he can't win as Hunter and JKS say we play again.
Oh, you got to take a question mark about some of these moves from G2. Monesi in the site, pinned, happy to step across, gets taken out. Hooksy as well, trying to jump, thinking he can make that leap on 12 points of health here. Given over a couple of gifts. Heroic I feel like it's only going to be a matter of time before they get this one done, holding on by their fingertips right now. It's that combo of Hunter and JKS, the safest pair of hands in the server here.
42 frags between those two from different corners of the globe, united in a common goal. And so close to glory. But every good story has your hero start to doubt, start to question. The path to glory is never easy. And Heroic find their voice in the Hall of Heroes just in time.
It's just going to be a B pounce here, and this B bomb site, it's been rough. It's been more than rough. They're pushing in.
Eco, so blind, perfect flashes. The beginning, perhaps of the end, as Shush leaps into Hooksy's brain with that Mac-10. Hopeless. On the retake, G2. Try as hard as they might, Shush fighting tooth and nail to do what no team has done before in Kato. Records may have been made. It's Heroic that will stop them in their tracks. Only Modesty and Heroic show life in this grand final.
Heroic by name, Heroic by nature, taking down the undefeatable right here. Now they know what it feels like to lose. And is that the Danes getting themselves back in this series? A Herculean effort. They haven't given up just yet. They're not done. Cadian won't allow it.
So the story shakes down like this. Everything's looking fine for G2, as it might when you're ahead. You come into the tournament red hot, all that good stuff. And then Heroic had a change of plans. They weren't ready to let this one go on the third map of Inferno, so they decided to win it themselves, which does set us up for a fourth. Again, this is a best of 5, so there will just be a few extra minutes here. Perhaps we let these guys eat, because there was a lot of eating going on in the server.
A little bit of an extended break now.
A little bit.
Exactly. Just give them time to breathe, you know. They all time to breathe. Look, If you were to ask me, how does Hot Streak Heroic looks like, I would show you the last 3 or 4 rounds of this Inferno game. Because I feel like we've finally peeked behind the curtains of pressure, the whole consequence, the moment, the stage, whatever word you want to use. This wasn't the real Heroic. I feel like we've peered into the abyss towards the end. This is what they do, this is how they play, and this is the highest level we've seen them so far in the grand final.
They've been stopped, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, the streak finally ends. I don't think G2 cares for it too much. I mean, they're here to win the tournament. The streak has to end at some point. But the worrying thing is some of the things that we didn't see so far from them, but were G2, standards over the course of time, they crept up in this Inferno game, right? Like winning a pistol, losing to a complete eco in the second round on T side, then in the second half, again, losing to pistols too. So G2 is a team that's incredibly hard to stop when it gained momentum, and Heroic was able to win those crucial rounds early on to deny them just that.
And I look at Inferno, and I feel like we still got the same sort of tenacity, the same sort of vibe from G2, but albeit the shortcomings were there, Maniac.
Yeah, listen, the first half is a very dangerous repetition of what map 1 and 2 were for Heroic. If you're a fan of Heroic, you see them take off. Was it 7-1, 8-1? You talk about this ridiculous pistol round they win. But the problem is G2 starts creeping in again, and they regain some control. And at this point, we're in the green room thinking, well, this has been a good day, guys. Everybody 3-0. That is it. G2 is going to close it. And we didn't see this bounce back coming from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the rounds where G2, you need to look for the money on Heroic, right? Like, they're out of money. If they lose this round, they have to eco, and G2 can really gain a lot of momentum. They're in a 3v4 situation, but as G2 tends to do in this tournament, they're going to find a way back into the round slowly but surely. Monesi aware of the potential flank.
Yeah, the punish here on Yabi was very, very telling, because Heroic at that point were trying to play a little bit faster than the music, and G2 is very aptly slowing down the pace. What they don't know, what they don't suspect, is that there are actually 2 different defenders on the A side, and unfortunately for G2, time is about to be their main enemy.
And it's so strange because they do the flash, and JKS, as he's swinging, it feels like he catches glimpse of the player, but I don't know if it's, the fast checking or 4v3 or whatever it might be. You can see here, you can see clearly on the right of his screen, so it must be a 4-3, sort of a resolution, unaware of another player in the side. Monesi also going super deep for the plant. That was also a little bit unnecessary. And here, they don't have enough time to plant, even though they get the kills. And that's just a super frustrating round for G2 to lose.
Checking into Heartbreak Hotel, Maniac?
Heartbreak Hotel.
Is that what that looks like?
Yeah, this one, yeah. I think that's a single room. It's not the superior room, it's a single room.
Ah, yes.
The Heartbreak Hotel.
And you know who's the main occupant of that room?
Who's that?
It's Nico. Like, he had a pretty good, he had a great first half. He was finding openings, he was finding impact in Banana. Second half, only 2 kills. And, Heroic was just winning every Banana fight. They were having a lot of success on the B bomb site. I mean, Nico is so confused to play retake on B that he does, the smoke for pool has a gap, and Stone just sneaks through it, right, catches them off guard, and wins the round just solely based on individual play.
And Yanko talks about confusion. We can roll round 24 because that's what it's about. Again, I said, we saw Heroic doing their best Counter-Strike at the end of that map, and this is such a great example here we see with 50 seconds. Heroic is about applying pressure everywhere on the map. It's very complicated for G2 to know what's going on. Yabi and Tesis are just ready to punish an information, and here comes the information play from Hunter with 40 seconds left. The crossfire is absolutely beautiful, and this only happens because pressure was put on the B side, and Heroic had traumatized Nico a couple of times. And here, look at this. Look at the mastery from Heroic. They know they have to wait for the smoke, double angle, they open up their line of sight, and this is it. This is 14. What this one also doesn't tell us is that B had been the opportunity for Heroic 2 or 3 times in a row, and they built this based on that information.
How many times did we see Heroic just find their way through the back lines, it cause a little chaos with the rotation, and then before you know it, there's a guy in library just, chomping at your bit, basically.
Yeah, it was obvious they were very, very well prepared. They had a lot of good reads in the mid-round as well. Yeah,
Air Force aim high, head-to-head, just right there. Stound Tesis makes...
Glad to see Tesis come out, because I called him out after map 1 and 2. I thought he wasn't exactly doing what had brought Heroic to this point in here in the grand final, and he's been stamping up massively. On the CT side, one of the main reasons why Heroic is pulling ahead is because of his massive B defense as well. Hell, there you go, highlight reel. You ask it, you get it. Banana plays multi-kills from Tesis, always knowing when to fight, when to stay a little bit alive, playing behind that box the way it happens here. He stepped up. This was the Tesis that we hadn't seen throughout this entire grand final, and he's now come to play.
Yanko, this is the test Heroic needed desperately. You know, not just that it was all reliant on him to win this whole series, but to have been somewhat not there throughout the duration of the series so far.
Absolutely, and you go back to that Game and Glory documentary from Rio, and you can see, you know, where Kaden is like just asking for a little bit more calm, a little bit more poise, and just a little bit more in terms of communication. For Heroic, I mean, they stay alive. That's the most important thing. They have this extended break where G2 gets to sit on it a little bit, and I think for G2, if this is a new G2, right, if you're stepping into the G2 era, now is where you prove it. So you lost your map that you had a tremendous win streak on, you were 2-0 up, you even had a good first half, even the second half, win the pistol, convert the second round, right? But then it slips away, sort of, right? And then now you're going into two maps that are not your home turf, probably. They're not Heroic's best maps either. But, you know, this is where maybe you don't have as much confidence. You haven't played them as much in this tournament like you did, for example, Nuke and Inferno.
Yeah, we do get away from the normie maps, as Chad likes to call them. But before we do that, we absolutely heard from the teams backstage.
I just managed to catch up with Cadian from Heroic, and I will say this. He knows that these games have been close. He knows that they had a chance to get the job done. Now we're moving into the ground of Ancient, and for Heroic, they haven't played it so far at this tournament. We have seen G2 play it, and that has given the edge to G2 in a sense of they did a very good game against FaZe. But Cadian was ready. He likes the way the Veto went with it, and he said mainly the things they were losing out on the previous maps was G2 winning rounds they really shouldn't have. He's confident. They feel better now. Getting this one in the belt means they've got a great chance of it. It's now about getting the job done, and can they make it possible? That's going to be a really hard reverse sweep. Let's see.
Yeah, for Ancient, you know, to maybe even see the series come this way or this far, okay, yeah, we probably wouldn't have said that 2 hours ago, but we go to Ancient now. Yanko, tell me what to look for on the G2 side.
You just want to see them play solid CS like they have throughout this tournament, right? You want to see how they mentally come into this next map, because Inferno, they lost it a little bit more than Heroic wanted. Heroic played a great T-side, that stands, like, but I think G2, if they were able to ride that momentum a little bit better, they allowed Heroic to get back into the game, and once they did that, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, and it does feel like they're going to start on the T side, if I do get it myself, I believe, on Ancient, right? And they've been problem-solving really well. G2's T side has been very good at figuring out solutions, and even in the hardships and hard times, they've always had a couple of moments, couple of brilliances. I'll be more worried on the CT side, because this is where they just had the draw. That was it. The CT side of Inferno is where they couldn't figure it out, and they got into their own heads. They started having gamble plays, leaving Nico alone, getting punished. I don't think that's going to be the case. And because they're on the T side, I don't expect G2 to fall into the same trap that we've seen right here at the end of Inferno.
And the safest pairs of hands for G2 in this final have been Hunter and JKS. So if I can, I'm putting the game in their hands. You know, I'm telling the rest of the guys sort of, you know, you don't want to tell someone don't go for plays.
Of course.
Don't do this, especially someone like Nico and Monesi. You know, that's their play style and that's where they do most of their work. But, you know, you want to try to balance it out. You also don't want to start a lot of rounds with a disadvantage right in the first 15, 20 seconds. So it's important for G2 to find that balance and to understand what's the best way for them to win this final.
Yeah, playing 45 is never really a thing. I mean, you can go for these sort of egregious peaks sometimes, and maybe it works out, maybe it wins your team the round, but when it doesn't, it's hurtful, Maniac.
And you say egregious peaks, and I don't know why it gets Monesi in my mind.
Sometimes.
I've seen him a couple of times in this grand final being caught off guard, but being saved by his incredible skill. And I still think on the G2 camp, he's one of the players that hasn't really been quite in the game, quite really fully engaged. He's had that moment towards the end of Mirage, and there was no doubt about it. But besides that, he's been a little bit aside from the game, behind in the rhythm, saved by a couple of flicks, but far away from the Monesi that we praise usually.
And I'm curious to see, what we saw on Inferno was the lurkers from Heroic on the T side were doing a lot of work. They were pretty aggressive, right? You saw this round where Stahl pushes through the smoke, catches them off guard on B. Yabi just going straight up into the corner in A. So I'm wondering if that was a specific Inferno plan or something they see generally with G2, right? If they're going to go for similar plays on T side of Ancient, because if they're able to pull that off, then it's very difficult for G2 to get reads.
Do you feel like this was something prepared? Because I feel like the lures that you're talking about, the aggression has come up with the level of Heroic going up, increasing and increasing. I feel like whenever they caught that confidence, you started seeing people taking more risks. Yabi going straight from duels, from the app position. Suddenly Stone is crossing that smoke and leaning towards the pool side of the B side. I feel like they kind of caught on fire, and then they started doing what they're supposed to. Like, you need to have individuals finding some of the gaps and taking some of the risks. That's how you win a game, and that's what they weren't doing in map 1 and 2.
Well, also there's 2-0 down on G2's
Might as well go for
right?
it.
In one of the best maps. You know, you might as well go for it, go out with a bang, even if you lose, right? But it paid off. They had some really good rounds, and now they're still in it. Right now, the ball is in G2's court. How are they going to respond?
Yeah, this is sort of like a G2...
This is Heroic's pick as well, that we're going to Ancient.
This is a G2 game to lose right now at this point. Well, I say that because Heroic just picked up their first map in this series, taking us on into the 4th. We go into a little bit of Ancient. I'm not sure that we're going backstage, but I do know that we'll be back shortly.
Now between the maps, everyone's getting their drinks, their snacks, they're getting ready, and we're going to have a look around and see which some of these teams are going to get most support, as we are now in a situation where Heroic have got themselves a map. You, sir, you think G2 are going to come back and win?
Of course.
Of course, he believes. Da-da-da. Sir, who do you think is going to win the whole tournament? Do you think G2 is going to get it now?
Yes, that's pretty obvious that G2 will win.
Pretty obvious. You have no hope in Heroic?
No.
No? Okay. No hope. 16-0, he's saying. No love, no hope for Heroic in that one. We'll keep it moving. What we're going to do is going to have a look around. We're going to go downstairs. We're going to go check out the expo in some more detail. Plenty of people coming down here. I'm going to keep on rolling and running. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Here we go. So down here, you can see all of these people walking in and out. You've got some of our StarCraft champions. Hello, sir. Yeah. Finals now, right? Yeah. Heroic got a map. Are you a G2 or Heroic fan?
I'm a G2 army.
Oh, okay. You confident they're going to win Ancient?
Again, please. I'm not really good at English.
Win Ancient?
I don't know. I'm not into really CSGO. I'm a better LOL. League of Legends fan.
But you still love G2 overall. Yeah. That's what it's all about. Thank you very much. Enjoy. There you go. Fans from all games in there. Hello, mate. Laughing away. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
You having a good time?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that G2 will finish as soon as possible because I've got train like in 2 hours. So I really hope that Ancient will go our way. So yeah.
He has a train to get, you know, so we're very tight on time. So maybe if G2 win, that'll help him out. I'm pointing out down here, we got all the StarCraft 2 winners of old. We got our Counter-Strike, CSGO, and 1.6 ones on the side at the same time. We roll down this hall. We're going to go and check and see who's still around. Now, the arena's obviously packed out. That's where the main set of people are. And we do get to enjoy all of that glorious Counter-Strike action. Who else have we got here? Da-da-da. We keep running, we keep going. Oh, we've left the hustle and bustle of it all. This guy's got an Ent shirt on. Mr. Ent shirt, I see you packing up. Who do you think's about to win?
Maybe it's G2. Yeah.
G2?
Yeah.
No love for Heroic. There's still no love for Heroic. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. oh, Sui!
Hello, brother.
My bro.
Hey, what's happening here?
What's happening? We are just running around the expo in between, you know, your players. Yep. You need a lot of break, a lot of time off, you know. So these guys right now, as they go into the 4th map, are just having a little bit of a breather. You've been watching and enjoying the event?
Unfortunately not, because I had a lot of stuff to do. Oh. But I will say this, I really like your hair. I think you look very nice. So yeah.
Look at you. You're just trying to make me feel really good.
Yeah, of course.
Now, who are you rooting for, though? Who do you think is going to win?
I'd like to see G2 win.
Oh, there's everyone liking G2. Sui, I'll see you soon. Yeah, good luck. Mouse Sports is Sui over there. Well, now he's on Gamer Legion. He's from the Mouse NXT roster from before. And there's just everyone, everywhere. Now, we're going to try and get ourselves up these escalators. Hello, hello. How are you guys? I'm gonna walk down as we're going up. Not going very far.
I'm good.
Good. Have you been enjoying the action?
It's my first time on Spodek and first time on real CS.
Perfect. And have you enjoyed it?
Yeah. Today I was see Beat and NPL.
So you saw some of the Navi plays. You a Navi fan?
Yeah.
Okay, so sadly Navi didn't make it to the grand final. But who do you think is going to win the grand final now?
G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Everyone's saying G2. I can't find a single. Sue, you can't run away from me. Hello. I haven't seen you all the time.
I know.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Has StarCraft finished yet?
No, we just started the grand finals.
Oh, wow. You're on for a really long time then. How are you feeling? Got good energy?
Oh my God, it's actually insane what's happening because we have like this juxtaposition of Maru, who's like one of the best Korean players of all time. And so he deserves to be there, and he has like 5 GSL titles under his belt. But he's never won this tournament, the World Championship. And then on the other side, you have a Chinese player, I know, exactly, in the grand finals, setting history for the country.
Yes.
And also personally, he's never made it this far ever in his career and just happens to do it when it matters most at like the World Championship. Like my mind is just...
I love that. Well, I will let you do your thing. It's always good to see you.
You look great. I love the suit.
Thank you very much. You're so kind. See you later, Sue. We're going to keep going. Everyone's around. Everyone's running. We're going this way. We're moving on around. Now in here, we're back into the main parts of the expo. It's still popping. Everyone's still doing a lot of stuff in here. Lots of Counter-Strike. The shop's in here. We're moving around. We're finding out where else we can go. We were just talking about StarCraft there with Smix. Oh, okay, down here. This is where the StarCraft 2 is happening. We're going to wander past that. So the StarCraft is already packed out for its grand final. It's looking good. There's Ben. Hi, Ben. He works for ESL. Poor Ben. Doesn't want to be seen. Doesn't want to be put on camera. Oh. Now, we're getting ourselves closer and closer to more Counter-Strike action going on. Oh, it's 15 to Na'Vi Javelins and 14 to Enigma Galaxy. Could be looking at a win. Could be looking at seeing how this can go. We could be seeing like, oh, it's a 1v2. CT side, Vertigo. Now, remember, if Na'Vi don't get this, it's a best of 3, not a best of 5. We'll have to see how it goes. But I think, first of all, I need to find out where Shox is.
Thank you so much, Banks. I want to keep looking behind me because it's so incredibly close here at ESL Impact. This is the grand final. It's a best of 3 between Enigma Galaxy and then the Na'Vi Javelins. Rather, I'm talking fast because it's very exciting. Against Matchpoint Na'Vi Javelins, they almost closed out Vertigo, but it wasn't enough and they got pushed into OT. Maybe the experience of Enigma Galaxy taking over here. I don't know if we're going to go to Inferno. We're going to have to find out, so you better switch and take a look what's happening here. If Enigma Galaxy is going to pull it over in the 2-0, or if the hometown heroes of Ninja Javelins can bring us to Inferno.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
My name is Jan Swanimüller and I'm the head coach for G2 since this January. I became a head coach basically through success, I would say, because we won Abu Dhabi and everything was going really well. It was more of like, okay, everything is working, super smooth, let's give him a try.
Swanny has been around longer than me in G2, so he's familiar with everything. But before, he was just assistant coach and he was helping mainly with anti-strats back then. He didn't have too much impact when it actually comes to the game, improving things and so on. He was helping out the coach basically, which he was doing pretty good. He just kept learning from all the players and coaches that he has worked with, and I think he just kind of knows how to talk to players, he knows how to handle some things, he's very calm and he has a very good balance between being harsh and how to talk to players and so on.
I think my biggest strength is that we have a great atmosphere. Everyone can talk to me like a friend. It's not like a work relationship where they come to me and are like, oh no, I have to listen to this guy again. I know, like if you go to school and you are with a teacher, like this example, you don't like him. Most likely you're not gonna ask questions during the class, right? And if you go to a teacher you're like, can you tell me more about this and about that? And I feel like once you're at this point in the relationship, it gets so much easier, even with people like Ilya who are young, who need to learn more about the game. They need somebody that they like, that they trust. And for me, that's the most important, to build a good relationship and not be like a guy who is just strict and saying we do this, we do that, because for me this doesn't work.
Swanee is very open to listening to everyone and balancing things out. He always comes up with kind of what's the best for the team. Like the past coaches were like very pushing their way always, you know, which is fine, but I think the balance should be there.
I think I would describe my coaching style as pretty much freedom. For example, Ilya has freedoms. He has a spawn. He can say, okay, I do this move. Nico has a good spawn. He can say, okay, I do this move. I don't want them to feel robotic, because if you are robotic and you only read your papers, your notes, it will not help anyone. You have to adjust during the game. So I'm never going to limit the guys and say, okay, you can only do this, this, and that.
He definitely gives freedom to the players, maybe sometimes in too much. He has a good balance between freedom and when actually things are not going right.
I think the biggest challenge for me now in my situation, I think, will be when things go wrong. Because if you win, everything is good, right? But if you lose a few games, this will be the biggest challenge to get the guys back to what we had before.
I definitely think that coach should not be like a cheerleader. Coach should be more impactful. He should be the one who has the bigger picture always, because he's behind. Sometimes the players are like too focused on like what's in front of them, and we don't see like what's happening on the map completely. I think coach is the one who should be able to see like what's going wrong.
Qualities to be a good coach is definitely being passionate, and not only about the game but about your players. You have to understand the needs of every player because everyone is different. Knowing when to take a timeout, when to talk, how to talk, even if it's going bad. I think it's important to not point out negatives.
When he sees something obvious, or sometimes he just reminds us of what we talked about, and if you're not doing those things, he's just going to take a timeout and say, guys, we know it's going to work, this is what we need to do.
The players behind you, they will feel it. If you are nervous, if you feel the pressure, it will turn to them, and you don't want to do this. You want to stay calm, you want to stay in the moment and just be there for the players.
Well, regardless of where we are currently with coaches and their implementation and how you feel about that or how you don't feel about that is one thing for sure and two things for certain. G2 are one map away from picking up this grand final, and coaches, well, they've certainly come a long way, haven't they? Maniac, Yanko here with me on the case to kind of bring this one home for you. We stared on the barrel of Ancient, a pick of Heroic, and right out of the gate, I'm going to ask you, Maniac, about some of the things we should be kind of elevating or highlighting here if we're watching this for the first time on Ancient at least?
I think it's going to be really important to see who wins the first duels and how quick they happen on Heroic's T side, because this is where they're about to start. G2 is going to be on the defensive side, of course, and I think this is where the whole match is going to be played. I think if Heroic can get away with 6 to 7 rounds on their T side, I don't know that G2 has the background necessary right now to come back into it. This was always the challenge for Heroic to get to Ancient, being able to win it, and for G2, it starts with a good defense.
On paper, these two maps are like better for Heroic or compared to G2 at the very least, but they're not their favorite maps.
No.
Really, by any stretch of the imagination, you know, and I feel like so far, what did we have in the series? We had a nervous first map for both teams where G2 came out on top, winning both pistols in a couple of, you know, individual plays. And then we've had two very similar maps in where, you know, on Mirage, Heroic allows G2 to get back into it, and on Inferno, G2 lets Heroic back into it, and they trade those maps. So what are we going to see after this extended break? We heard a little bit about Swanee and how he is as a coach. It's not only the coaches that matter here, it's the mental coaches that matter as well, right? To sort of reset the team psychologically. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This has been going on for how long already, Trace? 4.5 hours, right? Like, so time is going on, and you need to be just forget about what happened, forget about the thrown rounds, the mistakes, just be in the moment and focus on the plan.
And I think, Maniac, the word we're trying to grab here is like resilience almost. If you've got to come back out of the shell you were in at 0-2 and now find yourself maybe reversing it, I don't know. It's a wild thought, but...
Let's all take it easy with the reverse.
Just saying.
Let's take all a deep breath. But I think this idea of mental coach and also the fact that we had a bit of a longer break could help G2 get over the hurdle of this map loss. Because had we just had map 1 going straight to Heroic and then straight into map 2, the turnaround would have been much lower, and then you maybe find yourself in a risky situation where G2 get in their own heads. Now I think they've had time to calm down. They've had time to realize what happened on Inferno, why there is no reason to panic. And as Janko said, just get over this whole like record streak, whatever this is, and you're fine. You're in a good situation. You're leading 2-1. You know why you lost map 3. You have time to take a deep breath, move into Ancient.
Hey, Janko, if you're Nico, you walked into that locker room just now. What are you saying? To get the boys back on track for Ancient.
Hey guys, don't worry about it. We're still in the lead. There's still 2 maps of CS to play. G2 hasn't played that much Ancient or Vertigo. I mean, Vertigo, they haven't played it this year almost, I feel like, maybe. So they're obviously worked on those maps and they have things in store that probably Heroic doesn't know about, and they should just stick to their own game, right? Don't lose any confidence. Don't start doubting yourself because we lost a map that we're really good on and that we could have won. Just stick to your guns.
And weirdly enough, I don't think Nico should be talking to the team. I think Nico should stay with himself. Calm down. Take a little bit less risks. Stay alive in the late round situations. Too early or too often have we seen Nico fall very early in a round and disappear from the situation when it comes to G2. And they need him to be there. They need him to be closing as well in situations. And this doesn't have the feel of a grand final. It's been relatively tame for Nico, but there is more maps to be played.
Your wish is denied. He's just doing all the talking.
He's actually the only one talking now.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying scenes.
So he's either not happy or is ready to get this damn thing over with. And I understand it either way.
But I disagree with Maniac here. I believe he needs to be the voice of that team because he's the veteran player. He's the one with the most experience. He's the one that everyone looks up to sort of to indeed say something, right? I mean, and be more sort of a leader of man as well in addition to just what he does on the server. So, but I agree that balance between the two is important, right? Like you still have to do your job on the server.
Do you think they need a pub talk right now? Do they need to be recentered after this map
Maybe
loss?
they need something.
They definitely need to be recentered.
Before map 4?
Well, I mean, this is just the huddle before, it's been on standard break, so this is just like hyping yourself up before you sit back at the PCs to make sure that the communication is good, that the energy is flowing, right? That you start off playing well and not just kind of start feeling tired and lay back in your seat and, then the game is happening to you instead of you playing the game.
And also, maybe you take that first peek. Oh, if you're G2 and maybe it doesn't go your way, don't tilt off the planet. And then ultimately, maybe you go about winning. And speaking of which, hello, Katowice, Poland. Hello. Hello. I think we got a grand final coming up. Any G2 fans in the house? Okay. What about Heroic? Wow, that's actually way more than I thought.
Pretty even.
Well, cool. I think we're just about ready to get things going. Looks like G2 have broken up the huddle or story time with Nico. And again, we can only imagine what they're saying. But now that we've gotten this map in front of us, what are the odds we go to all 5, Maniac?
Ooh, they're going to all 5.
All 5.
Oh, man, listen, I think there is a fair chance. There is a fair chance we go to 5. I think Heroic have found the rhythm towards the end of Inferno. My only issue is there's been a relatively long break, and I don't think any of that energy, any of that momentum is carrying it over. They're going to have to manufacture it once again. Start from 0 for Heroic.
I think the longer break benefits G2, right? They were able to reset. That game was weird in the second half. G2, who are usually very good on CT sides, are not able to close it out on Inferno, not able to do pretty much anything, right? So for them to sort of refocus and come into this map fresh, I think if they can clean up and polish their game a little bit, I think they can close it out on Ancient.
League of Legends fans, hey, is that guy lost? I mean, I guess Shock's here makes sense. Point being, we do have a map in front of us that is known as Ancient. We do come down to the 4th. Perhaps Vertigo should we need it, but guys, that sound means only one thing, and one thing only. It's time to ride with Machine and Sponge.
Yeah, it sounds like we're all ready for this one. The desk, the Spo deck, and myself and Chad. G2 Heroic. And we do look to see that endurance element of a best of 5 locked in.
Yeah, this is anyone's game right now. So much to discuss here, so much to sink our teeth into, but Maniac wanted us to look here at the early stages of this matchup. On what terms are Heroic going to take these fights here today? Well, apparently out the gates towards middle. Two players, Yabi and Stout, not early as they wait for their teammates to position in towards A main. Nico trying to pepper through. Monacy at the ready with Hunter. Flash is good. The fight is better.
Look at the setup. And it's Hunter and Nico side by side looking to take the pistol on A. Lots of pressure onto Testes. JKS caught out. One back. Hooksy gets the bomb and that's the round. Near spotless as the vibes seem good, seem at a premium. The desk, an interesting response when people are starting to get a bit alarmed after seeing the Heroic win. Response of the extended break. You know, seeing how G2 can kind of shake it off, remind themselves that that's the first time they've lost a map here in the tournament.
Yeah, but again, they win a pistol. It's not the pistols that G2 have problems with, it's these follow-up rounds. It's the rounds that they should be converting. So Tech-9s are plenty. 4 out of the 5. Testes into the Deagle and Testes. What a monster on Inferno. Let's see if he can continue to find some of that form. Hunter through the smoke, a deep one of his own here, and it will be holding Heroic at bay for now, but Pop at the ready, and they're going to try and run him down here.
Good flash, they are. Trouble. Hunter just rounds the corner in time. Mid smoked, and it is theirs for the taking. Heroic have other plans.
Very skittish from G2, though. As soon as Hunter called that mid presence, they rejigged their entire setup. Monacy now over towards Temple to back up JKS on the boost. Looking at top mid will be Nico, and, well, guess what? That means you leave Hooksy to defend this B bomb site solo. Fortunately, the play will be into the stack if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah, they're sweeping mid right now. JKS with the support of Monacy. And clean, as you like, from JKS. Supreme on the MP9. Give it to him. He takes it by force. An ace for the Aussie to start the party.
Justin Katowice, savage right there. That's one way to deal with the second round. Just ace them. Get them over and done. As Hooksy trying to become a bit of a showman here. Walking the footsteps of other great Danish in-game leaders.
Oh, they couldn't touch him. And to go wide as well, perfectly timed. That is his round. But you can see G2 are getting into it.
Yeah, this is a change. We didn't see that in the previous maps. Maybe a conversation to have some fun with it here. The type of Counter-Strike, it got sloppy. It felt like the moment was getting the better of them. Well, remind yourself where you are and what you're doing.
Yeah, I think they've got themselves that holistic esports mind and body. A little extra coaching voice during the between map chat.
Remember this, G2 took on FaZe on this very map and they dumpstered them. It wasn't too many worries whatsoever, whereas for Heroic, we haven't seen them play Ancient just yet. And last time they did play it, they lost to Big and Evil Geniuses. Don't let Cassard hear that one.
Eco collects himself a handful of frags, 3 in total. The challenge still to come.
Oh, looking like the Gorillas in the jungle right now. That's some feel-good ink. Only 1 kill given up in the first 3. Gonna be happy with that. The bank account built here. And JKS doesn't even want to upgrade from this MP9. AK's out for Heroic. Let's see what they have to say. The Danes didn't go down in the 3-0 fashion. Another double-digit affair. Top right of your screen. You can see how it all unfolded.
A single frag is all they've had to celebrate over the first 3 of play.
This is like the pistol round. JKS setting them up with flashes to fight mid.
And Cadian takes the shot. Monacy down. Hunter trades and now falls. This is the counter blow. Hooksy needs the double test. There's a scrap of health on the retreat. Doesn't take any speculative shots. Sticking around.
Barrel.
And an easy frag. Hooksy in jeopardy now. Molly forces him wide. Waits for the swing. And nice from Shush. JKS the one. Puts Yabi and Nico into a one-on-one.
He knows that Nico's the B defender here, so he could be absolutely anywhere. Gonna get that bomb down, a nice open plan, and this is issues for Nico. He is miles away. This is great if you're Yabi for the clutch. Nico doesn't even have a kit right now. At this moment, Yabi could be main, donut. He's on the boost.
Gonna hear him if Nico doesn't hit his walk key soon.
But remember, where's the kit?
That's the problem.
The lobby towards middle, that's where all the biffs went down.
Yabi has been stepping up this time, and Nico doesn't finish it, and Yabi will punish. Flustered in the clutch. Yabi reigns supreme.
Just too many question marks there. That is a nightmare if you're left in a one-on-one, and look at that face. That says an awful lot right here. He's the one you don't want to break. Yanko said he's the vet. He's the most experienced member of this team. You don't want to be seeing that face. He's been here plenty of times before, and he's the one who knows the heartbreak better than anybody. And look at that.
I mean, how it's so human, of course. The thoughts will creep in. But to be a champion in Katowice, you cannot allow those thoughts to consume you. Stay in the moment. And up towards mid, smokes will fade. Hunter maybe caught off. Good damage, it's Yabi again. Starting to get his name in the feed. To close and now to open. JKS gonna get hot and bothered, needs a smoke, drops it safe. Gap, an angle to play with. So many, Tessus, oh, quick headshot with the Galil. And now into the A site. Hooksy needs a multi-kill. Every angle, ready for Shush as well. Huge advantage. And a huge question being asked of G2. Want to see the AWP, not a weapon suited to the task. Clearing close and finds down. Flash to facilitate. Shush, not blind, does go down. One back, Modesty, good for it.
He's got the kit.
He needs to get on it. Cadian's gone around the world. G2, a recovered clutch up, and Nico watches in celebration as Modesty brings it home. Oh. Cadian takes it all away.
That still means a lot right there. They're 2 big kills. They are 2 big kills. It's the round, sure. But G2, with money, it's not in the dumps. It's just keeping their head above water here. The fact they lose everything, heroic, no. Just one more whack, one more clip around the back of the head. And they could cause some real issues here.
Lovely proactive work from Modesty. He knew he had the kit, knew he had the responsibility. Takes a look at Donut and just holds his breath, holds the line.
Yeah, this is concerning if you're a G2 fan here early.
Yeah, Cadian made the best of a bad situation with that one. It wasn't planted for him.
Hunter might have to have a word.
Uh-oh, Modesty. Let it go. It's Yabi again. Back-to-back entrance into the site, and Nico, his next victim, farming frags. Hooksy back with a double. What a response. Can he get out of dodge? Cadian doesn't think so. So much space to stretch their legs. The site now theirs. Courtesy of Yabi. Above and beyond, Tessus round the world. Hunter still not ready for this, and damage inflicted. They're screwed. Just as you prophesized, if they lose it all, Chad, they'll have nothing. Fighting forwards.
No kit.
No kit. It has to be frags. A 10-second defuse, impossible to see going down. The smoke, Cadian holds, and now the spray is there. Everything taken from G2 at the hands of Cadian in both of those on the close. Heroic up to 2, and look at what it's done to G2.
Yeah, and it's just G2 looking a little bit agitated. I know it was the great start again. The gun round that they won, well, barely won it, didn't they? Had to work very hard for that. But you look at Hooksy with a double up Yabi as well. These 2 names, when they were together on the Copenhagen Flames. Ancient was a map where you could be happy as Cadian right now. You'd be hard-pressed to tell me they're down 2-1 right now in this grand final. Look at the pace once more into Donut, the mop and bucket out in the trade. Well, it's there, but it's only one for JKS. They keep fighting, they keep farming, and Heroic keep taking names.
These are all names every Counter-Strike fan will remember. Good from Shush.
This is a 4-spy, right? This is
on that 1400. They went for this like...
You had to. You don't have a choice. That's just modern-day Counter-Strike right now, and they've just been swept aside. Only 1 kill. It's not going to be another one here for Nico. Let's see if he can contain himself here today, because they will have to stomach another round with just the pistols. I think Maniac set a bar of about 5 or 6. Maybe it was 6 or 7. Either way, a pretty decent T-haul. And remember, Vertigo as that 5th and deciding map, and this is where we find ourselves in uncharted territory here. Throughout this event, it's felt like the Anubises, the Vertigos, the Ancients of the world, they haven't had much love in the map pool. It's been a lot of Inferno, got a bit of Overpass, some Mirage in the mix. Can't forget Nuke.
Well, they're on a collision course. Tessus, no slouch on the spray. He's got Stound to count upon. Stound only the 1 frag. Time to change that. Got Yabi to rely upon as well. Using those with the health available to them. Swatting away.
And how quick the tables turn here. Makes a lot of sense to call this timeout now. Screw your head back on tight. You come in, you win a couple of nice rounds, you try and play with the crowd. All it takes is a few to remind you where you are and what's happening. And to be consumed by the moment. JKS on this stage last year on the other side of the server to three of the names, Hunter, Montasy, Nico, in those G2 colors. They couldn't get it done. Mr. Savage was exactly that with FaZe, the super sub. Picked up his trophy, but the rest of them, they don't know what that success feels like in Heroic. I feel coming into this, there's just been so much conversation about G2, the records, the streaks. Sure, it's impressive, but the conversation's who's the best in the world, who's taken home the trophy. You can keep your records. Heroic will take that bad boy sitting center stage.
There's no greater gift than being the team no one's talking about in the grand finals.
Okay, again, keep your eyes on that if we post-plan.
Cadian, this is very aggressive. JKS returns his vision, and oh my goodness, Cadian throws caution to the wind, but from behind, JKS profits. His 9th frag, trying to pull G2 into defense of this A site. Hunter connects the spray. And Nade takes the AWPer out of the equation, but that shush plant should not be easy to stop. Oh, just after. JKS will put him down. Stown watching now in 2v4. Heroic, limited resources. Shush. Oh, wins the first with low HP, but Hoopsy confirms. The frags are his. Up to 11. And we talked about it, the desk highlighted Montasy and Nico. We talked about those two players, ones that we're going to keep our eyes on to if they can return from the Inferno.
Well, here's the question, do they need them? Right now, Hooksy is playing out of his skin. Fantastic work from him. As you mentioned, 11 kills, topping the scoreboard for the server. This would be the perfect time. And that's dedication right there. Couldn't have been very expensive knife, you know? Maybe a rusty
the butter knife one?
Yeah, took it out of Simple's cabinet. Sorry, Forrest is the one who likes the rusty one. Simple, I'm sure, has a couple more expensive numbers in the mix.
Yeah, he's definitely got the Lambo.
Heroic are going to take a timeout now. They got Cash to Splash, a buy available, of course. That pace, do they want to move into something a bit more default heavy here? Caught off guard by the trickery in the smokes here of JKS. And this is Hooksy. They're doing some damage here, looking comfortable. So this is the question. Montasy and Nico, it'd be nice to have them. It'd be great to have them. And ooh, frustration slightly on the other side of the server here, but Yabi shouldn't be hanging that head at all. He has played fantastic Counter-Strike throughout this entire event.
Yeah, he's the reason they had 2 of those rounds for sure. Double entry in the site. We saw, of course, his 1v1 with Nico. And that's just the first 9 rounds. We've got a whole map ahead of us.
It's been quick, and this is the conversation. Heroic win this one, back down to pistols for G2. G2 win this one, they need to win another gun round to break Heroic.
Yeah, they're coming knocking early. Posted up, Cadian with not only the bomb, but the AWP, hoping someone from G2 oversteps the mark. Nico tasked with holding Jag. Lineup is perfect into the head of Cadian. He's definitely worked those ones out. Cadian rocked, lucky to be alive.
But look at all the nades they've held onto here. So just by standing their ground, they have full B lane control. And one of the keys here is if they can get away with this cave space, right? There's a layer of util they can throw. A B execute just strangles out any defense. G2 might have to push forward or play retake. They're pushing.
This is what Tessus has been waiting for. Does Nico push the limits? Will there be a flash? Yabi. Shadow. No! It's only the one! Advantage into the site. Tessus low though. Hunter ready for the fight. Good on the first. Needs more. Shush denies. Heroic have to get past Montasy. Oh, they don't know. Nade's good. Cadian down. The round continues. Down, locked out. JKS knows one cave, and now they're locked in. Down, wishing he didn't throw that flash. Because now, surely, going to be locked down. Spray is good, and it's good damage both ways. Could hit the wall bang.
Out of ammo.
Needs to hit it. They're defusing, and that's going to be it. G2 take it. A recovered round. Everyone playing a part in that one. A full team conversion.
Throwing some blows here. I thought Stown had an extra smoke for this position right here. If he did, he didn't throw it. Honestly, get given a gift there in JKS. Exactly, he knows what's up. Anti-flash, gets the kill, sets them up, and removes him with the USP through the smoke. 12 now for JKS. As the buy from Heroic, yeah, can come in once more. That plan's great, keeping the pedal to the metal, hard towards B. Give him the fight.
m0NESY greets them with a smile and an AWP shot to 2. Yabi and Shush silenced at the hands of m0NESY. Any more from Huxi? No, not to be. Pressure onto the site, smoked off. Playing for that retake. And Cadian playing for a different game. Interesting. Forcing the rotate. You can see on the map, no one considering the run. They need to survive. They need to survive.
It's not being considered at all. They're dipping back a little bit. Nico spotted something. Hunter as well. So 2, this is going to keep them biting down hard. The Fakey boys, well, they're here on Ancient.
Oh, Tessus is lucky to have gotten away.
Penny's dropped.
They must know.
They're still worried about B.
They're still going B. Down. Survive. Found now. m0NESY and Hunter, but the bomb's not ticking.
Plug your headphones
Plug
in,
your
boys.
ears up.
Where's the bomb?
They'll work it out.
No, they won't.
Oh, come on.
They're in the site.
Somebody, the penny drops. And Cadian, I swear to God, if he gets away with this, a massacre on 2. They have the kit. They have the time, albeit just about. Okay. That was nearly very awkward here in the Spodek.
Oh, the cracks are starting to know and show the G2 that everybody remembers. That one would have been sending them down the river. Wow. They're in the site.
Jesus. Let me see that again. Did he get any damage? He did get damage onto Nico, and it was Nico that got the defuse. I'm not sure if the Hunter could have made it.
Would have been real close. They were in the site.
Holy.
Oh, no problems. Yeah, all right, mate.
All right. Yeah, that was all calculated. And Cadian's a dead man. With their powers combined, Hunter and m0NESY find a nice opening. 7 for G2, and Huxi aggressive, but maybe not ready for more. I love this. G2 charging straight into the offensive line. Locked into the lane. Valiant attempt on the spray.
Well, Hunter's going to lock the door this time. I think they're fed up with those shenanigans. He might... Oh, gets down for free, but just the timing against them here. Hunter's going to pivot in and convert. Just 2 more now. Heroic left in a very rough situation.
A product of a real nice change of pace. Huxi just getting right on in their face, and Hunter as well. JKS and m0NESY going to lock it down. Nothing for Tessus in this round. Smooth sailing, 4 in quick succession, in consecutive fashion.
And finally, with that sound, they have broken Heroic. The plants, the close nature of these rounds, buy after buy, the pace out the gates. Trying to take advantage of some of the momentum on a map like Ancient. These updates, it plays a little bit different. No, it plays a whole lot different these days, and Heroic might have to stomach themselves a little bit of a half investment here. 3,400 into the next, the max loss bonus, so they can buy. G2 have to know here that it should be a little bit lighter, but with Heroic, there's always something funky in the mix.
Mics are muted. Coach now once again, just gonna have to watch as the rounds transpire. A conservative approach from Heroic. Chad has outlined exactly why. Poised for a 9th. G2 looking to display that mental fortitude and continue their run of series wins.
I like this though, continue knocking on B. Just as Hampus prophesized, just go B. But right now, definitely been some flubs, some missed shots. Nico, 7 kills, 6 deaths.
An awkward smoke thrown and an 8 on top of it. They'll brave it. G2 reshaping it, smoke on towards the top of the ramp. They might go ahead of that. They're trying their luck. It's Huxi! Good on the double. Nico for just the 1, but they will be sent back to spawn empty-handed. 1 back from Stown.
Huxi's low.
Very low, okay. Saved, and Huxi having a game. 16-8. outstanding. He has the kill total of the Kovac cousins combined.
Yeah, well, could be one time for this guy to really become the Giga Chad right here on stage. You see him center stage right there.
And you could see a very clear and conscious approach in their demeanor when they were on the stage. Felt like G2 reminding themselves who they are, and the crowd, of course, on their side, trying to get that 6th man. Cheering for them.
Rogue can still get that 6 on this T side.
6, as we heard from Maniac, if they get that 6, it's a very good benchmark for a competitive second.
I think the jury's still out on where this one goes, but it's just about the pace of the rounds, and I think G2 have taken a bit of momentum. Nico a little bit late to the party with that spam, but this is meta. You pressure this red house. This is more of a default approach here from Heroic. This will stifle and force the CTs into a 2-3 turtle split. Perfectly placed U2 here from Hunter. You can see on the radar, they've actually dropped a deep one. This is fantastically highlighted. So they were hoping to try and split this A site.
The Hunter ahead of the move. Cancels that first idea. JKS on the extinguish. Hunter investigates successfully. Tessus, you got the bomb, bro. Goes in, gets away. No trade from his brother in arms. JKS not prepared. And now Monacy to hold the A site, flashed up and executed.
Oh, beautiful round of Counter-Strike from Heroic
this
here.
is real counter.
They held so much territory. Wincing at this one, Hooksy's been great. He'd have to be otherworldly right here to win a 1-on-4.
Shush confirms our suspicions.
Just perfect Counter-Strike there with that top mid pressure, right? The fact that they lose the bomb, sure, Tessus with the immediate trade takes down Nico, picks back up the bomb. They're able to get on out, and here late, G2 actually have some questions. Some questions in the buy department. 6 feeling very likely here, and if they continue with that approach, G2 will need to find answers. It is difficult to find the aggression elsewhere, especially when JKS finds himself locked in towards that donut position.
It's a dirty job, someone's got to do it. And Hooksy, very aggressive. Back is turned on Tessus. Got to be careful. The flash is too good. Caught in no man's land. And Tessus delivers another offering.
We're seeing this evolve in real time. This play from Donut with G2 using the new spawn timing that is against them to take the fight as the T's are already out. Flashes from the A side. Monacy was lobbing those. Well, they just waited. Yeah, you want to flash and get in no man's land? Well, we can flash too. And that fight nets them a big opening here. And Monacy, this would be the time to step up. A little bit quiet on the previous map of play. You'd love to see him lock things down. But Heroic are destined here for a 6th. He's about to be smoked off.
There will be nothing they can do. And now, especially, Cadian posts up, deals with Hunter. No, careful, forced to reposition. That's still impossible for Monacy to get anything done.
So's this retake.
Outlook bleak. Impossible to break through. Just 3 dudes with 3 different guns, not a nade or a kit to be seen as Monacy does find the 1. And Heroic will leave with 6. Game on! Katowice bearing witness to Heroic trying to do what's not been done before, or G2. Can they close on our fourth of this best of 5? Opinion divided. Let's get into it. T side for G2. Heroic on the defense and a clear intent. Straight out of the gates. 2 to receive them.
Setting up for a fast execute here. Smoke's already in the air. Molly as well towards Caves. Down's going to be pinned in.
Yeah,
Push forward or drop back.
Cadian, what's he supposed to do? He can't push and disrespect the smoke. Off the flash, he has a go and catches Monacy. The spear snapped in half upon arrival.
Keep tabs on Hunter's lurk here. When is he going to activate and how?
Nico.
Oh, clear in the corners.
They do. And Nico, good for the frag. It's down now, down. Wrapping around is Hunter.
Puts the turn.
They hear him. Oh, what is that? The cousins in unison. Clean up.
Blink and you miss it. Heroic just evaporated right there.
One from the front, one from the back. Double each.
Ooh.
In a matter of seconds, the round is concluded. And that came with a Heroic opening as well.
Well, this one here.
How many of the pistols have G2 taken? This is getting silly.
They've only lost one. They've only lost one. One pistol round over 4 maps of play. That is wild.
It's not a 50-50 in their book.
But you understand why they've just taken this tactical timeout. I don't think there's anything more tactical in this campaign. Remember Inferno, I hate to have to keep reminding you here, but they gave away an absolute freebie on the T side. And this again is them an opportunity to have this conversation. Now this is where I thought it was all going to go wrong. Didn't think he was clear in the corner. Down. Had a chance for a moment. And these steps from Hunter as well, as he was making footsteps, it actually drew the retake apart. It split Heroic. And Heroic will, in classic fashion, go for the forced buy here. But this is the most important round for G2 if they want to close things out quickly. They flub this one. Anything's possible.
They called the timeout. They thought about it. They've talked about it. Now they must action. Shush with a jiggle smoke defense. That might slow them down.
They'll need to disrespect this.
They have to. We've got a Mag 10, Hooksy.
It's called the cancel. Or has he?
No. Well, the smoke goes. 2 smokes gone. And no commitment behind it.
Well, the plan's just changed here. Shush with $300 worth of investment has just changed the entire 30-second discussion. And look at this. Heroic have been able to respond to A, re-smoke main, and now even drop back towards the B bomb site. And for this execute in towards the B site here, 1 smoke available, 2 mollies. That means they can't smoke short and long. There's going to be questions here for G2 as to how they want to approach this site. And Cadian coming back to lob another, so they're going to be guaranteed with this 4-man stack unless G2 get a move on soon. They're opting for the cave smoke.
No one there. Not immediately. Down. Gonna be locked out. It's Yabi, the first contact, and Nico cannot clear. Hunter needs the trade, delivers it in sync with Monacy. Deep Molly beaten by Cadian. And it's Hooksy onto that cave player. Handled. After forcing a bit of a rejigging. A solid attempt out of Heroic, but the execution of it and the mechanics just not there for them.
Yeah, instead of removing the sight lines there, they just removed cave. Right, didn't want to get poked at. That meant they could just focus on short and long, clear out the pillar within the site, which they mollied, force it into an aim map here, use their superior aim in this situation, and yeah, they did pick this one up, but Hooksy just continues to be fantastic here. How could you not sing the praises of this in-game leader? 17 frags for him. He's been phenomenal on that first half and calling this. Right, think about where this guy has come from. Copenhagen Flames, a team that nobody had heard of, make a bit of a dent in a couple of majors, sure. Get the call up as one of the final pieces of this team to get picked up into G2, get turned into a meme for better and for worse. Now to be keeping you cool right here and leading massive, accomplished names at Counter-Strike. Nico, we know his legacy, a superstar with the name, the trophy cabinet. Well, that could use some filling out, and maybe today can start to look a whole much chunkier.
Yeah. Many a Katowice attended, never with the trophy in the cabinet. Catching some nasty flack there, Hunter gets away.
I think he's seen enough of that one, hasn't he? Well, they're going to waltz into B right now, and the bomb will be scooped up. Hunter making his way back over as well to join the party. There is a gap, and well, that gap has been found, but JKS looks aware and will deliver. Only took a little bit of damage there, and now they're into the site.
Just a formality at this point. G2, no intention of making a habit of losing to the little guns. It is just USPs, pesky as they may be. And the D from Yabi, lethal. The one frag to be celebrated. Nico and Hunter, though, are here to make sure that 12th is theirs and secure.
And now that this one is done, we need to start the conversation here for Heroic to get back into this map. Take us to Vertigo, give everybody the 5th. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how they play strong here. Right? What is the site? What is the area of the map that they want to push forward and fight? Because G2 have so many options available to them here. Do they aim for the pace? Do they aim for something quick out the gate here? Do they want to be more aggressive? Do they want to take it slow? Do they want to default? Well, all these questions floating through the heads of the Danes, because they're the ones who have to make a 6th-round comeback just to tie things up at 12-12. And this first gun round could determine how quick this map is over, how quick G2 lift the trophy. They win this, we could be sailing to a G2 3-1.
Guns are out, damage is done. Nico just gonna have to walk a little. Oh, straight to Hooksy.
That one's gonna hurt.
It's down. Few and far between. We've said his name on this map, but that's a big one to open up the account.
We can see where Heroic wanted to start strong. 3 towards A here. Only 2 defenders on this B bomb site, but the mid control from G2. That seems to be their preference right now, and now going to see Count JKS's hidey hole here. Shush is coming.
Okay, straight up duel. Shush, the better gun, and loses out. JKS gives them the 4-on-4.
This might lure them into A. Remember, 2 players still here.
Still have the numbers. The element of surprise, but it doesn't matter if you can't hit the shot. Still cautious. Still considered. G2 come and knocking. He gets a freebie. Bomb spotted.
Everyone's here.
They're all staring at him. Takes the next fight, and JKS down as well. A 2-on-2 with plenty of time. And oh, caught out on the spray. Nico pulls it across the line. It's TeSeS for the clutch, a double peek imminent. 2 different angles of assault, and no, Nico goes ahead of it. Oh. It's Modesty. Safe to close.
And that's some good Counter-Strike. That's some info-based Counter-Strike. That is what G2 have lost. In the last couple of maps, it felt like they weren't going to find it. Their firepower, sure, it's here to play, but the team-based Counter-Strike info, this is what it's all about. Started like this, well, didn't end that way, did it? Hooksy getting a bit of a body block there, not the end of the world. Montasy grabs this one onto Cadian, wasn't expecting that faster play, and this is the one to seal the deal. The info's there, he just has to hit it. A must hit. And take a look, I spoke about the finances, that's the gun gone, 1 investment removed.
Well, Heroic's a Yabi cut short. And perhaps Heroic's journey too, as there's more damage for Hunter. G2 firing on all cylinders in pursuit of that trophy.
And you speak of trophy, the drought of trophies for G2. This team, perpetually cursed, never able to get things done. Maybe the floodgate's about to open here. Hooksy on the clear, TeSeS gone as well. Now it's just down and they know exactly where he is.
You can almost feel it, nearly at their fingertips. Heroic showed that they could voice concern, take a map, and G2 having what they saw as a given, threatened to be taken. Level up. A mainstay in the Counter-Strike calendar is Katowice, and a very exclusive club of names inscribed on the trophy still lies in the center of the stage. Is there anything that remains?
Stone-faced as usual exists. Takes a timeout. gives the marching orders here. AWP out for Katie and MP9 for Yabi, who had that M4 in play, and you can see that trophy right there.
This organization has been chasing to be the top of the Counter-Strike pyramid for some time.
They went international back in 2019. Trophies, well, they only lifted one last year. The Blast World Finals, the first that they can really hold high and looking to make it back-to-back here. Montasy on the boost.
We're getting a head-to-head. And Nico takes down Stown immediately. Nico not done. Frags all over the shop.
Perfect time for Nico to come online here. Struggled in the first half, up to 18 frags. You saw the frustration on his face in those early stages, and now looking to go for one more. Yabi pushes forward, and the MP9 too fast. 3-on-3.
Time for some critical thinking. Heroic are convinced they lean towards the first letter of the alphabet. Leaves not to be desired for poor old Yabi, but the fact he had the confidence to go aggressive sows some doubt. Hooksy's investigating.
This is very interesting here because Hooksy's likely just to get taken out by this AWP. And then the round, it falls to JKS and Hunter, the clutch duo. But Hooksy's just going to get pipped at the post here.
Just like that. Cadian.
Instantly rotating here.
Finds the frag, expecting the walk. Yabi about to vacate. Smoke on towards short. Yabi, what can you say? Nothing, as Hunter delivers. The rotation's here. Cadian throws caution to the wind, and then, oh my God, the bomb is not down. JKS has to win this round on his own. And is Cadian quick to the draw? 3 from him there on every different avenue, A and B. Leading from the front lines is Cadian, 16 apiece for him and Yabi.
Your heart stops if you're a heroic player watching that move. You understand that is so decisive in that round victory. You understand that if he doesn't pull this off, the round is over. He is on his own. The rotation point is so far away. He doesn't deny that plant, and he doesn't find the follow-up. JKS has a real shot to win this round. Cadian coming in clutch and holding G2 to 14 for now.
They need so much more of that though, Chad. It just feels almost impossible. With their backs against the wall now. And Nico so hungry for the ever-elusive trophy. This is his 4th time of asking. Oh, and Cadian lays down the law. Straight into Nico. Shush spotted out. Hunter trying to make good on the promise.
I know he's here.
It's good. Shush in jeopardy. A dead man walking. Hunter and Hooksy have got the A site. Flying the G2 flag now, and Cadian caught out. Straight back to their winning ways, G2. 2 frags away from 15.
Do you attempt this? Do you give it a go? Well, Tess, he thinks so.
I don't know. Good flash, but Hunter doesn't care. He doesn't need to see you to kill you. A double that leads to 15.
They're starting to hunt. They know that Stown's saving here. Look at this. Through T-spawn, straight through mid. They hunted this down. Stown with only 6 kills. Montasy with the AWP. He wants to rip the hopes and dreams of Heroic away.
This would be just a tiny glimmer of light if Stown could bring the rifle through. But Hunter takes it all in pursuit of the trophy. Leaves it all on the server.
So close right now. Records, that was the discussion. Could they be defeated? Could they bounce back from a loss? Continuing to write pages in this G2 history book and break curses. The mental has been tested today. And this G2 are just 1 round away.
G2 fans take to their feet. They want a good view of what could be the last round of this final. Trying to will it into existence and, well, exist. Nothing to contribute, as Heroic have to do. Oh, a very dirty round of Counter-Strike here. It is not pretty. The odds extending in G2's favor. We started this final with a question. Who is the world #1 in 2023? Montasy opens the account. looking to close. Exactly what G2 desire, as does the Spodek. Two finals for this G2 org. 0 trophies here in the third. And 4 Danes left, separating them from a brand new chapter. Hunter focused, laser focused on the task at hand.
Space taken, gap provided. Cadian again, knowing he needs to be the man to make the move, but Hunter, he considers it, but will he be ready for the jump up? Oh. Cadian's got him.
Massive.
Look at the stack. Heroic are here.
He's channeling them into the team. 37 seconds. Hooksy, can you provide the necessary bloodshed? Back of the site, softened up for him. JKS on his way in. Lots of them there. Solid from Yabi. Need one from JKS, it's good. Cadian and Yabi now to try and extend play. It's only Cadian. The fate surely sealed. Damage inflicted, Cadian helpless. 7 bullets and a dream. As G2 look to make their dreams a reality. Katowice, they've done it! Unbelievable! From the LAN cafes and local tournaments now side by side, Hooksy joins their ranks and they make the strongest start of the year.
Absolutely no doubt right now who the #1 team in the world is. This was the collision course, G2 taking on Heroic, the match the world wanted to see, and we now have a #1. Starting the year as the ones to fear, G2. The Untouchables drop 1 map in their Katowice campaign.
A beautiful blend of talent on that side of the server. You can see it in their face. It must feel so good to break the curse and to do it with a prodigy like Montasy alongside for the ride. Hooksy leading them to glory. Heroic, another grand final. And another heavy head at the end of it.
A rivalry for the year. Showing some fantastic Counter-Strike. These two teams playing the absolute best CS we have on offer. But today it's all about G2. This is their ascension. This is their time.
You can see the smile on his face. Nico. He's finally done it on his 4th time of asking. This is his grand final. This is theirs. Taken as a unit. Your Katowice champions of 2023. Intel Extreme Masters, baby. It's G2.
This one's gonna feel good. The euphoria of this trophy left time and time and time again, but now Nico knows the feeling of victory in the Katowice Spodek.
All those close and near misses. The if, buts and maybes. The knights silently staring at the ceiling in the hotel empty-handed. And now, at the start of the year, G2, and with JKS in the ranks, the first player to have ever done it back-to-back in different jerseys, different teams. The pride of Australia. They truly are champions.
Well, as I wander through the ticker tape here at the front of the stage, down towards the trophy. Congratulations, guys. Let's grab Nico. It turns out 4's the lucky number.
Yeah, it is. After the Inferno, I had lots of flashbacks. This is the first time I cry in my career, so I'm really happy right now. It's an amazing feeling.
Well, congratulations. A real favourite to have lifted this trophy. As Blair said to me backstage, it's time for you to take the flowers. Does all of the heartache to get to this moment make it worthwhile?
Yeah, for sure. I've been really patient in my career. I've been in many finals, losing many of them, and hopefully this year everything's gonna turn around, and just keep working, guys, keep believing in yourself, and the results will eventually come.
You're a fabulous winner. It's been great to see you on this stage. Just talk me through that emotion. That final frag went down. It was locked in. The trophy was yours. Just talk me through that exact moment.
Yeah, like the whole Ancient, I was not thinking about the trophy at all. I just wanted to play like it was like a Face-It game, basically. And after the last frag, I don't know, something just, I cannot describe the feeling, I swear to God. So, as I said, it's the first time I cry. It means the world to me.
Heroic and Cadian made you work for it.
Sorry, can you...
Cadian and Heroic, they made you work for this win.
Yeah, we did. I think we didn't respect out of them to come swinging that hard on Inferno. They really showed some balls on that map, and we just talked about it after it, and I think we stayed very calm and collected as a team, and yeah, I mean, they're a great team. We really had to be focused all the time, and it was very hectic CS as well, so I'm just very proud of everyone on my team. Everyone did their best to achieve this, and I'm super happy for all of them.
Well, we're happy for you. You're a great winner. It was a great final. The trophy is now yours. You're now a Katowice champion. Put your hands together for your winners this year. It is my man Nico at G2.
G2 must know that date all too well. You know, Valentine's Day being right around the corner, but hell, they've gotten their flowers pretty damn early. All things considered. You know, they came to the grand final. Who knew what they were going to look like other than just straight hot fire? And believe me, they turned this into some sort of Valentine's Day massacre of sorts.
The best in Katowice, the best in the world right now.
Wow.
This is the G2 that we're getting to see, and beautiful words coming out of Nico. Of course, he was very genuine about it. After that third map, he had flashbacks, maybe a couple of doubts creeping in, but that wasn't meant to be. They were not going to be denied. A very well-rounded roster, a beautiful Counter-Strike, individuals shining, multiple assets in the key. This is G2, the champions.
Yanko, that is real emotion. That is raw and real emotion right there from Nico.
Absolutely, and there's no surprises really. I mean, there's not a player in CSGO who was better individually and is lacking trophies, right? And team accolades, you know, and Nico is a guy who, there's been a lot of misconceptions about him over the years, right? And his attitude and how he is as a teammate and within a team, and I think you can hear from everyone who's played with him, he does nothing except everything in his power to win and help his team win. So there's been some very heartbreaking finals that he's been in so many times, close, but never really lifting that trophy. So that's just relief that you're feeling more than anything else, and the release of all those emotions.
I mean, you get a sense of, you know, finally seeing the fruits of your labor.
Listen, 6 years ago he played his first final. 6 years ago was his first opportunity to lift a trophy. He had to be patient, had to learn, had to improve, had to evolve, and this is a Nico that is so well-rounded that we get to see now. I just loved the arc in the grand final as well. Not exactly extremely flashy, but on that last map, he found this balance that we were trying to find for him, where you're not trying to force a game, you're biding your time, you're waiting for the moment. That second pistol round, that was his moment. This is when the Nico Express started. Katowice Destination Trophy, and we have the first or second half grandiose from Nico.
Oh man, the roller coaster of emotions. You think about last year, Montage, you look at him now, wow.
And how poetic it is as well. Obviously, Monesi Breakthrough Player of the Year last year, was in the grand final, had a good showing, now comes back, lifts the trophy with the same team. And I mean, just seeing Nico and Hunter lift that trophy together. Yes, they did it in Abu Dhabi, but you know, Katowice, Cologne, Royal Arena, these are like the biggest events we have in our circuit. That's why the players, you know, are so pumped every time they come in here. That's why they want to walk down those stairs and lift that trophy. And you know, I can only imagine how that must feel for them.
And, you know, the commiserations are in store as well. You know, we put the medals around the necks of Heroic. We're talking about a team that found themselves in a major final not that damn long ago. They come here to Katowice, and they do it in a roaring fashion, albeit just a little shy of G2.
They didn't go down without a fight. That's the least we can say about Heroic. I'm sure few regrets will be lived through, and there's not going to be a good night. The day after won't be either. there's nothing to be ashamed of if you're heroic. Sure, a couple of individuals will probably leave this arena thinking they could have done more, they should have done more. But this is also a part of our game, right? You don't always get to do your best Counter-Strike, and regret's part of the game.
It was the smallest of details, you know, that made the difference in this series. Heroic, without a doubt, up there as a contender.
Yes.
You know, 3 out of the 4 tournaments that made the grand finals of, unfortunately, 2 losses, 1 win. But, you know, it's just going back and sort of figuring out the minutiae, those small things. How do you match up a little bit better? And I'm sure we'll see them soon enough in another final.
Matthew, they say the devil is in the details. You know, you have to look at this one right here, and the little fixes, little, you know, corrections, course corrections there over the course of rounds or months or whatever it might be. You know, again, this is where you start to see some of that come together in your fashion.
And this truly is no better place than these type of grand finals to learn the last few details that you're talking about, because they have the Counter-Strike. Heroic have the Counter-Strike. We know how great they can play, but not everybody in that lineup was ready to put it all on the line in Katowice. You saw Cadian taking incredible risks in moments. Well, this is what you got to do. This is the type of investment you need to have in order to lift a trophy. I don't believe everybody was quite there in the roster, but there's not everything to throw away.
How about the guy who's holding the trophy right now, man? Yeah. Huxi, you know, initially people were memeing about his addition to G2, but boy, did he prove everyone wrong. His first title, we know what he had to go through in Abu Dhabi, you know, lifting that trophy and still staying around with the team, still competing, still working. Like, look at Mirage and look at Ancient.
The beginning of Ancient.
G2 is winning the G2 won the tournament on T side, and very convincingly. Their T sides have been really good. A lot of that is because of Huxi and how he calls and how he builds the game for his teammates.
And the performance he had on the first half of Ancient. We talked about that transition from Inferno to Ancient could have been a little bit complicated for G2, you know, finally losing a map. Maybe you start having some doubts, but then Huxi came out huge in the first 15. So many times did he put his team in the right track.
Yeah, and, you know, having done the unthinkable, is JKS running it back-to-back the 2-time.
He's the secret sauce, Trace.
He is.
He's that little thing that you need to spice it up, right? To be able to lift the trophy. The only player in history to win it back-to-back with different teams.
Yeah, which is exactly what G2 and company have done. A huge congratulations from us, that's for damn sure. And I'm pretty sure we get that opportunity to actually speak to the DHL MVP soon enough. I don't want to give you any spoilers. I know who it is. You guys can probably guess who it is. But we will, we will get them up here in due time. All things considered, we learned quite a bit here in Katowice. We learned the most about these two teams, albeit they played the most matches. But then you look around, they really set a tone.
Most importantly, Trace, we've learned this is a new G2 that we're seeing, right? Like we were talking a lot about during that extended break. How are they going to show up into Ancient? Are they going to fall flat after sort of letting Inferno slip through their fingers, or are they going to be able to show that mental fortitude to reset and come in strong into Ancient? I think the score says the whole story.
And it might be a paradox, but I think it's even better for them. It's even better for G2 to get that trophy here in Katowice, not off the back of a streaky 3-0. Because then you go to the next tournament, you lose a map, and suddenly you start doubting. That is not what is going to happen. They have shown to us, beyond any doubt, that they can bounce back, they can regroup, recenter, come onto the fourth map with a different attitude.
So essentially, I'm looking at a G2 that, they're probably very happy about this. It makes all the sense in the world. At the same time, they didn't necessarily, I don't know, I'm thinking about it being a litmus test in the new year, which is what we've got, right?
Listen, the throne of Counter-Strike was looking for a king, and we found our kings. This is G2, the debate is closed. G2 is currently sitting on top of the world. They closed the year of 2022, and they open up in 23 in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world, losing one map. This is it. You want to go for the throne in Counter-Strike? Well, you better sit on G2, because they are on there.
Yeah, they are on the sauce, as we call it.
On the sauce.
Is that what we just call him now? JKS, the savage sauce, I guess. I don't know.
The sauce, yeah, and I think for G2, obviously, you know, it was a weird situation where they're winning a lot of games in this year, but no chance to lift the trophy until now, and they didn't lose a single match. You know, winning Katowice, only one map in the final, and I think they've figured it out. For these 5 players and the coach, they figured out what's the best way for them to come together, to play as a team and to support each other.
Yeah, and support is about what you have in a team game. Ironically, it is G2, the team of the hour, and we do have Swanee, who's got to be feeling damn good about his contributions.
Job's done, that trophy is lifted. What's the feeling now, mate? You're always so cool and calm in these interviews.
It's amazing. Like, after losing the third map, we were mentally pretty strong, even though like we won 19 in a row. It was fucking insane reaction from all of us. Like we didn't have our heads down, like big balls. We didn't care about losing the map. It's what I'm the most proud of.
and that's it, right? You didn't let it affect you guys. Nico was telling me about the mental strength you guys are having and how Edward's been helping you as well. Yep. What are you saying to them in moments like that? What's the coach view?
Just reminding us about the rounds that we are good in practice, repeating them, just tweaking them a little bit, and that's the most important thing because we know what we do and we had an insanely good read on CT against them.
Now, in terms of actually looking at getting this trophy and you going from analyst to interim coach to now coach, could you believe this?
No, it's a dream come true. But I guess keep working and keep believing.
That's what it's all about. Swanee, congratulations, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Obviously, we hear the story there from Swanee and the G2 side, but then you look on the other side of the equation. Yes, Heroic had a tough day in the office, and it's only fitting that we let them tell their side.
Indeed, I grabbed Katie in here. Obviously not the easiest of moments at all. So first up, I'll open the floor to you about what you think ultimately didn't go right for Heroic today.
I think in the first two maps we had a couple of situations where we should have capitalized. You know, some of those hero rounds that they've been winning, 2 versus 4, stuff like this, we tried to address it. And maybe we kept it down to a minimum on Inferno, but in the first two maps, you know, there's at least 2 situations on B, Nuke, we should never lose, where Hunter's making some crazy moves. But to be honest, G2 is also playing really good right now. Nico is in form, Hunter is making his plays, and it seems like the team synergy is really good. So yeah, I think they deserve the win.
I think you as a competitor can probably also see the other side of you have fought so hard, but they have also fought so incredibly hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an unreal story to think about that this team didn't even qualify for the major that was in Rio, you know? So it shows a bit about their mentality and how much they worked since that to be in a better position now, winning 2 tournaments in a row. Yeah, they're doing a good job.
You're always a class act, and I feel like in the past, maybe when you had to do these exit interviews, there was always that question of, are they ever going to do it? But now we know that you can do it, right? So is that kind of a different way to experience all this when you look at the future of Heroic?
Yeah, I mean, losing the major and this one, it's 2 big trophies in CS that I would love to have in my shelf. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but I think, you know, there are still times where we can do better, where we need to improve more. And I think that the video material that we're getting from games like this is super important to look at when does the communication go wrong, why does it go wrong, how can we change it for the next time. And yeah, we're still getting more and more used also to the crowd and the environment. You know, Spodek, to be honest, you've been amazing to play, so thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Katie, and Class Act, as always, back to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, of course, commiserations over there to the Heroic side, but now we get down to the gritty. And I don't mean we're up here dancing, guys. I'm talking about simply that of the DHL MVP. Now, you voted for this, and well, maybe we voted for this even more.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But I know who my vote would be for. And he's a savage, to say the least. His name is JKS. He's going to be joining us up here on the desk here shortly. But for the time being, he's got to collect a trophy and then find his way over here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. For JKS, you know, great tournament all around, from the group stages into the playoffs, into the finals as well. You know, one of those guys who's just a safe pair of hands, and then a lot more than that in all these key moments, right? We pointed out even in this final, a lot of crucial rounds where he steps up, he's poised, he's calm, he's composed, and that just transfers to the rest of the team.
He's basically the best insurance policy you could get. This is how I see it. If you're Huxley and you see JKS in the situation alive, it's a tight clutch situation. You know he's going to make the right decision. He's going to make the call. He's going to protect you and your belongings for a very small time, of course.
So, like, JKS's path and his journey is an interesting, right? But you got to think about, at some point, somebody definitely passed over JKS before he got to G2. In the very near past. Speaking of which, Justin, we're talking about your whole life. Come on down. Yeah, that's a good place for it.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit of a round of applause for Justin Savage, your DHL MVP. Justin, you did the damn thing. Now we split the prize money. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, that's what we're...
You're the DHL MVP. Talk to me about playing on the stage and doing it again, the 2-time.
I don't know. It feels good. I don't know what to say, honestly. Like, it's a surreal feeling. Like, I don't know. 1.5 years ago, I had no idea that I would even win the first one, let alone win 2 in a row. And now I have this as well, and it's just amazing.
Wild.
I want to ask you about, you know, you had this period in complexity after Renegades, and things didn't really go so well. Some people were saying, yo, maybe you could only play in the team with your countrymen and so on, right? How was it going from that sort of a mood into now being in a, you know, world's best team in the world, winning the trophy here in Katowice back-to-back and winning the MVP as well?
It's a lot of things, honestly. Like I feel like I've learned so much in like the last 2 years of playing on like an international team, and especially playing in G2, like with Nico, Hunter, Hooksy. Like they help me so much when I play, and like mid-rounding and late round and stuff like that. They're always doing something, and it's really helping the team. And I feel like every day I'm learning something new. So yeah.
I would like to ask you about your own performance, because you've been superb in the last few months. Honestly, you've stepped up massively in your gameplay. Is there anything you attribute it to? Is it a matter of confidence? Like, where is it coming from?
I mean, I think I'm just getting more comfortable in the team, and I feel like I'm not the same type of player that I used to be. Nowadays, I'm going for like a lot more risks. I'm doing a lot more things on the server, and people are giving me more space and stuff. And I think as a team overall, I think we're just getting like way more comfortable together outside and inside the game, and I think that's just boosting everyone's level in game, honestly. I think everyone's been playing super well, like Nico, Montage. Everyone's having like superstar performances every game, so yeah.
We were actually wondering, of course, I know you guys don't really care too much about this streak of maps. This is more fluff and story that we do, but what were the words exchanged after the Inferno, moving on to the 4th map? Because we thought this was a very pivotal moment. I would like to know what it was to be in your camp during that time.
I mean, I don't know what everyone else said, but I just said all good things come to an end, and you know it had to happen eventually. Nice. So less pressure on us when we lost the game, actually, because now we can just chill out and stop thinking about it, honestly. Because I feel like it was everywhere. Like everyone was posting about it, so it was kind of hard to ignore it.
JKS, you've come a long way in your career, and I'm not talking about like down under, like, yeah, you're from that part of the world. But the stuff you've had to endure and up to this point, hell, I mean, you've got your old man kind of looking at you over there. He goes by the name of Sponge, in case you didn't know. This has got to feel good for you. Anything you want to say to anybody back home?
I mean, I don't know. Just thank you to everyone who supports you. My friends and my family, like they're always supporting me from home, even when we're doing not so good. And I have to give it, honestly, I'm going to give a special shout out to everyone on FaZe, because, I mean, without them, I don't think G2 would have noticed me earlier and picked me up. And I think without them picking me up last IEM Katowice, then, I mean, I probably wouldn't be playing like international CS. So, I mean, I love those guys so much, and much respect to those guys, and they gave me the opportunity to play again. So, special shout out to those guys, and of course everyone on my team, and yeah.
Dude, you're a cool guy.
Beautiful.
I just want to say that out. I want to get that right out there right now.
Thanks, Sponge, as well.
That's a cool dude. Thank you, Justin. We'll let you go celebrate with your team. Obviously, you got a full night ahead of you, so thank you. Okay, that's Justin Savage.
What a nice man.
JKS.
What a nice
He's
guy.
a real cool guy, and if you didn't know that, now you know. Put some respect on his name. He's definitely earned it. And I also like what he said there about the FaZe tidbit, because he's probably right to a degree.
It was a life-changing episode of his life. That's what it was. And suddenly, that's why we always have to take notice when something happens in the path, in the course of a player's career, is that, yeah, he was a little bit of the no man's land. He came in and stood in for FaZe, and of course, the rest of history. Now he's the back-to-back champion in Katowice. The EDHL, and this is so mind-blowing how his life has changed in the last 12 months.
Yeah, it's crazy.
G2 is full of players proving people wrong, and you know, they were doubted for different reasons. Monesi overpaid, right, for an unproven rookie to pay a lot of money. Nico can't win in a final, right, can't do it on the big stage. Hooksy, right, can't lead an international team as well. JKS, he's washed, he can't play, you know, on a high level. He's not like some of the other players in the role, right? So they were just come together and decided to just say, hey, this is for you, all the haters out there.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to go down that path when he was standing up
He's
here.
way too cool. Way too nice.
Instead, the path he's went down has led to multiple people taking their shirts off for him to be signed.
Great.
So that's going on right behind the camera. Guys, this is the end of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. It's over, right?
Allow me one last thing quickly.
You retiring?
No, I'm not retiring. I'm staying. Definitely. This is fake information. We just had JKS. We celebrated JKS. I just want to take a second to congratulate Hunter on that grand final as well.
Yeah.
Because holy hell, was that a BDP that he put together in that grand final. This was some of the finest influential, impactful plays we've seen. And I mean, Hunter right there, that's right for you.
I think he's one of those guys who you look at and he's just rock solid on that stage. Like, he doesn't care about the pressure. He'll just go for it, make plays. And every time when it seemed like G2 was getting lost, like the game was running away from them, there comes in Hunter with a massive round to help them out. And, you know, I agree, JKS is the MVP of the tournament, but for that final, you have to look towards Hunter.
Got to sing the praises.
Just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, and that's totally respectful.
Lay it out on the table.
Understandable, and for Hunter, in some way, shape, or form, probably his, and maybe even tonight he might. Who knows? Like, that's for G2 to decide. For us, it does come to a conclusion here.
Confused, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of emotions, you know. Yeah, Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, it's been a staple of the calendar for quite some time, so we appreciate you joining us. ESL Pro League is in just 10 days' time, which is pretty wild to consider.
Pretty soon.
Season 17.
XVII, Trace.
Is that... Oh, it's on there, okay. XVII. I think it's time to get the hell out of here. How about that, guys and gals? Thank you so much for joining us. Also, just have a good weekend, have a good night, and we'll see you next time. ESL Pro League, 10 days. See you there.
up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, yeah, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey,
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to jump out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.